oozed a fetid yellow slime that tried to slide down her throat. Quickly she opened the medicine cabinet and grabbed a brown bottle of tonic. She took a quick swig and swished it around in her mouth. The liquid burned like hellfire. Hattie spat out a mouthful of brownish yellow sludge into the sink. Mesmerized, she reached into her mouth to inspect what effect the tonic had, if any. She felt something odd at the back of her mouth. She couldn't quite get her fingers back there. She opened a little wider. Still nothing. Wider still. Almost there. As wide as she could. Snap! Hattie's whole bottom jaw snapped off, coming to rest on the top of her chest, dangling by a rancid strand of flesh. Her blackened tongue danced back and forth in midair, trying to form words. In his office, Mr. Gerard puffed away on a cigar. He had just got off the phone with Stevens. Everything was going as planned. With a little luck, this fiasco wouldn't cost him near what he'd been afraid it would cost. It was amazing how little you had to spend to cover up a shit show when you had dirt on some of the key players. He looked down at his wristwatch. The ultra-glow dial illuminated back that it was almost midnight. He took the watch off and put it in the top drawer. He would wait until the new batch of watches with the improved formula of ultra-glow came out. No sense taking any chances. He sniggered to himself. Rising from his chair, he stretched the kinks out of his back. It had been a long day. He barely had enough girls show up today to warrant opening the doors. But tomorrow was a new day. There was a new batch of recruits coming in the morning. He needed to get home and get some sleep. Sliding his chair in, he thought he heard a noise. Gerard looked out the windows into the inky black of the factory. Nothing. He shook his head while grabbing his coat and chuckled again. Screech! There it was again. Looking out, he thought he saw a faint glow coming from the hallway that led to the workstations. He rubbed his tired eyes and looked again. The glimmer was getting brighter, as if someone was carrying a pale green lantern toward him. "Who's there?" he bellowed. Screech! His arms broke out into gooseflesh at the sound. He heard something else that sounded like a moan. The source of the light was getting closer. When it turned the corner, Gerard's cigar dropped out of his mouth as he let out a scream. He ran back into his office and hurriedly shut and locked the door. But it wouldn't keep out that godforsaken moaning. The door began to shake on its hinges. When it burst open, Gerard's bladder let loose all over the floor. "No, it can't be." "Yes, you old square britches. It can." Reaching out and grasping his shirt with pale green fingers was Beatrice, Lizzie, Bonnie, Betty, Dorothy, and Hattie. They held him down while he screamed and screamed. Hattie brought up her illuminated hand that held a container with enough ultra-glow to paint a whole week's worth of watches, and Mr. Gerard gagged as they poured it down his screaming throat. Haunted World by Robert McCammon. Well, I knew it was the end of the world for sure when I walked into my den and found William Shakespeare sitting in my Barker lounger. At least I think it was him. Anyways, it was one of them fellas wore starched collars and a velvet suit and said a lot of these and thous like they used to do every year at the high school senior play down the road. I called Vera in. I said, "Vera, come in here and take a look at this right quick." And she came running. Of course, we'd seen ghosts before, just like everybody else in the world had by then. But Will Shakespeare sitting in your den watching crosswits on the TV is a damn peculiar sight. Every so often, he'd speak as if he were trying to answer the crosswits' questions. Then he'd rest his head back, and I saw him close his eyes and heard him say, "Woe is me," clear as a church bell. By then, Ben Jr. had come in, and he pressed in between his mama and me, and we three watched the ghost trying to talk to the man on TV. Old Will was the same as the other spirits. He wasn't all there. Oh, you could make him out all right, and even see the color of his hair and skin and suit. But he was kind of smoky, too, and you could see the chair right through him. He reached out toward the lamp beside him, but his hand was misty and couldn't touch it. "Woe is me," he said again, and then he looked at us, standing in the doorway. His eyes were sad. They were the eyes of a man who was lost on a long trip and couldn't find the right road again. Vera said, "Would you like me to change the channel?" She was always mannerly to house guests, even uninvited ones. Old Will started to fade away then, bit by bit. Didn't surprise us none, 'cause we'd seen the others do it too. In another minute, just his face was left, floating in the air like a pale moon. Then nothing but his eyes. They blinked a couple of times, then those were gone too. But we all knew old Will hadn't vanished for good, and he hadn't gone too far away neither. He was like all the other ones roaming around the haunted world. Hell of a mess, that's for sure. Wasn't too long before Ben Jr. said, "Dad?" And he motioned me and his mama over to the big picture window in the front room, the one that had such a pretty view over the meadow. It was October, and the world was turning deep red and purple. The sky was that greenish-gray it gets just before it happens. Vera said a while back that the sky reminds her of a lizard skin, and I guess that about hits the nail on the head. Ben Jr. pointed out, and he said in a quiet voice, "There's another one." Vera and I looked, and of course we saw it. Have to be blind as a bat in a bunt cake not to see one of those things once they get started. The tornadoes are always that peculiar lizard skin color. One of them went right across Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. the other day. I saw it on the 5 o'clock news. Anyway, there was a tornado whipping and whirling down the hillside into our meadow, not 200 yards away. Things started popping and creaking in our house, like the whole place was fixing to come unjointed. A light bulb blew out, and right after that the power went out. "Lord," Vera whispered, standing beside me in the lizard-green light. "Lord have mercy." You could see him in the tornado, going around and tumbling over each other from the bottom of the cone to the top of the spout. How many were there, it was hard to say. Hundreds, I reckon. Some of them were smoky, but others looked just as solid as you and me. The tornado was spitting them out hither and yonder, and they were falling to earth like autumn leaves. They drifted into treetops and onto the grass, and they fell over the fence and onto the road that leads to Concordia. Some of them were tattered to pieces, like old rags caught in the blades of a lawnmower. But others stood up and staggered around like Saturday night drunks. The tornado took a turn away from our house and marched up the hillside again toward the south, spitting out ghosts with every whirl. And then Vera reached out and pulled the curtain shut, and we all stood in the twilight, listening to the trees moan as the tornado went on. "Well," I said, because there wasn't much else to say. Deep subject, I know. Cold, too. Vera walked over to the wall switch and flicked it up and down with a vengeance, but the power wasn't going to come back on for quite a while. "There goes a hot dinner," she said, and she sounded like she was about to cry. I put my hand on her shoulder, and then she kind of folded up against me and hung on. Ben Jr. sneaked a peek through the curtain, but what he saw he didn't care for, because he let the curtain drop back real quick. Something, called from outside. "Mary?" It was a man's voice, and it was terribly lonely. "Mary, are you in there?" I started to go to the door, but Vera held me tight. We both knew I had to go. I pulled away from her, and I went to the door and opened it. On our front porch stood a frail-looking man with dark hair slicked back and parted in the middle. He wore a dark suit, black or brown, I couldn't really tell. His face was pale and kind of yellow, like spoiled milk. He took a step back when he saw me, and he was wearing old high-top shoes. He was shivering, and he looked around himself. If he saw all the others staggering about in the meadow, nothing registered on his face but pure puzzlement. Then he looked at me again, and when his mouth opened, his voice was like the chilly wind. You felt it more than heard it. "Mary? Is Mary waiting for me?" "Mary's not here," I told him. "Mary?" he asked again. "Is she waiting for me?" "No," I said. "Not here." He stopped speaking, but his mouth stayed open. His eyes looked wet, like those of a dog that had just gotten kicked in the ribs. "I don't think you know anybody here," I told him, because he seemed to be waiting for something else. And then his mouth closed, and he turned away from my door and started across the meadow in his high-topped shoes. "Mary!" I heard him call. "Mary!" He started fading away as he passed a Roman soldier sitting sprawled in the grass, and he was almost gone when a little boy in knickers ran right through him. The man who was searching for Mary faded away like a Polaroid left in the noonday sun too long. But the Roman soldier stayed where he was, and the little boy ran into the woods. There were maybe 40 or 50 others out in the meadow, wandering around like strangers at a weird garden party. Or a Halloween party, it being October and all. Out on the edge of the meadow there was what looked like somebody from Revolutionary times, a skinny man wearing a powdered wig and a three-cornered hat. Near him was a cowboy in a yellow duster. Over there on the other side was a black-haired woman in a long blue gown that trailed on the grass, and not far from her stood a man in a suit, looking around as if he was waiting for the next bus. The blue mist of ghosts trailed from the trees like cobwebs and drifted over the meadow in an ankle-deep haze. Ghosts were all in the woods, and you could hear 'em babbling and calling in a bedlam of accents and languages. "Dan!" I heard one American-speaking woman, ghost, I mean, shout from over the edge of the woods. "Damn it, Dan, where's my robe?" she hollered, as she walked buck-naked across the grass. Not walked, actually. Kinda wobbled is more like it. The wind hit her and tattered her to pieces, so we didn't have to look at her big old flabby butt anymore. Ben Jr. was peeking out beside me, and I shoved him back inside and shut the door. Vera and I just stared at each other, there in the gloom, as the ghosts hollered and chattered outside. We heard an Indian war-whooping, and somebody screaming that she'd lost her cat, and somebody else raising a ruckus in what sounded like Greek to me. They were all searching for their own world, the one they used to be part of. But of course they couldn't get back there. They couldn't find anybody or anything that was familiar, because this wasn't their world anymore. It was our world. And that's the hell of it, see? I remember what Bert Truman said. I remember because it seemed so right. Bert looked at me, his eyes huge behind those bottle-bottom glasses he wears, and he said, "You know why this is happening, Ben? Well, I'll tell you my opinion. You take the air and the water nowadays, both so polluted you can't take a safe breath or a decent sip. And what happened on them beaches last summer? All that garbage and crap washing up 'cause the ocean can't take no more?" He lifted up his glasses and scratched his nose. "Seems to me heaven, or hell, can't take no more either. And all the dead folks are getting cast back up on shore. Whatever that place is that kept the dead, it's full to overflowing. The dead folks are washing back up into our world. And that's God's truth, or I ain't sitting here in Clyde's barber shop." "Bullshit," Clyde said as he clipped Bert's sideburns. Clyde has a voice like a steam shovel with stripped gears. "Damn ghosts are coming through the ozone hole. That's what they said on Dan Rather yesterday." "God shut with us," Phil Laney offered. He's a deacon at the Baptist church, and he was glooming and dooming long before all this started. "Only one way for us to fix this is to get down on our knees and pray like we've never prayed before. I mean, serious praying. We've got to get right with God before this thing will be fixed." "Hell, this thing's done broke to pieces," Luke McGuire said. Old Luke's a big fella, stands about 6'3" and wears raggedy overalls, but he's got the best farmland in South Alabama. "Just like a machine," he said as he rolled himself another cigarette. "You bust a cylinder on your tractor. Ain't praying that gets it fixed. You bend a blade on a tiller. You don't get on your knees and kiss the ground until it's straight again. Hell no. The world's a machine. Things done broke to pieces, and the repair shop's shut down." This was the sort of conversation that could fill most of a Saturday afternoon and evening and still leave you going in circles. But I mostly thought of what Bert said, about the dead overflowing and washing back up into our world. The tornadoes brought him back, of course, but I knew what he meant. Heaven and hell were like busted pipes, and the ghosts were spilling out. And right about then, as Luke and Phil were arguing hammer and tongs, a knight in tarnished armor walked past the window of Clyde Butler's barber shop. Walked right out in the street, he did, and Mrs. Beckham in her green Oldsmobile swerved the wheel and crashed into the front of Sammy Kane's stag shop for men. Clothes dummies flew all over the place, broken arms and legs lying on the pavement. That knight just kept on going, fine as you please, and he took a few more rusty steps before he vanished into the unknown. But he didn't go far. We all knew that. He couldn't go far, see? He was still stuck in the haunted world, like all the other dead folks. After all that commotion had died down, Luke McGuire picked his teeth with a splintered match and brought up the question, "How come the ghosts are wearing clothes?" Not all of them were, of course, but most of them did. We thought about that for a little while, and then Luke went on in that thick drawl of his that always makes me think of mud simmering in the bottom of a ditch. "Clothes," he said. "Ghosts of people are one thing, but are they wearing ghosts of clothes?" We drifted into talking about what ghosts were, and that was a tangled thicket. Then Clyde brought up the next skull-knocker. "Thank God they're ghosts, that's all I can say." He brushed hairs off Bert's shoulders. "Not solid, I mean." He glanced around at everybody to see if we'd gotten the point. We hadn't. "You can drive cars through ghosts. You can put your hand through them. They don't need food or water, and they can't touch you neither. Take that fella in armor just walked past here. Think you'd like to feel him slap you upside the head? I looked out my window this morning and saw the woods full of damn ghosts, blowing in the breeze like old newspapers. One of them had a long black beard and carried a sword about as big as old Luke. Think you'd like to get stabbed a few times with something like that?" "Wasn't a real sword," Luke observed sagely. "It was a ghost of a sword." "Yeah, and thank God for that." Clyde's steam shoveled on. "What do you think would happen if everybody who ever died in the world came back?" "We might find out," I said. "Seems like that's happening right now." I knew, like we all did, that this thing was happening not just in Concordia, Alabama, but in Georgia and North Carolina and New York and Illinois and Wyoming and California and everywhere else under the sun. Ghosts were roaming the streets of London and Paris and stomping through Red Square. Even the Australians were seeing ghosts. So when I say haunted world, that's exactly what I mean. "Thank God they're ghosts and not real," Clyde said as he finished up on Bert. "There you go." He handed Bert a mirror. "Slicker and owl shit." Luke switched on the barbershop's TV to catch the midday news. There was a report from Washington, D.C. It showed something that looked like Thomas Jefferson, sitting on the steps of the Capitol and crying his eyes out. It hit me then, as I was standing in the gloom, staring at Vera and the ghosts were caterwauling outside. The power was out. How are we going to see the TV show tonight? They've been advertising it for a week. Tonight, Tom Edison was supposed to be a guest on the Johnny Carson show. I'm talking about the Tom Edison, who invented the light bulb, the genuine article. Seems Edison, his spirit, I mean, had been talked into appearing on TV. Tonight was the night. Shirley MacLaine was supposed to be a guest, too, but she wasn't even dead yet, so what did she know? Anyway, the power was off. I went to the phone and called Clyde. "They got the juice back on over here," Clyde said, speaking from 8 miles away. The phone was hissing with static, but I could hear him good enough. "I just got a call from Phil, too," Clyde told me. "His TV's out. I reckon mine is at home, too. You want to watch that show? Come on over to the barbershop tonight. Hell, I'll get us some beers and we'll have a time of it." I said that was a fine idea. Ben Jr. was tugging at my sleeve, and Vera was staring out the window again. I hung up the phone and walked over to see what had been roused up this time. More Roman soldiers were out in the meadow. I guess they were Roman, but I'm not sure. There were about 100 of them, and they had shields and swords. Ghost shields and swords, I mean. And there were about 100 or so Chinese-looking fellas, too, half naked and with long braids in their hair. Well, the Romans and the Chinese had taken to fighting. Maybe they were trying to finish up an old battle, or maybe all they knew was fighting and that was their job. The Romans were swinging their ghost swords, and the Chinese were kicking with their ghost legs, and nothing but mist was being hit. From out in the woods swarmed other ghosts. Cowboys, musketeers, guys with bowl-shaped haircuts and long robes, women in lacy dresses, and black Africans with animal skin shields and spears, like in that English movie Ben Jr. and me watched one Saturday. All the ghosts swirled around each other like they were part of a big, churning whirlpool, and I'm telling you that the noise they made hollering and screaming at each other was something fearsome. No doubt about it. Even when people were dead, they still couldn't get along. Then a few dogs were even running around among the ghosts. Ghost dogs, snapping at ghost ankles. Maybe there was a horse or two out there, but I'm not sure. Anyway, it looked like animal heaven had started overflowing too. "Lord save us," Vera said. But Ben Jr. said, "Neat," and I saw he was grinning. Boy's got a strange sense of humor. Takes after me, I reckon, because I was kind of fascinated at the sight of all those ghosts tangling and whirling. Vera turned away from the window, and that was when she screamed. I looked. I think Ben Jr. let out a strangled squawk. It might have been my voice. Standing in front of us, right in our pine-paneled living room, was a red-bearded man with a double-bladed battle axe. That sumbitch stood at least 6'6", taller than even Luke McGuire, and he had on some kind of ragged animal skin and a metal skull cap with bull horns sticking out on either side of it. His face looked like a lump of meat wrapped up in wrinkled leather. He had green eyes under red brows as big as scrub brushes, and he let out a holler that shook the room as he lifted that battle axe up over his head. What would you have done? I knew he was a ghost and all, but at a time like that you don't think exactly calm. I shoved Vera out of the way of that battle axe, and I picked up the first thing that came to hand, a lamp table beside the couch. The lamp flew off of it, and I thrust that little wooden table up like a Viking shield, my shoulders tensing for the shock. It didn't come. The battle axe, a misty thing, went right through the table. I swear I saw a glint of metal, though, and old blood on the edge. I could smell that sumbitch, sure enough. He smelled like a dead cow. He took another step forward, crowding me, and he flailed back and forth with that battle axe like he really thought he was going to hit something. His face was splotched with red. Ever heard the expression, mad as a ghost? I just made it up, because he was mad as hellfire sure enough. He chopped the axe back and forth a dozen times, and the rage on his face would have been terrible if he'd been flesh and blood instead of colored mist. I laughed, and that made him madder still. The axe kept whipping back and forth through the table. I said, "Fella, why don't you put that toy away and get the hell out of my house?" He stopped chopping, his big chest heaving up and down. He glared at me for a minute, and I could tell he hated me. Maybe for being alive, I don't know. Then he gave a growl and started to fade away. His beard was the last thing to go. It hung in the air for a few seconds, working as if it still had a mouth under it. And then it went. "Is it gone? Is it gone? Ben, tell me it's gone." Vera had scrunched herself up into a corner, her arms hugging herself and her eyes wide and starey. I didn't like the looks of them. Ben Jr. was kind of dazed. He stood where the Viking had been, feeling around in the air. "It's gone, hun," I said to Vera. "Wasn't ever here, really. You okay?" I never seen anything like that." She could hardly get her breath, and I set the table down and put my arms around her while she trembled. "They're not real," I told her. "None of them are. They're just pictures in the air. They hang there for a while, and then they go away. But they're not real, okay?" She nodded. "Okay," she said, but she sounded choked. "Dad?" "Just a minute. You want me to go and get you an aspirin? You want to lie down a while?" I kept my arms around Vera, for fear her knees might give way. "Dad?" Ben Jr.'s voice was a little higher. "Look at this." "I'm all right," Vera said. She had a strong constitution. Living on a farm for over 20 years makes you that way. "See what Ben Jr. wants." I looked over at the boy. He was standing there, staring at the table I'd just set down. "Dad?" he repeated. "I don't think this was here before." What wasn't there before? I walked over beside him, and I saw what he was talking about. On the table's surface was a single diagonal scratch. It wasn't much. The tip of a nail might have done it. Only Ben Jr. was right, and I knew that at once. The scratch hadn't been there before. I touched it to make sure it was real, and ran my finger along its length. The lamp space had green backing on it to keep it from scratching anything. I looked at Ben. He was a smart boy, and I knew he knew. And he knew I knew, too. "Vera?" I tried to sound calm, but I don't think I did. "Let's drive on into town and get some dinner. How does that suit you?" "Fine." She took my hand and wouldn't let go of it, and I walked with her to the closet to get her sweater. Ben Jr. went back through the hallway at a cautious pace, stirring the air before him with his hands to make sure nothing was there, and a minute later he returned with a jacket from his room. I got my wallet and the keys to the pickup, and we went outside into the gray-green twilight. The driveway was full of fighting ghosts. Chinese, Romans, an Indian or two, and a husky fellow wearing a kilt. I backed the truck right through 'em, and none of 'em seemed to mind. On the drive to Concordia, I turned on the radio, but all the stations were screwed up with the most god-awful static you ever heard. I switched it off real quick, because the noise sounded to me like the whole world was screaming. Fear touched my arm and pointed off to the right. Another tornado was moving across the hills, blowing red leaves before it and leaving ghosts in its wake. The sky was green and low, shot through with pearly streaks. Half-formed, misty creatures swept past the truck. I turned on the windshield wipers. We passed Bobby Glover's pasture. There were so many ghosts wandering and staggering around that field it looked like a spirit convention. Things that looked like pieces of filmy cloth were hanging in Bobby's barbed wire fence, and there were growing arms, legs, and heads. An old woman dressed like a pilgrim was walking in the middle of the road, and she saw us coming and made a noise like a cat getting skinned as the truck went through her. I looked back in the rearview mirror and saw blue mist floating in the air where the pilgrim lady had been a second before. Something occurred to me real strange just about then. Somewhere in the world, my own father and mother were wandering. Vera's mother, too. Her father was in a rest home in Montgomery. Somewhere all our ancestors were out in the haunted world, and the ancestors of everybody who'd ever drawn a breath. I hadn't seen any ghosts of babies yet. I hoped I wouldn't, but you never knew. Peculiar thoughts whirled through my brain, like those red leaves thrown by the tornado. My father had died 6 years ago, and my mother had gone on a year later. They could be roaming the jungles of Brazil or the streets of Dallas for all I knew. I hoped my father didn't come back in Tokyo. He'd fought the Japanese in World War II, and that would be pure hell for him. About 3 miles from Concordia, we came upon a station wagon that had gone into a ditch. Both the front doors were open, but nobody was around. I stopped the truck and was going to get out to take a look, but I heard what sounded like Indian war whoops off in the woods somewhere. I thought about that scratch on the table, and I swallowed hard and drove on. I took the next curve pretty fast. Anyway, we were on him before we knew it. Vera screamed and her foot plunged to the floorboard. But of course the brake pedal was on my side, and I sure as hell wasn't going to hit it. He looked more ape than human, really. He was monstrous, and he wore a tattered lion skin that still had the lion's head on it. He bellowed and charged the pickup, his fangy teeth showing. I tried to swerve, but there wasn't much use, and I sure didn't want to go into a ditch. The caveman lifted a club that had sharp rocks embedded in it, and he swung that thing like it weighed a feather. The club turned to mist an instant before it would have hit the fender. I heard the caveman bellow again, right up next to my head, it seemed like, and I gave the truck all the gas she could handle. We sped on down the road, the engine popping and snarling. I guess that caveman, ghost of a caveman, I mean, must have thought we were something good to eat. I looked in the rearview mirror, but he was gone. "It wasn't real, was it?" Vera said in a quiet voice. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead. "It was just a picture that hung in the air, wasn't it?" "Yeah, that's right," I answered. I thought about the scratched table. My fingers were clenched real hard around the steering wheel. That table hadn't been scratched before the Viking sumbitch had swung his axe at me. My mind was wandering in dangerous country. The Viking was a ghost, with a ghost of a battle axe. Just a picture hanging in the air. So how come the table was scratched, as if the slightest edge of metal had grazed it? I didn't care to think about that anymore. Such thoughts made the hair prickle on the back of your neck. Concordia was a small town, hardly much to look at, but it had never been prettier. The sun was going down fast, into a lizard-skin horizon, and Concordia's streetlights were glowing in the murk. We went straight to the Concordia Cafe. It was crowded, I guess because a lot of folks had the same idea as us. Being with real people was a comfort, though the food was as bad as usual. You can be sure that ghosts were the prime topics of conversation, and every so often somebody would holler for everybody else to look out the windows, and you could see spirits on Main Street. The sky flashed and flickered, blue lightning jumping from horizon to horizon, and we all sat in the Concordia Cafe and watched the parade of ghosts. Here came a fellow dressed up in a tuxedo, his hair gleaming with pomade, and spats on his shoes, and he was calling for somebody named Lily in a broken voice, ghost tears running down his cheeks. Then a Nazi soldier ran past, carrying a ghost rifle. A little girl in a nightgown, her hair red and curly, staggered along the street calling in a language I couldn't understand. Some of the women wanted to go out and help her, but the men blocked the door. It was a ghost little girl, and the hell if we wanted her in here among the living. A whole bunch of them wandered past the cafe. Half-naked Egyptians brown as berries, women in gaudy dance hall duds, a pair of fellows in those tall caps with fur on 'em, and ghosts in rags. And then the ghost of a boy about 12, Ben Jr.'s age, came over and peered in the cafe's window, and he was joined by a ghost of a woman with long white hair and no teeth. A man in a striped prison suit looked in another window, and peering in over his shoulder was the ghost of a tall, skinny fella in clown makeup. In a few minutes more they were all around the cafe, staring in through the windows at us, and Lord knows our appetites fled. 50 or 60 ghosts were out there, looking in and maybe longing to join us. Grace Tarpley, the head waitress, started closing all the blinds. Then Mitch Brenner and Tommy Shawcross got up from their tables and helped her. But as soon as all the blinds were down and the windows sealed up, the ghosts outside took to moaning and caterwauling, and that was the end of our dinner. Some folks, live folks I mean, started crying and wailing too, especially some of the children. Hell, I even saw a couple of men break down and start bawling. This wasn't no fun, that's for sure. Anyway, the noise coming out of the Concordia Cafe must have scared the ghosts off, because their voices started getting fainter and fainter, until finally it was just the live people moaning. Then Gracie let out a scream that almost lifted the roof, because the old farmer, sitting by himself at a booth in the back, an untouched cup of coffee on the table before him, suddenly stood up and faded away. Nobody had known him, but I guess we all figured he was from the next county. It was getting so you couldn't tell the living from the dead anymore. The night moved on. It seemed like nobody wanted to go home to their haunted houses. Jack and Sarah Kelton came by our table for a few minutes and said the power was still out their way, and they'd heard the lines were all fouled up, which didn't sound so good, since the Keltons lived about 2 miles closer to town than us. The lights flickered off and on a few times in the cafe, which made everybody scream to high heaven. But Gracie said the men were working on the wires down the road, and not to worry because there were plenty of flashlights and candles. As Jack talked on about seeing a ghost he swore was Abraham Lincoln strolling along Highway 211, I looked out the blinds and watched the blue lightning crackling across the sky. It was a bad night here. Hell, it was a bad night everywhere. I don't know how many cups of coffee Vera and I had. Ben Jr. got stuffed on potato chips, and getting his belly full is a true miracle. Anyway, the crowd started thinning out, folks deciding to go home to sleep. If they could sleep, that is. It was almost time for the Johnny Carson show, and I paid the bill and took Vera and Ben Jr. to Clyde's barbershop down the street. The regulars were there, and the cast-iron stove was stoked up warm and ruddy. The TV was on, the show about 10 minutes away from starting. We found chairs and sat down next to Phil and Gloria Laney. Luke McGuire was there with his wife Missy and their 2 kids. The Trumans were there, and so was Sammy and Beth Kane. Clyde had a few 6-packs of Bud ready, but none of us felt like a beer. The show started. Johnny Carson came out, all serious this time, didn't even crack a funny, and he showed a few old pictures of Thomas Edison. The first guest was a fellow who'd written a biography of Edison. Then Mickey Rooney came on because he played young Edison in a movie a long time ago. The next guest was a man who talked about the ghosts appearing all over the world, and he said ghosts had been seen from the Sahara Desert to the South Pole. He was an expert, I guess, but exactly what at, I don't know. While the talking was going on, building up to Edison's appearing, I was thinking about the scratched table. What had made that mark? The edge of that Viking's battle axe? No, that couldn't be. The ghosts were just pictures hanging in the air. They weren't real. But I thought about that station wagon we'd seen in a ditch on the way to town, and the sound of Indians war-whooping in the woods. I remembered Clyde saying, "What do you think would happen if everybody who ever died in the whole world came back?" Ghosts of everybody who ever died was one thing. But what if? I like to choke thinking about this. What if everybody who'd ever died in the whole world did come back? Maybe as ghosts first, yes. But maybe they weren't always going to stay ghosts. Maybe death had reversed itself. Maybe some of them were already turning solid, a little piece at a time, as solid as the sharp edge of an axe blade, as solid as Indians who'd pulled somebody out of their station wagon and... I shook those thoughts out of my head. Ghosts were ghosts, weren't they? Shirley MacLaine came on next, carrying a crystal ball. She said Thomas Edison was a good friend of hers. And then it was time. They lowered the lights in the studio, I guess so Edison wouldn't get spooked. Then all the guests started calling his name, and Johnny Carson asked the audience to be real quiet. The guests kept on calling Thomas Edison's name and asking him to join them. But the seat next to Johnny's desk stayed empty. It went on a while, and pretty soon Johnny got that look on his face, like when he has a talking dog on the show and it won't pip a squeak. I mean, the whole thing was almost ridiculous. "I need a beer," Luke said, and he reached for one. His hand never got there, because suddenly we all gasped. There was a shape just beginning to take form in that empty chair next to Johnny's desk. Some of the audience started talking, but Johnny hushed them up. The shape was becoming the body of a man, a white-haired, sad-faced man, dressed in a wrinkled white suit that looked as if it had been slept in for quite some time. The figure got clearer and clearer, and damned if it wasn't the man who was in those old yellow photographs. "Got on clothes," Luke rasped. "How can a ghost wear clothes?" "Shh," Phil told him, and leaned closer to the TV. Clyde turned up the volume. Thomas Edison, his own self, was sitting in that chair on the Carson show, and even though the lights were dim, he blinked as he looked around, as if they stung his eyes. He was trembling. So was Johnny, and most everybody else. Thomas Edison looked like somebody's frail, scared old grandpap. "Hello, Mr. Edison," Johnny finally said. He sounded like he had a chicken bone caught in his throat. "Can I call you Tom?" Edison didn't answer. He just shook and gasped, plain terrified. "Stage fright," Bert said. "Happened to me once when I gave a speech to the Civitan Club." "Tom?" Johnny Carson went on. "Do you know who I am?" Edison shook his head, his eyes wet and glassy. "Mr. Edison," Shirley said, "we're all your friends here." Edison gave a soft moan, and Shirley recoiled from him a little bit. "Tom?" Johnny tried again. "Where'd you come from?" "I don't..." Edison started to speak, but his voice was wispy. "I don't..." He looked around, gasping for words. "I don't belong here." He squinted at the audience. "I don't like this place." "We all love you," Shirley told him. "Tell us about your journey and what you've seen on the other side." If ever hell broke loose on Earth, it was the next instant. Somebody in the audience took a picture. You could see the quick pop and glare of the flashbulb right in Tom Edison's eyeballs. Another flash went off, and a third. Johnny Carson jumped up and shouted, "No pictures! I said no pictures! Somebody get those cameras!" The studio lights came on, real sudden. Tom Edison almost jumped out of his chair. People in the audience were rushing the stage, and Johnny Carson was yelling for everybody to stay back. But you could hardly hear him over the noise. More flashbulbs were popping, and I guess somehow the reporters had gotten into the studio when they weren't supposed to be there. Lights flashed in Tom Edison's face, and all of a sudden he reached out and plucked that crystal ball off Shirley's lap, and he threw it straight into the TV camera that was trained on him. The camera smashed, zigzag lines going all over the screen. Another TV camera trained on Edison and caught him as he stood up, screamed at the top of his lungs, and vanished in a whirl of blue mist. "Everybody sit down," Johnny was shouting. People were still trying to get closer, and now you could see folks grappling with each other like a backwoods wrestling match. "Everybody, please sit." The screen went dark. "Somebody stepped on a cord," Bert said. Static jumped and jittered across the screen, and then a message came on. "Network difficulty. Please stand by." We stood by, but the Carson show didn't come back on. "He picked it up," Luke said quietly. "Did you see that? He picked it up." "Picked what up?" Clyde asked. "What are you babbling about?" "Thomas Edison picked up the crystal ball and flung it," Luke told him, and looked around at the rest of us. "A ghost picked up something solid. How can a ghost pick up something solid?" Nobody answered. I almost did, but I kept my mouth shut. I didn't want what I was thinking to be true. Maybe I should have said something, but the time slipped past. Lightning flared and crackled over Concordia. About 3 seconds later, the barbershop's lights flickered once, twice, and went out. All of Concordia lay in darkness. Fear grasped my hand so hard I thought my knuckles were about to bust. "Well, that's that," Clyde said. He stood up in the dark and Luke lit a match. In its pale glow, we all looked like ghosts. Clyde turned off the dead TV. "I don't know about everybody else," he said, "but I'm going home and getting a good night's sleep, ghosts or not." The group started breaking up, and Clyde locked the doors. "We ought to go to the Holiday Inn over near Grangeville," I told Vera and Ben Jr. as we were walking back to the pickup. "Maybe they'll have the power on over there, all right?" Vera wouldn't let go of my hand. "No," she said. "I can't sleep in a strange bed. Lord knows all I want to do is get in my bed and pull the covers over my head, and hope I wake up from this nightmare in the morning." "Holiday Inn might be safer," I said. Instantly I regretted it, because Vera stiffened up. "Safer?" she asked. "Safer? What does that mean?" If I told her what I was thinking, that would be all she wrote. You'd have to peel Vera off a wall. Ben Jr. was listening too, and I knew he knew, but still and all, home was where we belonged. "All right, hun," I said, and put my arm around her. "We'll sleep in our own bed tonight." Vera relaxed, and I was mighty glad I hadn't steered her into dark, deep water. We started off. The pickup's headlights were a comfort. Maybe we should sleep in the truck tonight, I thought. No, we'd all have cricked backs in the morning. Best to get on home and pull the covers over our heads just like Vera wanted to. I found myself thinking about the rifle down in the basement. I had to get that out and loaded. Wouldn't hurt to have it beside the bed if I needed. "Look out, Ben!" Vera shouted, and they went for the brake, but too late. The caveman was standing in the road. He snarled and lifted that club studded with sharp-edged rocks, and as he swung it, I could see the muscles ripple in his ape-like shoulders. I expected the club to turn to mist. I wanted it to. I prayed for it in that long instant as it came at the fender in a powerful blur. Oh, God, I prayed for it. The club smashed into the front of our pickup truck with a shock that lifted us all off the seat. Vera screamed, and so did Ben Jr., and I think Ben Sr. let out a scream too. One of the headlights shattered and went out. I felt and heard something boom and clatter in the engine, behind the crushed radiator. The truck lurched, and steam bellowed out around the crumpled hood. The caveman jumped back as the truck passed him, but I think he was scared just as witless as we were. I looked into the rearview mirror and saw him standing there in the glare of the red taillights. Lightning flared behind him, over dark Concordia. I think he was grinning. He swung his club, and he started lumbering along the road in the direction we were going. The truck was laboring. Come on, I said, and I kept my foot to the gas. Vera's scream had broken. She was a shaken moan, pressed up against my ribs. "He hit us, Dad," Ben Jr. said. "That sumbitch hit us." "Yeah," I told him. Wheezed it, really. "Yeah, I know he did." The truck kept going. Chevy built him strong. But I watched the gauges and I listened to the engine racketing, and I knew the 8 miles home was asking way too much. Finally, with a groan and a shudder, the engine quit. I let the truck coast as far as she'd go, and I prayed again, this time for a slope to take us home. But I knew the road was flat as a flounder all the way to our front porch. We rolled to a stop, and we sat there. "We've stopped, Dad," Ben Jr. said. I nodded. One part of me wanted to wring his neck. One part of me wanted to wring my own neck. Vera was sobbing, and I put my arm around her tight. "Don't cry," I said. "We're all right. We're going to be fine. Don't cry now." She kept crying. Words were cheap. We sat for a while longer. Out in the night we could hear the freight train roar of a tornado moving through the hills. "Dad?" Ben Jr. said at last. "I don't think we ought to stay here all night." I hadn't raised a dummy, that was for sure. I was the dumb one for not insisting we go to the Holiday Inn. I hesitated at opening the door. Fear was clinging to me, and I'm not sure whose heart was pounding harder. I was thinking about the caveman, with his club that must have weighed 70 or 80 pounds. He was between us and Concordia, and every second we wasted brought him closer. I got out of the truck real quick, pulled Vera out, and Ben Jr. scrambled out the other side. Lightning crackled overhead, and you could hear tornadoes moaning in the night. "We've got to get home," I said, maybe just to steady up my own nerves. Once I had my hands on that rifle and we were shut up in our bedroom with our backs to the wall, we'd be just fine. Sooner we start, the sooner we'll get there. "It's dark," Vera whispered, her voice shaken. "Oh, Lord, it's so dark." I knew she was talking about the road that lay ahead. I knew every curve and bump in it, but tonight it was a road that led through the haunted world. Out in the woods were Indians, Roman soldiers, Nazis, Chinese karate kickers, at least one Viking with a battle axe. And God only knew what else. And behind us, maybe stalking something good to eat, was a caveman with an 80-pound club. And all of them, all the ghosts, maybe getting more solid by the hour. What was going to happen, I wondered, when all the billions and billions of people who'd ever died in the world were back on Earth again, hungry and thirsty. Some of them peaceful folks for sure, but others ready to chop your head off or bust your skull with a club. One rifle suddenly seemed an awful puny thing. I had a thought. If we got killed, we wouldn't stay dead very long, would we? The tornadoes sounded closer, whirling more ghosts into the woods. I said, "Come on," in the calmest voice I could manage, and I pulled Vera along with me. Ben Jr. walked close to me on the other side, his hands clenched into fists. We had a long way to go. Maybe a car would come along. Maybe. This wasn't a night fit for traveling. The road ahead was dark, so very dark. We had no choice but to walk it. Ghost Blood by Kelly Owen. As the crate marked Top Secret was pushed into the stacks of the warehouse, and the credits began to roll on the drive-in's 40-foot screen, Neil tossed the butter-soaked towel at the laundry tub near the door. He shrugged when he missed, knowing he'd pick it up later. Instead, he leaned against the concession counter to watch the headlights come on one by one. It was the 9th time he'd seen Raiders of the Lost Ark since it had come out over 2 years ago. 8 of those were this fall when it hit the drive-in market, but he didn't mind. It was much better than the Porky's run at the beginning of summer. A record number of kids in trunks and fake IDs had flooded the field for most of June and July because of the rated R hormonally charged comedy. Neil didn't care. Let them watch it. But the local police disagreed, and Neil had to deal with uniforms at the gate, as well as wandering the lot during the film, for 2 whole months. Oddly, it was never the same officer, which only convinced Neil they were simply taking turns watching the movie for free. Being the second Sunday of September meant there were only a handful of cars in the lot, as expected. The Stardust Theater drive-in was quieting down for the season, since it was getting too cold to keep the windows open for the clip-on speaker. Of course, it was also Sunday, which was a single feature night. Since the movies shown at the drive-in were all in at least their second run, people didn't always want to pay to watch an older movie, even at a discount, and especially with many of them popping up in the video stores. But mostly it was quiet because teens heavily dictated the drive-in business. And with school back in session, Sundays had returned to being a night of curfews for those who cared about their grade point average or had strict parents. Neil watched as the moviegoers half-heartedly tossed their garbage toward the 55-gallon drums used as trash cans at the end of each row, missing their targets almost as often as they hit. Leaving their wrappers and paper cups wherever they landed, the cars followed the reflector posts single file to the exit and slowly pulled out to the field and onto Tower Avenue. People are slobs. Neil shook his head at the garbage in the lot and sighed. Working double duty as both concession and lot attendant, he found himself not just resigned, but ultimately glad to clean up after them. because while $3 an hour was less than any of the stores in the mall were paying, there was a much better chance the only blood at the drive-in would be on the 40-foot screen. And Neil avoided blood whenever possible. Neil had spent the first 3 years of his life believing everyone saw the world through the wash of bloodstains. Whether it had been casually wiped clean or scrubbed with industrial chemicals, if blood had once been there, he still saw it. Everywhere. When his mother cut herself preparing dinner, and he had referred to it as new blood, it had taken her almost an hour to understand what her toddler was trying to explain. They spent the next several years talking to doctors and getting both his eyes and mind examined and re-examined countless times. He was called special, scary, and even a freak on one occasion by medical professionals, priests, and social workers, all refusing to believe what he was telling them. Neil could see old blood, or as he began to call it, ghost blood. Thankfully, before he got to kindergarten, his parents accepted him for what he was, and they moved to a new town to give him a clean slate. No one outside his immediate family knew what he saw, and no one looked at him as anything other than a kid who seemed overly empathetic for his age. As a child, Neil hated going to friends' homes, preferring visits, especially the sleepovers, happened at his house instead. After explaining how much he dreaded bathrooms and kitchens, his parents not only allowed their home to be the hub of his youth, but his father worked a second job for a time to afford another move, into a new development where no one had ever lived, or bled. Things other students saw as normal often took Neil a moment to adjust to. Ghost blood and new blood were quite similar, and it was often hard to tell the difference without actually touching it. He'd held his breath countless times, slowly reaching for a blood-speckled sink, only to come away with nothing on his fingers and release a heavy, exaggerated sigh. It wasn't clean to him, not if anyone had ever had a shaving accident or a bloody nose. Something as simple as an animal shelter or hospital would give him nightmares for weeks. But hospital and horror movies were great. Even Indy's Nazis with their melting faces were better than the nurse's office at school. He much preferred fake blood to both old and new. It was easily spotted and a completely different shade of red to him, though his parents swore it looked the same to them. But tonight included blood in the real world rather than on the movie screen, and he'd likely never forget what Tracy had looked like earlier when she left in the middle of their shift. His coworker had endured her own horror with the unexpected arrival of her monthly cycle. She'd chosen the wrong night to wear the cute white pants with the cuffs rolled up, the ones that made her ass cheeks look like perfect little pillows. Less than an hour into the movie, Tracy had rushed to the bathroom and returned with horrified embarrassment on her face. As she sheepishly explained the situation, he glanced down. He didn't mean to. He didn't want to. And he immediately regretted his errant gaze as he tried not to show his disgust and told her to just go home, urgently pushing her out the door. She was grateful, but he knew full well his abrupt encouragement for her to leave was less about being a good guy and more about not wanting to see it. But he did. He saw it, because that was his life. Those white jeans were forever ruined for him now, even if she bleached them. He would still see the blood, as if it were never cleaned. The splotch on her pants, combined with the red socks pushed low, and equally red scrunchie holding her hair up high, almost appeared as part of her outfit. But he knew better. Scrambling out the door, she promised she would cover for him on Friday to make up for leaving mid-shift. This was wonderful news and almost made up for what he'd seen. At least now he wouldn't miss the first annual MTV Music Video Awards he had been looking forward to all summer. As part of becoming the hub house for all his friends, his parents had gotten cable several years earlier, as well as an Atari 5200 game system. The MTV channel had been around for 3 years, but this was the first year they were doing awards. Neil had been disappointed to find his name on the work schedule for that night, but was now overjoyed he wouldn't miss the show after all. Though he was on no level thrilled about Tracy's absence, which meant he would have to clean the girls' bathroom tonight. Neil left the door hanging open as he exited the concession stand with the speaker tote in hand. He walked through the lot, covering each stand with a waterproof sleeve and picking up garbage as he went. Seeing what he thought was an empty jujube box, he bent to grab it and instead found a discarded Van Halen 1984 cassette tape with the ribbon pulled free. His first thought was a pencil and a few seconds of winding to fix it and have some free Eddie Van Halen. But then he noticed the shiny brown tape was actually stretched and torn. Someone had fought to get this unstuck from their tape player and lost the battle. "Oh well," he spoke to the empty field around him. "For all the hype, there's only 3 good songs on it anyway. Of course, I'm sure at least one of them is up for an award." He rolled his eyes and kicked the cassette toward the nearest garbage can. The tape flapped like a kite ribbon during its brief flight. He picked up his pace, cleaning the field, racing the credits above him on the screen. The last speaker covered and the field cleaned of debris, Neil returned to the concession stand with the empty bin. Behind him, the film ran out and the screen went white. He didn't notice. His eyes were fixed on the end of the building. There was only one task he needed to finish to close up for the night, and Neil swallowed the lump forming in his throat. Neil turned off the projector and retrieved the cleaning cart. Complete with mop and wringer, rags, and various chemicals, he pushed it along the short sidewalk to the bathrooms on the back side of the building. Neil glanced at the boys' room, but figured he'd better do the worst first. Swallowing hard, he looked at the door of the girls' room as if it were alive. He did not want to go into that bathroom. Tracy wasn't the only girl to have ever bled in there, on purpose or by accident, and the idea of seeing a girl's only public bathroom made his stomach flip. It was something he never thought he'd face. And now here he was, staring at the doorway like his life would change beyond it. For a hot moment, he thought of just not cleaning it and hoping Mr. Lowenstein wouldn't notice. He sighed. He knew better. Best to get it over with. Neil took a deep breath and pulled the door open, holding it wide so he could wheel the cart in before him like a shield. A sickly yellow from the bug lights bounced off the whitewashed cement floor and walls and gave the room a strange glow. The slight buzzing of the bulbs seemed louder than usual as his cautious gaze turned to dismay. He may have been expecting some blood, but what he saw made bile rise to the back of his throat. Worse than the nurse's office. More concentrated than any hospital room he'd seen. The stains he could see were so absolutely horrific, he even imagined he could smell them. The thick copper scent as strong as if his nose were smeared with it, rather than the floor. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, convincing himself he could not actually smell it, only see it. Grabbing the cleaner bottle and a rag, Neil stepped over the stain and moved to the sinks. He sprayed the porcelain and glass with the ammonia mixture and wiped them down as quickly as possible, staring at the floor behind him in the mirror the entire time. The wide swath of bloodstain on the floor made no sense to him. He knew a small amount of blood could spread a long way, but this seemed to be more than that, and he wondered if the location had always been a concession stand. Was it an old slaughterhouse? Had there been a farm here, and the building had been repurposed? The streak of blood started near the first stall and moved across the floor to the last, the extra-wide stall recently upgraded for handicap accessibility. It was Sunday. It was a slow day. Heck, he didn't even remember anyone walking past concessions to use the bathrooms. And whether or not Mr. Lowenstein noticed, Neil couldn't stomach the idea of cleaning the stalls. Considering the stains in the rest of the bathroom, he could only imagine the horrors waiting for him behind the stall doors. Neil wiped the sinks down, and he would do the floor. But there was no way he was opening those doors and seeing the blood-splattered toilets, handprints, and whatever other nightmares his mind could conjure up. He shook his head, decision made, and sidestepped the thick stain on the floor. Neil dropped the rag and spray bottle into the tray and pulled the mop from the water to squeeze it in a metal wringer. He slapped it onto the floor and moved it with a quick flick back and forth under the sinks. Knowing he was skipping the stalls, he walked to the far wall with the intention of mopping himself backward to the door and out of the nightmare room. As the mop moved through the wide stain on the floor, the blood unexpectedly swirled and smeared in the thick cloth threads. Neil froze. He stared at what he had believed was a stain, a large stain. But this was fresh. This was new blood. He looked around the bathroom, knowing now it wasn't all ghost blood, and trying to discern where the difference began and ended. Jesus, did someone hurt themselves? Was the floor wet? Slippery? Is this somehow my fault? The rest of the bathroom was spattered, as bathrooms tended to be, from bloody noses and small injuries cleaned and bandaged at sinks. The new blood seemed to be only the wide swath which moved in front of the 3 stalls, from the first to the last. Is the person still in there bleeding? The thought terrified Neil, and he gasped loudly as he turned to face the handicap stall. He reached for the door, acknowledging the blood he had only thought he could smell was, instead, all too real and filling his nostrils. It flavored his fear and sped up his breathing. The door burst open, and Neil stumbled backward to avoid it as he came face to face with not just the girl who was bleeding, but the person who had made her bleed. The man, his eyes wild with panic, rushed at Neil. Reflexively, Neil swung the mop still in his hand. The man caught the handle with his hand mid-arc and held it and Neil's arm above them both for a beat. Behind the man, Neil couldn't see the girl's face, only a pair of dirty Reeboks, pushed-down red socks, and rolled-up cuffs of once white jeans. Tracy. Neil needed to get away. He needed to get help. He needed to react. His internal voice screamed through 1,000 commands, but he only heard one of them. Run! Neil let go of the broom and spun to race for the bathroom door. He pushed it open and exited into the night air without slowing down. He heard the heavy footsteps pounding behind him, and he headed left. Hell no, he thought, as he passed the boys' room, knowing it had no other doors and he'd be trapped inside. A hand came from behind and swiped down the back of him, finding purchase on the fabric of his shirt at the shoulder. Neil pulled free as he reached the end of the building and turned on a dime, an ability he'd gained due to all the shuttle runs in gym class. The concession door still hung open, and he mentally spurred himself to get there, to get to the phone inside. Swinging the door behind him as he entered, he caught a glimpse of the butter-soaked rag he'd missed when tossing it at the laundry bin earlier. Neil kicked it out into the path of the assailant and sprinted to the counter where the phone hung on the wall like a beacon of hope. He lifted the receiver, thankful for push buttons rather than rotary, and pounded out his own number. He heard his dad answer just as the door swung open hard enough to slam against the wall. The man entered. "Dad, send help! Come now!" He dropped the phone and let it hang from the long curly cord, bouncing lightly inches above the floor. Neil looked around for a weapon. The utensils were all washed and put away for the night. The pizza tray was too far away. The pushroom seemed to be his best chance, and he grabbed it and held it like a baseball bat. Behind him, he could hear his mother yelling in the dangling receiver. In front of him, he locked eyes with the intruder. The man sneered and took several quick steps toward Neil, holding his gaze the entire time. The man didn't see the greasy, butter-soaked rag in his path. His foot rose up toward the ceiling, and his head went backward in an exaggerated arch. Neil watched the man lose his footing and go down hard, his head slamming into the tile-covered concrete floor. Cautiously stepping forward, broom still raised high, Neil saw a small puddle of new blood spread out from the man's head. He gasped as the man blinked several times and pushed himself up to a sitting position. No, no, no! Neil's eyes widened as the man stood. The man's expression was full of renewed anger and determination. His eyes seemed to darken as they narrowed at Neil. Neil turned around and headed for the door near his end of the concession stand, desperately running through his options. The drive-in was in the middle of nowhere. Tower Avenue didn't have any homes or businesses for almost a mile to the north, and to the south, nothing but the graveyard and the empty highway beyond it. The sparse woods surrounding the lot were his only chance, and he planned on sprinting into the darkness of the trees. Neil would find cover and wait. He didn't have to wait forever, he told himself, just until help arrived. Neil pulled the door open and immediately scrambled to back out of the way, dodging Tracy as she rushed past him into the room. A primal scream came from Tracy, her eyes crazed, her face speckled in her own blood. She ran straight for the man, both hands gripping a tire iron held over her head. The noise that came from her as she swung the metal bar at the man's head was inhuman. The sound the iron made as it connected with bone reverberated and told Neil the man wouldn't be getting up this time. Tracy followed the man to the floor and knelt above him. She continued swinging, connecting, and destroying the intruder's skull. Neil watched in horror, almost as afraid of her as he had been of the man. "Tracy!" Neil yelled her name, but she didn't seem to notice, and she swung the iron yet again. Neil cautiously approached her as Tracy raised the weapon high above her. He grabbed it firmly to prevent its downward motion. His hand slipped through the blood and gore covering it. "Tracy!" he screamed with urgency rather than fear this time, his voice deeper and more commanding. She turned to meet his gaze, her expression pure adrenaline, pure survival. "Tracy." He lowered his voice and saw her eyes swim into focus on his face. "He's dead. Okay? You can let go." She turned back and cocked her head slightly, considering the remains of the man on the floor for a long moment. Neil didn't know if she was examining him for signs of life or accepting what she'd just done. She finally released the tire iron into Neil's grip and fell to her bottom, scrambling backward until she bumped into the cabinet below the counter. She pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. Like a frightened child, she turned and looked up at him. "Neil?" He bent down, setting the tire iron on the floor, and put a hand on her shoulder. "It's over, Tracy. You're okay now." She grabbed his hand and pulled it close to her. Neil could feel her pulse in her grip. He slid down to sit beside her, pulling his hand free and wrapping his arm around her instead. She leaned into him, sobbing quietly, as he looked around, waiting for help to arrive. The blood from her injuries covered most of her exposed flesh and was smeared across the cabinet door and the floor near her. Neil couldn't tell what was injured on her, but knew the medics would figure that out. Neil heard the sirens in the distance grow steadily louder. It was over. They were safe. He sighed with relief and looked at the concession stand around him. The dead man's wounds oozed, the blood pooling underneath his still form as it spread outward, stretching across the floor toward Neil like a crimson shadow. He pulled his knees up, moving his feet away from the encroaching fluid. Pieces of brain and bone were splashed across the cabinets, with bits stuck to the ceiling from Tracy swinging the tire iron up and down. Bloody handprints decorated both doors and the counter. Neil's stomach turned as he cringed, realizing no amount of bleach would ever truly fix the chaos around him. Last Call at the Sudden Death Saloon by Alan Leveroni. "Welcome to Springvale," the sign read. There were a million similar signs welcoming travelers into a million little towns all across the United States, but most towns were content to stop at the welcome. Not Springvale. Below the welcome message, stamped onto the sign in a squiggly font apparently meant to be creepy, read the words, "The most haunted town in America." The signpost was listing maybe 30 degrees off the square, and it looked as though, at some point, someone may have blasted the thing with a shotgun as a series of tiny holes peppered its surface. Seth Milton slowed his ancient Datsun 210 to snap a picture of the sign with a cell phone on the way by. It was never a good idea to come off the accelerator once he'd gotten the damn shitbox up to cruising speed, because he couldn't be too sure the car wouldn't just give up the ghost and creak to a stop on the side of the road, never to run again. Give up the ghost, Seth thought. That's a good one, considering where I'm going. The risk of getting stranded on the side of the road was worthwhile in this case. A photo of the sign would make a great accompaniment to his story, particularly if an online magazine were to buy it. Seth could see the layout in his mind before he'd even activated the camera app on his phone. He snapped the pic and eased down on the gas and held his breath for a moment, wondering if this would be the time his 35-year-old rust bucket quit on him for good. The Datsun kicked a couple of times and then reluctantly picked up speed, signaling its displeasure by spewing a toxic cloud of black smoke out its tailpipe. Seth breathed a sigh of relief and watched through the rear view as the welcome sign disappeared around a bend in the road. At some point in the not-too-distant future, he was going to have to buy another car. And when that time came, he didn't know what he was going to do, because he sure as hell didn't have the money. Freelance journalism didn't exactly equate to a steady paycheck, and driving around the country writing about haunted America was probably not the way to achieve that steady paycheck either. Real-life supernatural stories were a niche market. The people who were into them were really into them, but the rest of society couldn't give a shit. Seth sighed. All it takes is one viral story, he thought with the optimism of the terminally deluded. Maybe this is the piece that will finally propel me on my way. The motel was straight out of the 1960s, long and low-slung, with a gravel roundabout driveway and a crumbling concrete walkway running the length of the structure. Seth thought it could have come from the set of the old movie Psycho, the one where Anthony Perkins murders Janet Leigh and then shocks the audience by wearing a dress. Given his perpetual state of poverty, Seth knew he couldn't afford anything nicer, but in any event it was a moot point. The cracked headstone was the only game in town as far as lodgings were concerned. Seth parked the Datsun in front of the motel office and sat quietly after killing the engine. He'd driven 16 hours straight to get here, stopping only for coffee and burgers and gas, and he wanted to take a moment to relish not having to concentrate on keeping the car on the road. He closed his eyes, picturing the Welcome to Springvale sign leaning to port like a drunk in the process of falling to the floor. A vine had worked its way up the metal signpost and begun wrapping itself around the sign itself, and something about that visual was bothering Seth. It was obvious the town's elders were trying to portray Springvale in a certain light. Why else would they brag about being the most haunted town in America? And Seth could understand their reasoning, given Springvale's sketchy history. If dozens of people had gone missing in your town over the last few years, all disappearing without a trace, and your police department couldn't seem to do a damn thing to stop it, you might feel your only option for survival as a community would be to play up the disappearances, to draw tourists to your miserable little shithole by advertising what may or may not be supernatural occurrences. It made sense in a weird, twisted kind of way. But the vine and the tilting signpost, those things weren't part of the calculus. Those things were real and legitimately creepy. It was as if the weight of the town's history was pulling the sign down, slowly but surely, and the vine covering the sign was step one in a process that would end with the forest retaking the whole goddamned place. Maybe, given Springvale's gruesome history, that would be for the best. Or maybe Seth was just overtired. He opened his door, shoving it hard with his shoulder because the 210 had suffered frame damage in a long-ago accident, and none of its pieces quite fit together properly anymore. A loud screech accompanied the action. He hoped he never had to sneak up on anyone, because it sure wasn't going to happen if he was driving. A flimsy screen door opened into the motel office, and it screeched almost as loudly as had the Datsun's door as Seth pushed his way inside. The door slammed behind him, but didn't latch, remaining maybe an inch ajar. Guess I won't need to ring the bell to rouse the clerk. By the time he made his way to the desk, a tired-looking, middle-aged woman had appeared from somewhere in the back, a smile on her face that couldn't quite convince her eyes to play along. A name tag pinned to her blouse informed Seth her name was Deb. "Welcome to Springvale," Deb said. "The most—" "I know," Seth interrupted. "The most haunted town in America. I've seen the sign." "It's our claim to fame. Probably not the ideal thing to be known for, but you don't get to pick your fate, I suppose." "It's exactly why I'm here." "It's why most people show up here," the clerk said, "and why my husband insisted on such an unconventional name for this place when we bought it. He thought calling it the Cracked Headstone would fit Springvale's sinister vibe." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "This place used to be a Motel 6. Seth laughed. "Sinister is exactly what I'm after. I'm a journalist, and I'm writing a story on Springvale's unsolved disappearances. The story focuses on the events not as crimes, but as manifestations of the town's supernatural history." Deb nodded. "Well, I've lived here all my life, and I can testify to the town being haunted. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. Care to go on the record?" She smiled. "Sure, if you can see fit to work our little motel into your story." "I think I can manage that," Seth said. "Then just let me know when you want to talk. In the meantime, I can tell you exactly where to start your research. Is that right?" Oh, yes, it's the epicenter of all supernatural activity in the Springvale. And where would that be? The Sudden Death Saloon. Seth raised his eyebrows. The Sudden Death Saloon. Do all the business owners in town embrace the ghost thing? She smiled. You gotta do what you gotta do, but in the case of the bar, the name is especially apt. How so? It's located inside a portion of what used to be known as the Springvale Sanitarium. A health resort? The woman smiled. Not exactly. You want the plain English version? Please. It was an insane asylum, and it was enormous. The better part of 6 states all across the Midwest sent their most dangerous mentally ill patients to the Springvale Sanitarium when they couldn't figure out what the hell else to do with them. That's a pleasant thought, Seth said. No kidding. And the conditions. She wrinkled her nose. Well, let's just say they were primitive. People were sent there to die. She nodded. And it wasn't like those poor souls just passed on to whatever comes after this life. Supposedly, the sanitarium staff experimented on many of the worst off patients. Brutal, bloody limb transplants and other surgeries were, again allegedly, conducted under conditions that were practically medieval. I researched the town before coming here, Seth said. Why did none of this stuff show up online? Self-preservation. By the 1960s, the sanitarium had shut its doors for good. When that happened, the town fathers wasted no time whitewashing the ugly history of the facility in the name of salvaging what little was left of Springvale's reputation. She shrugged. I guess they did their job pretty well. Seth wished he'd turned on his recorder for this. It was gold, and he knew immediately the clerk's words would play a prominent role in his story, provided he could corroborate them. He knew also he would be able to. Anyway, Deb continued, the spirits of those sanitarium victims continue to haunt Springvale. There were hundreds of them, and I suppose they'll be stuck here forever, just like the rest of us. Seth stared at the woman. It crossed his mind that maybe he should let her write the damned piece. She was thoughtful and well-spoken, and her story was spellbinding. Why would anyone put a bar in a place like that? He said. Given its bloody history, why wasn't the building demolished after the sanitarium closed its doors? The clerk's laugh was short and bitter. Good question, she said. I think this town is just so wedded to its horrific history that we're like motorists driving past a particularly bloody car crash. You know you shouldn't look, that nothing good will come of it if you do. But you just can't stop yourself. Wow, he said. As a guy who made a living, more or less, using words, he knew he should be able to come up with something better, but that one syllable was truly all he could manage at the moment. One last little tidbit before I let you go. The clerk had lowered her voice again. Rumor has it that Jeffrey Halston bought the sanitarium property lock, stock, and barrel several years ago. Jeffrey Halston, the billionaire tech mogul? One and the same. What the hell would a 40-something-year-old rich guy want with a place like that? You got me. I don't know if he's ever even been to Springvale, but that's the rumor. And around here, rumors tend to be true. As soon as the cracked headstone's desk clerk told him the terrible history of the Springvale Sanitarium, Seth had known the Sudden Death Saloon would be his next stop. The potential Jeffrey Halston connection was just icing on what was becoming a particularly delicious journalistic cake. He tossed his stuff on the bed and took a quick shower, and after a quick meal at a diner down the road, turned his attention, and his ancient car, toward the epicenter of all supernatural activity in Springvale. The former sanitarium had been built high on a hill, a stone torture chamber fortress looming over the town like a 15th-century European landowner's castle. At some point in the distant past, the town had hacked a small, scenic pull-off into the forest adjacent to the road, a couple of miles from the structure, offering curious motorists a spectacular photo opportunity of Springvale's only tourist attraction. Seth pulled to the side of the road and snapped a few pictures before slipping back into his Datsun to finish his drive to the Sudden Death Saloon. He turned the key, and nothing happened. A second try was no more successful. Damn it. Seth sighed and popped the hood, climbed out of the car and peered into the engine, without the slightest notion what he was looking at or what he was looking for. He scratched his head and considered his options. There weren't many. Cell service in Springvale was virtually non-existent, an appropriate situation for a town that seemed stuck in a long-ago age, but a serious drag when it came to dealing with a 35-year-old piece of shit car that may suddenly have quit running for good. And the sun had set while he was eating dinner. Not only that, he was roughly halfway between civilization, in the form of a town of maybe 4,000 people, and a business that constituted the entire reason he'd come to Springvale in the first place. The decision was an easy one. It would be a long walk down a dark, deserted road in either direction, so he might as well get some work done. He grabbed the backpack containing his computer, digital recorder, and pens and notebooks, and then began trudging up the long incline toward the Sudden Death Saloon. He would worry about his car later. The motel clerk was right. Springvale was one haunted place. Maybe the disturbing stories he'd heard back at the cracked headstone were bothering him more than he realized, but Seth had no sooner left his disabled car behind than he began to experience things he could only describe as inexplicable. Within 100 yards of starting his walk, he could swear he began to hear the gibbering of tortured spirits. They cackled and threatened, not in any understandable language, but on a more elemental level. Seth had read once that the producers of the movie The Exorcist had inserted audio of pigs being slaughtered into the soundtrack at a volume too low to be consciously perceived, but loud enough to cause unreasoning terror in the moviegoer's brain. This felt like the same thing. From off to his right came a vaguely human moaning, the sound a restrained and gagged man might make as caretakers performed hideous experiments on him. Seth did his best to push the image from his brain and walked on. A scream pierced the night from the woods to Seth's left, and he jumped, literally leaving his feet for a moment before coming back down and stumbling on the uneven pavement. The sound was so close, he thought if he extended his arm, he might be able to reach out and touch something. What that something might be, he didn't know, and doubted he wanted to find out. His heart was pounding and his breath coming in tortured gasps as he continued, praying for a car to come along and pass him, just to remind him he wasn't alone in this town that was turning out to be a tiny slice of hell on earth. Nobody came. He tried to tell himself he was out of breath because he was an out-of-shape man hiking up a steep hill with a moderately heavy pack strapped to his back, but he couldn't quite pull it off. While all of that was undoubtedly true, the real source of his distress was the fact that he couldn't stop picturing screaming mental patients strapped onto rusty tables, covered with disease-infested blankets, while their masters cut them and slashed them and drove them to premature, agony-filled deaths. And those ill-fated victims were still here. They were really still here. Writing tales of true-life supernatural events had always been kind of a lark for Seth Milton, a tongue-in-cheek way to make a living while smirking inside at the suckers that actually believed the stuff he wrote. Now he believed. It was an epiphany, a realization over the course of a 30-minute stroll along a pitch-black deserted road that there really were things the human mind could not comprehend. Even the mind of a smug, self-assured young man who had received a Syracuse University journalism degree following a 4-year academic full ride. The horrors continued as Seth marched resolutely forward, propelled not by bravery or even the desire to do his job, but by a white-knuckle terror that worsened with every sibilant hiss, an undefined groan, whimper, and wail coming out of that, literally, damned forest. Just when he thought he could take no more, that his heart would simply explode in his chest and leave him clawing at his ribcage as he died along an empty road in the middle of nowhere, the lights of the Sudden Death Saloon shimmered into view up the hill in the distance. And Seth Milton knew at that moment everything would be okay. The Sudden Death Saloon was located in what at one time had been the reception area of the old Springvale Sanitarium. And it was massive. The lobby's polished marble floors gleamed dully in the dim lighting provided by wrought iron chandeliers suspended at least 30 feet over Seth's head. Scarred wooden tables had been placed in a seemingly random pattern in front of a long walnut bar that ran the length of the rear wall. Dusty liquor bottles were lined up along a series of shelves behind the bar, none of which appeared to have been moved since the day the place opened. To Seth's disappointment, the Sudden Death Saloon was virtually deserted. A lone patron sat apparently passed out at the bar, his forehead pressed to its surface, ice cubes melting inside the watery remains of a drink next to him. It was impossible to estimate the man's age, but given his current state of unconsciousness, Seth decided it didn't matter much. He wouldn't be answering any questions tonight. It appeared only one bartender was on duty, and that man was currently occupied with desultorily wiping down the end of the bar farthest from Seth, paying not the slightest attention to his new customer. Seth tried to choke back his frustration. He had risked dying of a heart attack. For this? A dark, dingy bar inside a former mental institution, patronized by one passed-out drunk and presided over by the most uninterested bartender in the history of the service industry? He circled around behind the unconscious man and positioned himself directly in front of the bartender, finally getting results, sort of, when the man looked up from his work and said, "Help you?" Seth recoiled. He couldn't help it. The man's eyes, they were as black as coal. He swallowed heavily and glanced back toward the door, a reflex action designed to reassure his panicked brain escape might still be possible if he had to flee. By the time he returned his attention to the bartender, the man's eyes looked normal. Dark and hooded, yes, but at least they weren't glowing obsidian orbs. "Well, you want a drink or not?" Yeah, of course." "And?" "Oh, gin and tonic." Seth's heart was a jackhammer in his chest, and he knew he had to get himself under control, or not only would he fail to get anything for his long story tonight, he might not survive. He was that shaken. The black-eyed bartender brought his drink, and Seth dropped a 10 on the bar and walked away. He would start mining the man for information in a little bit, after he'd finished his first drink, and hopefully felt more like himself. The liquid sloshed over the rim of his glass as he walked, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He dropped into a seat at one of the tables, situated roughly halfway between the front entrance and the bar running along the rear wall. Rubbed his eyes and sipped his drink. Told himself to get a grip. Everything that had happened to him since his car shit the bed could be explained. The gibbering moans of mental patients were nothing more than the wind whispering in the trees. The sharp screams of the suffering dead were just owls hooting, or wolves howling, or loons crying in the distance. The bartender's strange black eyes were nothing more than a weird reflection of the dim light coming from those Victorian-era chandeliers. Nothing supernatural or terrifying or even the least bit weird. It was all, "I can't believe I missed seeing you come in." Seth jerked in his chair and looked up to see a young woman standing next to his table. She was maybe mid-20s, pale and slim and ethereal-looking, dressed in a white silk blouse and long, flowing teal skirt. The woman offered him a smile, and he returned it, despite the fact his pulse had once again spiked from the interruption after almost returning to normal. "I'm Seth," he stuck out his hand. "And you are—" "Your waitress," she answered, and he immediately withdrew his hand, feeling like the world's biggest idiot. "You're a waitress? Dressed like that?" She laughed, the sound girlish, and reached across the table and took his hand. Seth looked into her eyes and found them warm and moist and welcoming, the complete opposite of the bartender's. "My name is Monica," she said. Seth realized he was still holding onto her hand, like a drowning man who'd grabbed onto a life preserver, and he sheepishly released his grip. "What brings you to Springvale?" she asked, as though what had just transpired was perfectly normal and not awkward and strange. He went through his freelance journalist traveling the country writing about real-life unexplained events, song and dance, and by the time he finished speaking, he realized two things simultaneously. One, he'd finished his drink, and two, Monica seemed fascinated. She had taken a seat next to him at the table while he was talking, and she stared into his eyes like he was the guy from the beer commercials who was supposedly the most interesting man in the world. He'd never had a woman look at him that way, and he decided he kind of liked it. "I want to hear more," she said, "and as my way of bribing you, your next drink is on me. The waitress leapt to her feet and was halfway to the bar before Seth could answer, returning in seconds and placing his drink on the table. She then took his hand again. "What you do is so exciting," she said. "How do you decide where to go next when you've finished a story?" Seth sipped his drink. Monica must have an in with the bartender, he thought, because it was delicious. "I look for places with a documented history of supernatural activity. Then I drive there and interview the locals." "Like me," she said with a smile. "Yes, exactly. Like you." Another sip. "When I feel I have enough information, I write my piece and submit it to different periodicals. Then I move on and do it again." "So you take turns driving with your partner?" "Partner? I don't have a partner. It's just me." "But you must have to tell your editor where you're going." Seth chuckled, took another drink, and said, "I work freelance, so my material is edited by the staff at whatever newspaper, magazine, or website buys my story." "Oh." Monica was staring at Seth with a burning intensity, and Seth realized he was having trouble focusing on her, which was strange because he was only on his second drink. He almost never started slurring his words before last call, and even with the long walk here, last call should still be hours from now. "But your girlfriend must know where you're going, right?" Seth sipped his drink and tried to concentrate. Something was bothering him about Monica's line of questioning, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He just felt so fuzzy. He realized he'd forgotten what his waitress had just asked him, and that was rude as hell. "I'm sorry, what did you want to know?" "I said, surely your girlfriend knows you're here." She was speaking slowly now, enunciating carefully. It was thoughtful of her and super helpful. "Nope, no girlfriend," he said. "No wife, no partner. Nobody knows I'm here, actually." "Come with me," she said suddenly, rising to her feet with the grace of a dancer. She tugged insistently on his hand. "Where are we going?" Seth stood quickly and stumbled, and Monica steadied him as he worked to control his swaying. "You want to know all the secrets of Springvale, don't you? Isn't that why you came here?" "Well, yes," Seth said. "Then follow me." She started across the room in the direction of the bar, Seth trailing behind. He clung to her hand and tried to focus on it as it swam in and out of his blurred vision while they walked. "Come with me and you'll learn everything," she said, and her words somehow made perfect sense to Seth. He looked up and saw the bartender watching closely as they disappeared into the back room. Seth was unsurprised to see that the man's eyes seemed to be blacker than ever. They crossed a hallway and began descending a set of steep stone stairs into the bowels of the old Springvale Sanitarium. They walked for a long time, or maybe it just felt like a long time. Seth couldn't tell. Their footsteps echoed along the darkened corridors, bouncing off damp stone walls as they weaved through the facility that had once housed madmen as prisoners and other madmen as their captors. Within seconds, Seth was hopelessly lost. Retracing his steps and escaping through the bar would be impossible. He gripped his guide's hand and tried to remain upright. "Where are we going?" he whispered, but Monica had fallen suddenly silent. More twists and turns led them to a closed metal door. A frosted glass window prevented Seth from seeing what lay on the other side of the door, and he was suddenly certain he wanted no part of it, whatever it was. Monica rapped her knuckles sharply on the glass, and a moment later the door swung open to reveal what resembled a hospital room. A stainless steel operating table sat in the middle of the room, fitted with arm and leg restraints, and gutters running along both sides, like might be found on an autopsy table. Seth swallowed heavily. He had little choice but to follow Monica into the room. "What the hell is—" The words caught in his throat as he spotted a bed placed in the far corner of the big room. Lying unmoving on the bed, covered by a thin blanket, lay a gaunt, frail man. Thin wisps of brown hair sprouted from his head in odd directions, and the blanket covering his body rose and fell with the rhythm of his breathing. He was awake and alert, and his gaze locked onto Seth with eyes that were somehow greedy, hungry, ravenous. But Seth barely noticed the man's eyes, because the skin on his face, it was unlike anything Seth had ever seen. It hung slack from the man's cheeks and jawbones, weeping with sores, pus draining slowly from suppurating wounds. It was as though the skin was in the process of dripping off his frame like melting ice cream. Seth clapped his hand to his mouth, suddenly sure he was going to be sick. Acidy bile filled his mouth, and he swallowed it back. "What the hell is that?" he ventured. "Seth Milton," Monica said. "Meet my father, Jeffrey Halston." Even through his fog of fear and confusion and disorientation, Seth recognized the name immediately. Jeffrey Halston, the billionaire? "So you've heard the name." What's wrong with him?" "What do you know about flesh-eating diseases?" Seth shrugged. "Nothing, really." He couldn't take his eyes off the skeletal figure still staring him down from the hospital bed across the room. Halston was supposed to be in his late 40s, but this man looked double that age. Triple. "Well," she continued, "Daddy was vacationing in the Amazon a few years ago and contracted a rare form of the disease. It's slow-moving but inexorable and results in death. It's incurable." The room was spinning, and Seth realized he'd clapped his hand to his mouth. As if sensing he was about to fall to the floor, Monica slid a chair behind him, and he dropped into it. "He's in the final stages," Seth whispered. "Yes." "It's taken years to get to this point?" "Oh, no. Progression of the disease is slow, but this stage is reached in about 8 months, give or take." "But you said—" "I know what I said." I don't understand," Seth said, although he thought he might be starting to. "Every 8 months or so, we are able to extend Daddy's life." "And how do you do that?" "Via what you might call extraordinary measures." The bile was back in Seth's mouth, and he didn't think there was any getting rid of it now. "What kind of measures?" "Having billions of dollars at your disposal allows one to take advantage of opportunities not available to the average citizen," Monica said. "Opportunities like experimental treatments for rare diseases." "Experimental treatments?" "Yes. You see, the disease that consumes Daddy's flesh cannot be removed from his system. It is inside him forever. But the skin, that's a different story. Transplants are possible. Daddy's own recent history proves that point beyond a shadow of a doubt. Following a transplant, he is able to maintain a relatively normal lifestyle for several months before the inevitable occurs, and the search for another donor must begin. And that's where you come in." "Me?" And just like that, everything became clear. The unexplained disappearances in Springvale, the rumors of Halston's purchase of the old Springvale Sanitarium, Monica's relentless curiosity about whether anyone knew he had traveled here. Everything. The eccentric billionaire relocates to the most haunted town in America, pays a surgeon a king's ransom to do his dirty work every few months, and every now and then an unsuspecting tourist drawn to the town by its gruesome history disappears without a trace. It was perfect and horrifying and foolproof, and Seth knew the reason for his dizziness and confusion was that Jeffrey Halston's daughter had spiked his drink. He knew also if he didn't escape now, he never would. He leaped from his chair and staggered across the room and somehow avoided falling on his face. But the door was locked. "There's nowhere to go," Monica said calmly. "And besides, I summoned the surgeon the moment I spotted you. I knew you were the one." "No," Seth said. "Yes, and he's just about ready to begin." "No," Seth said again. He was talking to himself as much as to Monica. She smiled. This really was one beautiful woman. "Oh, yes. Now why don't you do us all a favor and climb up onto the table? You understand that you have no choice, correct? There is no escaping the property, and nowhere to go even if you could." and Seth knew she was right. The Ring of Truth by Thomas F. Monteleone. "I even shot a pregnant woman once," Reitman said. His voice was hard and crisp and totally without emotion, but there was a scary smile forming at the edges of his mouth. I sat on the floor, listening to a story while rock music filled in the dead spots. My 3 roommates and I were all half drunk, but the wine did nothing to dispel the palpable sense of dread, the stench of a triumphant evil which pervaded the room. The lights from our Christmas tree colored each of our faces in various hues of horror and revulsion, but nobody told Reitman to stop, especially after he told us about the Ring of Truth. Danny Reitman was one of those guys you meet in college, and you just know he isn't going to be around for the commencement exercises. At least, I knew it. Ex-high school jock, but not the quarterback or shortstop type. Danny was your basic offensive guard, or maybe a catcher. In high school, he was the guy who could never get the experiments to come out right in chem lab, who was always clowning that he'd cut off his fingers in metal shop. He was the one who could eat 15 hot dogs at the Spring Fever Fair and cut the loudest farts during PE. And when a guy like Danny Reitman went to college, it was only because there was nothing better to do at the time. Then it seemed like all of a sudden there was a shitty little military action going on in Central America, but most people didn't care about places like El Salvador or Honduras or Nicaragua. The stock market was fluctuating as usual, interest rates were rising, and the import wars were getting pretty fierce. A lot of the second-level nations like Mexico and Brazil had stopped paying even the interest on their billions-plus loans to the U.S., and a nasty recession was getting ready to take a bite out of the country's hindparts. As a result, the poor minorities were being ground up in society's gears pretty good. But if you were 20 years old, white, and going to a monstrous diploma factory like the University of Maryland, everything seemed to be just fine. Danny Reitman roomed in my dormitory on the College Park campus, and although you couldn't say he was my friend, or that I hung around with the guy, I guess I knew him as well as anybody did. He didn't seem to have any real close buddies. Oh, sure, everybody laughed at his crude jokes, and we all shook our heads when he would proudly announce his abysmal grades. But none of us was really tight with him. It was like all the guys could sense Denny's true essence, kind of bleakness. A void where his feelings should have been is probably the best way to describe it. I mean, you could look into Reitman's eyes and not be completely sure there was anything behind them. It was right after Christmas vacation in my sophomore year, and everybody was piling back into their rooms to start boning up for the end of the semester grind, the finals. Everybody, that is, except for Reitman. He came back with the rest of us, but only to clean out his dresser drawers, desk, and closet. "I'm packing it in, you guys," he told anyone who would listen. "I figured it out, and even if I ace all my finals, I'm still gonna flunk out. So what the fuck, huh?" I guess a few of us tried to talk him out of it in a half-assed kind of way, and some of the other guys took him down to the rendezvous for a farewell bender. But the overall reaction to Denny Reitman's departure from Academ's Fair Grove was a big ho-hum. Besides, there wasn't really much time to mourn the dead. Those finals were always a bitch, right? I made out all right with all of them, even organic chemistry, the only one that really had me sweating. I knew that without decent numbers in organic, not even that semi-bogus med school in Grenada would let me through the door. Thus triumphant, when semester break finally arrived, I went off with my roommate, Bob, to ski in western Massachusetts at this great slope called Brody Mountain. When we came back to the dorm to begin the spring semester, there was the usual joking and backslapping and glad-handing. Everybody seemed keyed up for the start of the long haul into summer. So it wasn't until a bunch of us were getting ready to take the hike to the dining hall that somebody noticed the postcard tacked to the bulletin board by the door to the lounge. Postmarked at Fort Benning, Georgia, the card bore a short, typed note which read, "Hey guys, I was getting bored, so I joined the Marines. They sure do make things rough on us down here, but I think it's going to be okay. I like the rough stuff. Study hard and, smile, don't be like me. Denny Reitman." "Geez," someone said. "The asshole joined the Marines. Can you believe it?" "With Reitman, I'd believe anything," I said. "I guess that's what happens when you get BOARD. said my roommate, pulling the card off the corkboard and tossing it in the trash can. Everyone had a quick laugh, and we piled out the door, on our way to get some overcooked vegetables and the day's mystery meat special. By the time we entered the dining hall, the conversation had become fixated upon the perfectly shaped ass of a blonde girl standing several places ahead of us in line. I don't think anyone gave Denny Reitman another thought, until he came back from a place everybody started calling the door. Right before Christmas, a year later, I was almost midway through my junior year. Bob and I had taken an apartment with 2 other guys from the dorm, and we were having a great time playing the sophisticated young man game. A lot can happen in a year. I had discovered Mahler and Beethoven, French wines like Pouligny and Cabernet, the irrefutable logic of Bertrand Russell, the lyrical essays of Lauren Isley, and, well, I think you've gotten the point. I was becoming enlightened and enriched, and all that shit. I was also becoming terrified of the El Salvador War. They say that everything that goes around comes around. And goddamn if this wasn't the whole Vietnam mess all over again. The radio was daily talking about Sandinista body counts versus GI casualties, as if we were talking about sporting events instead of people killing each other. The network and cable evening news looked like an old Sam Peckinpah film, and I kept thinking about how close we all were to being part of the horror show. The horror show crept a little closer the day the apartment phone rang 5 or 6 times before anybody bothered to answer it. "Hello?" I said. "Jack, is that you?" "Yeah, who's this?" "It's Reitman. It's me, Jack. How you doing, man?" I did a mental double-take, realizing at last with whom I was speaking. Reitman, for God's sake. Talk about the last guy I'd expect to hear from. "Yeah, right. Well, how are you, Denny? Where are you? What have you been doing?" I found myself saying the semi-automatic greetings, asking questions I didn't really care to have answered. "I'm back on leave, from the door, man. They were letting us finish up our hitch a little early 'cause of Christmas. You know how that goes." "Yeah, right," I said, at a total loss as to what to say next. What the hell did he want calling me? How did he find the number? And most importantly, why me? "Listen, I'm at my mom's place, and it's getting kind of beat around here. I was wondering if I could stop over for a little while, huh?" "Geez, Denny, I don't know. We're all getting ready to study for some exams. Your mom gave me the address," he said, as though not hearing me. "And guess what? Your apartment's pretty close to my mom's, so it's no hassle, man. I'll see you around 8, okay?" Before I could say anything, he'd hung up. I told Bob and Mike and Jay we were going to have company, and received a mixture of reactions, of which Mike's was the best. Well, at least he can tell us some war stories. And he certainly did. "A pregnant woman?" said Jay. "Christ, Denny. Why?" "Because she was a fucking beaner, that's why." Reitman's eyes were like tiny steel balls, like a rat's or maybe a raven's. "They all carry grenades and shit, man. They all want to kill themselves an American. And besides, it was my job. I was a sniper." "What do you mean?" I asked. Mike passed me the Chianti bottle, and I poured another glass. I was already blitzed pretty good, and this last one was just icing. I'd been amazed at how the Marines had changed Reitman in such a short time. His playful, kind of dumb, almost likable mannerisms had been sawed off along all the edges, filed down until there was only a crude undercarriage left. And on that raw frame, the Jarheads had constructed their killing machine, a guy full of hate and poison and a belief that everybody in the world was ultimately out to get you. Reitman looked at me as I exhaled. "A sniper, man? Don't you know what a sniper is?" His voice had turned suddenly acidic, condescending. "Yeah, I guess. But maybe you should clarify any misconceptions we might have." Reitman explained that snipers were specially trained gyrenes who spent upwards of 30 days at a clip out in the jungle, alone, playing a crazy survivalist game, eating whatever they could find and shooting whatever moved. After a month or so like that, they would report back to their base for a few days of R&R, and then back into the bush for more grub eating and beaner popping. Denny smiled that half-crazy smile as he nodded. "Yeah, you see, we were special, my squad. You had to be special to be picked for the Black Aces platoon, That's what they called the snipers, the Black Aces. Why? Asked Bob. Reitman shrugged. Don't know, they just did. My sergeant had these special decks of cards. Don't know where he got 'em, but it was a deck of nothing but aces of spades, you know. And when we first got to Usultan, he passed out a deck to each of us snipers. What for? Asked Jay. Reitman smiled, chuckled a bit. That was the neat part, man. See, each time we zapped a beaner, we were supposed to leave one of them aces on him. It was like a sign that all the Sandys knew about. They all knew the snipers were real badasses, you know? Kinda like a calling card, said Jay. Yeah, I guess. Reitman was looking far off, as though reliving moments in the past. Again, that weird smile was starting to form at the corners of his mouth. I used to use their own knives or bayonets and stick my aces to their chests. Ain't no way they'd miss it that way. I guess not, I said. Hey, they were scared shitless of the guys in my squad, especially after my sergeant started the Ring of Truth. Denny Reitman smiled and nodded to himself. There was a cold shine in his eyes that gave me a chill. The Ring of Truth? Asked Jay. What was that? Check this out, said Denny, as he jumped limberly to his feet. His hand lifted his bulky sweater above his waist to reveal a brass ring attached to a leather harness. The harness slipped over his wide belt. Here it is, said Reitman. The ring was perhaps 4 inches in diameter. It looked awkward and uncomfortable. I don't get it, I said. What are you talking about? We used them to carry our ears, man, Denny said. That's how we earned early leave on our hitches. Your ears? Bob started giggling. He was pretty drunk. Reitman looked at him with cold, black eyes. Yeah, man. You see, every time we sniped somebody, we'd cut off their right ear and put it on a ring. When we'd come back to base every 30 days or so, we'd turn in our ears and get credits toward an early out. Kind of like savings coupons, Mike said. Or green stamps. He looked as repulsed as the rest of us, and had not been trying to be funny. Reitman grinned, then chuckled. Yeah, I never thought of it like that. Coupons! I like that. He paused, his ball-bearing eyes turreting about the room. You see, with them ears, there wasn't any bullshit about how many beaners you plinked. Great system, huh? Yeah, just great, I said, perhaps a little too sarcastically. Some things never changed, and I wasn't really surprised to hear the Marines were still using such incentive programs. Reitman's expression shifted as he glared at me. Teeth bared like fangs, jaw muscles taut, the flesh about his eyes all pinched inward. You don't like that, Jack? He said tauntingly. A little too strong for you, huh? Jay cleared his throat. Let's face it, Denny, it's a little strong for anybody, don't you think? Christ, said Mike. How do you keep them from rotting? Didn't they start to stink after a while? Yeah, they stunk a little, but that wasn't as bad as you might think. After you've been out in the bush for a couple of weeks, everything smells like it's dead. Denny chuckled at this small jest. But most of us used to carry a mess canister of formaldehyde. I'd stick 'em in there for a couple days, then let 'em dry out on a flat rock in the sun. After that, they'd usually hold up till you got back to base anyway. The conversation deteriorated from that point onward, and as the effects of the wine wore off, everybody had about enough of Danny Reitman. I think it was right when he told us that he planned to carry a .45 caliber automatic on his person for the rest of his life, so that he could waste anybody who fucked with him. That I announced I had to get up for an 8 o'clock class. Everybody picked up the suggestion, and suddenly Reitman was being escorted to the door. He paused and looked at us for a moment. Then he smiled. You bunch of pussies think you got it good, don't you? Well, I'm telling you, your turn's gonna come. You'll see what it's like to finally be a man. Mike grinned. I don't think so, Denny. I told the board I was a fag. We all laughed, and Denny appeared insulted, perhaps a bit angered. I didn't think it was a good idea to intimidate this poor asshole. You can laugh all you want, but just remember that it's men like me that's protecting all the wimpies like you guys. That's why I'm going back. What? I said. I couldn't help myself. Why? Denny's grape-shot eyes gleamed. 'Cause I got a score to settle with a couple more wetbacks, for the guys in my squad that didn't make it. Geez, Denny, that's nuts, said Bob. Do you know what the Sandys do when they catch a sniper?" Before any of us could answer, he continued. "They always cut his dick off and stuff it in his mouth." Reitman grinned crazily. "Yeah, that's the way I found 2 of my buddies." Nobody spoke for a moment, and the silence grew quickly awkward, painful. "Good night, Denny," I said. "Be careful. When you go back," he grinned that crazy grin for the last time that night, and slapped my arm extremely hard. "You too, Jack. All of you. And who knows, when you guys get down there, I might be the guy waiting to greet you when you get out of the chopper." "I wouldn't be surprised," said Jay. And then we shut him out into the night, into the void where our thoughts never ventured. I can remember a great sense of relief passing over me, as though I'd been told a great plague had finally ended. "That sucker's stone crazy," said Mike. "I feel sorry for him," said Jay. "They've turned him into a monster." "He's a fucking psychopath," I said. "I don't ever want to see this son of a bitch again. He gives me the creeps. Did you ever try looking into his eyes?" "Can you believe he's going back?" asked Bob. "I hope he stays there," I said. "Him and his ring of truth." 5 years later, people were still dying in Central America, and the newest president, God, how he loathed the man, was trying to get the country out of the whole mess honorably. It was a joke, but nobody was laughing, especially me. The year I finished medical school, the draft lottery pulled my birthday up as number 9. Very, very bad. But I had already started my first year of residency at Johns Hopkins, specializing in laser microsurgery on the nerves and capillaries. Since this was a fairly new field, the Army decided that I could be very useful in saving severed or partially severed limbs. And so, even though I was drafted, they gave me a commission, and after boot camp, shipped me off to a VA hospital in Philadelphia for some experience, before getting a free ticket to the San Salvador Base Hospital and a chance to save a few GIs' extremities. We had a ward in Philly for door vets who came back in such bad shape they'd never been able to leave. Para and quadriplegics, the Johnny-got-his-gun basket cases, men with half their skulls and brains and faces blown away, guys with so many organs missing they had to stay forever hooked up to a series of artificial support machines. And the Section 8s, the funny farmers. Of course, that's where I saw Denny Reitman again. It's funny, but I had almost been expecting it on an unconscious level. I'd tried to forget about the night he showed us the brass ring on his belt, but I knew it would shamble through the back corridors of my memory forever. Denny Reitman and his ring of truth. I knew, even back then, that both of them would be a part of that psychic baggage I would always carry with me. And when I first entered the part of the hospital known as the permanent ward, walking down the rows of beds which contained every horror and abomination committed to human bodies you could ever imagine, I had an odd feeling pass through me. It was like those times when you can sense someone watching you, usually in a crowded public place, and you turn around and, bang, there he or she is, caught, staring right at you. I experienced a kind of psychic, preemptive strike as I accompanied Dr. Barami on his rounds. In an instant, I knew that I would see Reitman in one of the beds up ahead. It was an unshakable certainty, an absolute knowledge, and it caused my knees to go weak for just a moment. Catching myself on the rail of the nearest bed, I paused and shook my head as if to clear it. Please, I thought, not Reitman. Anybody but him. But I found myself walking past the beds, scanning the faces of the doomed souls within them, actually searching for the familiar features I knew I was going to see. "Jack!" Reitman's voice was raspy. "Jack Marchetti!" Turning to the right, I saw him waving his arms frantically. His complexion was pallid under the fluorescent light. His eyes, like single spheres of birdshot, were sunk into his skull. There was no impish grin about to appear in the corners of his mouth. There was no pinched sneer. His face was a design for panic and fear and despair. Reitman looked hideous to me, a specter from a past I wanted to forget. "Hello, Denny," I said softly, my voice shattering. I reached out and shook his hand. "You know this man?" asked Dr. Barami. I nodded, fighting a lump in my throat. I thought I might actually faint, or maybe heave my guts out. Denny appeared anxious, as if there was a terrible fear inside, just waiting to break free. He wouldn't let go of my hand. "You a doctor now, Jack? You come to get me out of here?" I could only nod, then shake my head, confused. Denny burst into tears as he tried to speak. "Oh, you guys tried to forget about me. Everybody wanted to forget about me. Everybody but you, Jack. I knew you were different from the rest of them." I swallowed with difficulty. I'm no different, Denny. I'm probably worse, I thought. Dr. Barami patted my shoulder and backed away to give us a private moment. It was at that point that I noticed the absence under Denny's sheets. Picking up the covers, I could see that he had lost both limbs just below the knee. Denny suddenly stopped his crying. "Fine," he said in a terrible, raspy whisper. "Got me on the third day back, the motherfucker." "You shouldn't have gone back. You'd made it. You were safe." He shook his head. "None of us are ever safe, Marchetti. Not even guys like you." There was something about the way Reitman intoned that last sentence which made me recall his calling us pussies for dodging the draft any way we could. Ducking the pain and the horror had been a double-edged sword. A part of me, of course, was glad I hadn't been maimed or crippled, but there was another part of me which carried a shapeless guilt for not taking my chances, like all the poor bastards in the ward which surrounded me. This was not a subject I liked to dwell upon, or even think about, but there was something about Reitman which was bringing it to the surface. "You've been here since the last time I saw you?" I covered up the stumps of his legs, tried to look into his spooky eyes. "That's the ticket, man. Right after New Year's, my legs bought the farm, and they skied me out of there. Been here ever since." "Why? You look like you could have prosthetics with no problems. A little therapy and you could be walking all over the place." He chuckled inappropriately. "Even with new legs, I couldn't get away from them." "What? Away from who?" "So I figure, why bother?" "Denny, what are you talking about?" He looked up at me and started laughing. "Didn't they tell you, Jack?" His throat filled with a hyena-like cackling, and he threw his head back against his pillow. "I'm as crazy as a shithouse rat." Dr. Barami appeared soundlessly by my side and tapped my shoulder. "I'm sorry. You could not have possibly known. Come, perhaps we should leave now." Numb, I must have nodded my head and allowed the chief surgeon to guide me to the exit from the ward and out into the antiseptic nothingness of the central corridor. But even out there, I could hear the lunatic laughter of Denny Reitman. As we entered the elevators, the cackling seemed to change into a wind-swept wailing, a preternatural banshee's scream. The sound echoed in my skull even as the doors closed and we began our descent. It was at that moment that I knew I must try to help Denny Reitman. Spending a few hours in the medical records library told me all there was to know about him. After stepping on the mine, he lost a lot of blood before the medics could get to him. After suffering from severe shock, he lapsed into a coma for almost a month. When he woke up on the hospital ship to find his legs gone, whatever was left of his mind, whatever part the Marine Corps had not already ravaged, caved in. For the better part of the next 3 years, Denny exhibited all the symptoms of catatonia. Gradually, he began to respond mimetically to the most routine stimuli, and after a visit from a member of his sniper squad, he finally started showing signs of a possible recovery. He made an effort to locate the others in his squad, and this desire for contact was very helpful in Denny regaining his verbal abilities. For the next 2 years, the entries in his file were the expected kinds of progress notes on a recovering schizophrenic. His chemotherapy, originally high doses of proloxin, had been tempered over time to include the usual spectrum of anti-hallucinogenics like Haldol, Maloril, and finally settling on the old standby, Thorazine. He responded well in both group and individual therapy, and the notes on that period of his treatment were encouraging. Denny's prognosis changed from guarded to outright optimistic until he learned that the other members of his squad were dying off one at a time, but quickly and inexorably. When Denny learned that the last cohort from his Black Aces squad had died, his condition deteriorated rapidly. His file noted increases in chlorpromazine therapy, his repeated mentions of visions, voices, and sounds in the night. His hallucinations increased, and he became extremely paranoid and fearful of each coming night. It all sounded rather typical to me, but not having any psychiatric work since the survey stuff at med school, I figured the best bet to do would be to check with Denny's therapist, Dr. Michelle Jordan. Her face was vaguely familiar to me when we met in her office. I guess I'd seen her walking in the halls or in the elevators. But prior to finding Reitman, I wouldn't have had much reason to talk to her. Dr. Jordan looked very good for a woman in her early 40s, and she seemed pleased to see me take an interest in her patient, which was fine with me. I mean, some of the more insecure types feel very threatened when another doc tries to study one of their guinea pigs. To be honest with you, I said softly, in my thoroughly unprofessional opinion, Denny didn't seem very crazy to me. Jordan fired up a Winston. On her desk lay a huge ceramic ashtray from the occupational therapy shop. I recognized the mold, overflowing with butts. No, he doesn't show any symptoms unless you get him on the subject of his squad. Are they all dead but him? She nodded, took a deep drag. How the hell did you find out? Denny became a prolific letter hack. He had managed to keep in touch with each one. There were only 8 of them, actually. And they're all dead. Seems pretty weird, don't you think? Jordan shrugged, dragged. You know how they all died? She nodded. A variety of things, a couple from diseases. The rest were accidental. That struck me as very weird, very strange. Foul play suspected in any of them? Dr. Jordan smiled. Foul play, Doctor? Do you read a lot of English mystery novels? I smiled, maybe blushed a little. What I meant was, do you think any of them might have been killed? You know, murder. You know, I've never really given it any thought. Why do you ask? I shrugged. I don't know, really. What's he afraid of at night? He won't tell me, said Dr. Jordan. If I could find out, maybe I could help him work past it. Maybe he'll tell me, I said, getting up. The room was so rank from the cigarette smoke, I had to make tracks. They want this, said Denny as he reached into the drawer of his bedstand, fumbling around for something. I'd visited him just before nightfall, and had closed off the bed's privacy curtains to suggest we were more alone than we were. I hoped he might open up to me. Who's they, Denny? Ignoring my question, he kept rooting around in the drawer full of junk until he found the object he was looking for. He held it up for me to see. This is it. You remember what it is, don't you, Jack? Even in the dim light, the brass ring seemed to glow with an eerie warmth, a power. It was a talisman of evil, a magnet which could draw the darkness to it. I felt a tingling in my throat as I looked at the ring. My eyes felt as if they might start watering. Yes, I croaked. I remember it. Denny laughed, his eyes beating down like Timken bearings and staring off into space. It ain't really the ring they want, Jack. It's these. Denny gestured along the ring, and I knew immediately that he was seeing things I could not see, and I knew now who they must certainly be. It was funny, but it was right at that moment that I realized how wrong I had been about poor Reitman. I thought back over how I had consigned him to humanity's trash heap, how I condemned him for being such a soulless bastard, for letting the jarheads turn him into a fucking monster. But now, as I sat there watching him twitch and leer and squirm in his bed, I knew that the guilt was writhing and twisting through him like a swarm of maggots feasting on a fresh kill. It was eating him alive like a cancer, a leprosy of the soul. Looking at Denny was like looking into a mirror. That's the way it is whenever we really take time to look at anybody else, I guess. I'm the only one left, said Denny. They got everybody but me. Why would they leave you till last? I said, almost in a whisper. He chuckled, pointed at the flat sheets below his knees. "Because I'm the easiest. I'm not going anywhere." It seemed as good an answer as any, and I nodded but said nothing. I couldn't think of anything to say. How do you tell a guy with grooves of terror etched permanently into his face there's no such thing as a boogeyman? How do you explain that the embodiment of guilt can assume many shapes and guises? That we all create prisons of our own devise? No, that's all bullshit to somebody who's been standing on the edge of the pit, who's been hearing the demon cries and the flap of the leathery wings of madness. "Help me, Jack." What can I do? I looked at him, and for an instant he appeared to be a little boy, propped up on a fluffy pillow, waiting for a bedtime story. There was a simple pleading in his features, and for the first time, a sadness in his eyes. "Stay with me. When they come, if you're here, maybe it will help." I looked out beyond the privacy curtain to the nearest window, a black rectangle where night tapped upon its pane. A tomb-like quiet pervaded the ward, as though it waited collectively, expectant, like a crowd at a public execution. "Will you, Jack?" "What?" I looked back, and the little boy was gone. Denny was again the steel-eyed, twisted wretch. He was just a piece of litter tossed out the window while we all careened down Hell's Highway. My mind was wandering. I hoped I didn't appear to be ignoring him. I said, "Will you stay with me, Jack?" The thought of sitting by his bedside until he fell asleep should not have freaked me the way it did. My gut reaction was to say no and simply slip away into the night. Denny Reitman was waiting for something, and I didn't want to hang around to find out what it was. But I tapped his shoulder reassuringly and forced a smile to my face. "Sure, Denny, I'll stay." Some of the anxiety seemed to go out of him after that. He smiled, closed his eyes, and nodded his head. I thought about giving him a shot to put him out for the night and getting me off the hook, but I just couldn't do it to the guy. In addition, there was a part of me that wanted to know what he was so damned afraid of. If he thought his victims were coming back to reclaim their ears, I wanted to be there to help him get through the trauma. I owed him that, at least. Crazy or twisted or whatever, Denny Reitman had sacrificed his legs. I'd never even given anything up for Lent. And so I sat there in the darkness, watching him lay on his back, eyes closed, chest rising and falling. Starlight and the albedo of a half-moon spilled through the nearby window, giving everything a whitish-blue cast. The air was tinged with medicinal smells, such as ether and iodine, punctuated by the night rattles of labored breathing, of troubled sleepers coughing and rasping through their dreams. I don't know how long I sat there, listening to night sounds, but at some point I must have slipped into a half-sleep, because my neck jerked up, snapping back to reluctant consciousness. For a moment I didn't remember where I was, and the disorientation startled me. Responding to some atavistic stimulus, my heart began hammering and I was instantly awake. I looked at my patient, who slept calmly. Then, suddenly, he opened his eyes, wide awake. It was weird the way he just came awake like that. "What is it, Jack?" Reitman's voice reached out in the darkness. I looked at him, just as a draft of cold air passed over us. "What do you mean, Denny?" "Did you feel it, just then?" I couldn't bullshit him. "The cold? Yeah, I felt it." "They're coming, man. It's tonight. I can feel it." His face had become drawn and pale, his eyes jittering around, blinking furiously. "Take it easy, Denny. Why would they wait until now, after all this time? Why would they do it when I'm here? Don't you think that would be too much of a coincidence?" I tried to smile casually. "Maybe they've been waiting for you too, Jack. Maybe you owe them too." Reitman's voice had a fragile edge on it, but his words still cut me. What the hell was he talking about? "Listen," Reitman half whispered. "I'm sorry, Denny, but I don't—" I stopped in mid-sentence. I did hear something. Footsteps, bare feet slapping on the cold tile of the outer corridor, growing louder, getting closer. There was no rhythm, no pattern to the sounds, a soft cacophony of uneven slaps and drags and shuffles.
"Oh, Jesus! It's Sam Jack! I know it is!"
Then he screamed, and his voice seemed to resonate through the ward, as though we were inside a vast cavern. The sounds of advancing feet grew louder, thicker. Whoever it was shambling up the hall, they made up quite a crowd. Standing up, I started away from the bed, and Reitman reached out to grab my arm. His palm was cool, but slippery with sweat.
"No, don't go."
"Denny, Looking out into the ward, I blinked my eyes, lost my voice. The ward was gone. A low, living ground fog was boiling up like dry ice on a stage. All around us, the fog rolled in like waves on a beach. The double row of beds had vanished. The walls, windows, bed tables, everything was gone. What the? There was a piece of me that desperately wanted to believe that this was one hell of a nightmare, that I'd better make myself wake up now because things were getting out of hand. But there was no waking up from this one. Denny must have seen them before I did, because he started screaming, pulling himself out of the bed with his hands. There was movement in the fog. Shapes coalesced slowly, like the ghosted images on a snowy television screen. The uneven cadence of their approach grew more distinct, and I could see the point men, the van, homing in on us. Some of them were stick figures, bone and tendon animated by the whirling karmic forces which turned the gears of eternity. Others, lean and brown-skinned, were more whole, but on the right sides of their heads, none of them had any ears. Reitman had pulled himself up against the headboard of his bed, teetering on his stumps. The drawer to the bed table rattled open, and he thrashed around the contents frantically.
I've got it right here. I got it."
He repeated the words over and over like a litany, and without turning around, I knew what Reitman was looking for. There was no way to tell how many of them were there, but I saw women and children among the ranks of soldiers. Some of them were so far gone you couldn't tell male from female, though. Oddly enough, the initial jolt of panic left me when I realized I couldn't run, that there was no place to hide. I accepted this and waited for whatever was to come. The first wave of them reached the end of the bed, splitting their formation and swarming around both sides of it. I could smell their foulness, the corruption which steamed off them in acrid sheets. The air was thick with the sting of their hate, and I began suffocating. They surged all around me, pressing me into the soft decay of their flesh. Reitman had descended into babbling madness. A pitiful wailing escaped him as they surrounded him, absorbing him into their mass like a cancer would devour a healthy cell. He threw the ring at them, and it disappeared in their midst. Reitman continued to scream, but I could no longer see him. I was overcome by a paralysis, which also had a calming effect on my mind. I watched everything with the detachment of an only mildly interested spectator. Abruptly, the screaming stopped, as though choked off. There was a finality about the silence, which enveloped me as totally as the crush of putrid bodies. I could see their heads all turning, heads with new, right ears. Slowly, silently, they turned it about, until the eyed and eyeless alike were all looking at me. Orderlies found me the next morning, sagged in my bedside chair. Reitman had died during the night, leaving us with the bug-eyed, lip-peeled expression engraved onto his waxy face. One of the orderlies said Denny looked like he'd opened a cellar door to hell, and I wanted to tell him how close to the truth he might have been. But I remained silent, waiting for them to gurney his legless corpse off the ward. My memories of what had happened were painfully crisp, having none of the ragged edges of a nightmare. But I also had the feeling there was a segment of the whole experience still missing. Something else had taken place last night, I was certain, but I didn't remember until much later in the day, when evening crept up to windowsills on stalking cat feet. I was in the hospital cafeteria, standing in line. Ahead of me were several medics, part of a class receiving emergency field surgical training. And as I stared at their uniforms, a vision passed through me like a wide, cold blade. An epiphany of sorts. I had a flash of memory which filled in the dead space. I suddenly knew what I had so obviously repressed. "Are you all right, doctor?" asked a nurse who had been standing behind me. Looking down, I saw the contents of my tray littering the floor. I felt as though emerging from a time fugue. "I don't know," I said, and staggered from the line, feeling the stares of others in the room as I turned in slow circles. I wanted to escape, but there was no place to run. Then, remembering, they had taken me to their battlefield, a vast, featureless plain where time melted and ran like lava, where light and shadow danced eternally at the limits of your peripheral vision. The ground was thick with their bodies, stacked and jammed like endless cords of kindling wood, the arrangement of battle corpses, stretched off to the dim horizon in all directions. But there lay some who still lived, who still twitched and shook in the depths of the charnel field. And it was for them that I had been sought. Down all the hours of the tunneled night, I pushed back entrails into ruptured bodies, pulled shrapnel from slivered torsos, sutured severed legs and arms and ears. I washed myself in the equitable blood of revenge. There was no end to the carnage, no end to the tuneless song of their pain. But it was not this knowledge which had so stunned me, as much as the certainty they would be coming back for me, tonight and every other night, for as long as the hate burned like the heart of a star, forever. The Gravedigger's Story by Kathryn Meyer Griffith. Gazing through the frosted window as he stood inside, Bernard Stumpf thought he spied something thinly vaporous flit from behind a tree to a grave, one guarded over by an impressive stone angel with a sword in its hands, and then onto another grave. Hard to tell exactly what the mysterious shadow was, because the wind viciously churned the night snow, and if he squinted his eyes hard enough, he could see all sorts of strange shapes in it. It was often like that. So perhaps the figure might have been his imagination, might have been nothing, might have been a ghost. Sometimes the shadows were, and sometimes they weren't. Ghosts. He'd met many a spirit in St. Catherine's Cemetery over the years. Some of them had been harmless echoes, barely visible, scarcely recognizable as what they'd been in life. And some of them had been evil remnants who were more than capable of hurting, if they were inclined to, the living. He made sure to stay far away from those varieties. It was his curse to see the dead, and on occasion being able to talk to them. Oh, he'd become used to the ghosts, and sometimes he would have thoughtful conversations with them. Not often, though. Ghosts could be quite pesky once they realized a living person could see, and even worse, hear them. Some could be mercurial, many selfish, and a few could be especially childish. Bernard, built square and low to the ground like a compact tank, with weary eyes of blue ice and silver hair trimmed close to his skull, lingered at the window and sighed. Once he'd been young, with muscled arms, strong limbs, a quick brain and a clever tongue. He'd had a family, a mother, a father, brothers and sisters, a loving wife, a spirited son, and a granddaughter who somehow had all met their deaths before him. Now, bent and used up, and except for the transient shades and his silent friends beneath the cemetery's earth, he was alone in the world. Everyone else human in his life was long gone, except for a finicky fat feline he called Casper, who let Bernard live with him. The cat, his best friend always at his side, slept with him, and would traipse along behind him when he was out digging the graves. Casper would climb a nearby tree and peer down at him, or would lay on the top of a tombstone watching as Bernard worked. Lucky cat. It didn't have to dig. He loved the creature, though, and the cat provided him with welcome companionship, so the partnership worked. He continued to stare through the glass into the cemetery he'd cared for and worked at for over 50 years. Snow, a curtain of ivory, came down heavier now, and the ground beyond the window was covered in a deep, muffling blanket that hid most of the headstones or turned them into strange pale lumps dotting the grounds. Branches of the skeleton trees scattered among the tombstones were encrusted in glittering white and chattered in their tree language amongst themselves as the air tossed them about. So far, winter had proved to be a brutal one. The snow would not stop. It made it difficult to dig the graves with frozen earth. He should know. A gravedigger in a time when manual gravediggers, the men who dug the graves by hand with shovels, were becoming few and far between. Bernard was one of the last of them. Time had moved on, and more backhoes were now digging the graves for man, making these deep, dark holes in the ground lickety-split. The frozen earth was no problem for the excavating machines. Who needed human gravediggers anymore? St. Catherine's Cemetery had only kept a human gravedigger on their payroll as long as they had, because the church and the cemetery hadn't had the money to buy a backhoe and a new dump truck, St. Catherine's being a small church in a rural town. The church's meager assets had changed last year when one of their congregation, Myrtle Johnson, had passed away and left her whole life savings to the church. It had been a fortune and had enabled the church to do a total remodel, add solar panels to the roof, and purchase a new dump truck, a shiny new backhoe, and hire a younger man to operate them. They were putting him out to pasture, simple as that. It hadn't come as a complete surprise. The church's cemetery in the middle of a town ironically named Heaven didn't have to beg for customers. There were a lot of old people in the church, and they died pretty regularly. Bernard had to dig 60 graves the year before. This year, with the congregation steadily aging, there could be more. Digging that many graves was a load of work for an old man, because even with the church's increasing death rate, Heaven was booming. The Walmart Supercenter and the new car plant, where they made SUVs, had brought in a flood of new people to the town. Inevitably, eventually, that would mean more customers for the graveyard, which would mean more work for the gravedigger. Pastor Thomas had informed them the week before that by the end of February he would be retired and the machine would take over. Bernard had been upset at first. Then, after thinking on it, he realized perhaps it was time. Long past retirement age, his body ached all the time, and his memory failed him often. The church was going to give him a modest pension and let him remain living in the caretaker's house until he died, which was not a bad deal. He'd been digging graves by hand, spadeful by spadeful, when he'd been just a boy of 11, helping his father, who'd been caretaker before him 60 years ago. On a freezing night like this one, the thought of retirement sounded heavenly. He smiled at the play on words. His eyes traveled from the window to his wrinkled and gnarled hands. An old man's hands. When had that happened? When had he grown so old? Ah, he thought, remembering. It had happened when Ellie, his granddaughter, had disappeared 10 years ago now. He had aged the winter she'd went missing, along with the other 2 young women from town. They'd just vanished. Ellie. He fought back the rage that had been with him since he'd lost her. She'd been a thoughtful girl with soft blonde hair and laughing olive eyes, barely 20 years old. Her mother and father, his son Jared, had died in a freak avalanche during a skiing vacation when Ellie had only been 10 years old. Both of them had died at once. Bernard lowered his head. The memory still stung after all these years. Losing them had been hard, but he'd had little Ellie to save his sad heart. After her parents died, she'd come to live with him, the only family she'd had left, in his house snuggled up against the cemetery. She'd brightened his life more than he could have hoped for. It hadn't been easy. Already an old man, he raised her for the next decade, and she'd quickly become his heart and happiness, until that fateful winter, when his heart had shattered forever. Ellie had gone missing on the 5th of December, first of the girls who would later be taken over the next couple of years, and the evil, taunting letters to the local newspapers from the man who called himself the Butcher began the following week. The first letter claimed he'd taken Ellie. Then it went on in malevolent, gory detail, describing what he'd done to her, strangling her and then hacking her body into bloody pieces, before he'd killed and buried her in a place no one, he boasted, would ever find her. a place where he'd buried the others as well. The police had arrested a suspect for the women's disappearances right away. He'd been a loner named Hector Cummings, who lived in a ramshackle house not more than 5 miles away from the cemetery. The police hadn't had enough evidence to keep Hector in jail, so they released him. Bernard had waylaid the suspect leaving the courthouse, grabbing him and staring into his eyes, searching for the truth.
"Did you kill those girls, Hector?"
he had demanded of the man.
"Did you kill my Ellie?"
he had demanded of the man.
"Let me go. Get away from me, you crazy old man,"
Hector had ranted beneath his breath as he'd roughly shoved Bernard to the ground. Then he leaned down over him and whispered,
"What if I did? They didn't have enough evidence to charge me, so I'm a free man."
The killer's laugh sounded practically demonic.
"Did you kill my Ellie?" "Maybe I did, and maybe I didn't."
Hector had smirked at him, spun on his heels, and walked away, as the media with their clicking cameras and microphones trailed after him like manic groupies. But Bernard had seen it in the man's eyes. They'd been eyes as flat as a spider's, soulless and cruel. They'd been the eyes of a murderer. He'd butchered his Ellie for sure. He'd slaughtered those other girls all right, too. Besides being able to commune with ghosts, Bernard could look into a person's eyes and sometimes sense if they were telling the truth or not. Hector Cummings' eyes reflected nothing but guilt. Bernard's obsession to make the monster pay, one way or another, for what he'd done to Ellie and the other girls had begun. Man's justice wouldn't do for him. Bernard would not rest, would not let himself die, until that monster lay 6 feet under. Bernard moved away from the window, stiff-legged from the arthritis that had become his very own demon, and stoked the fire. Standing there, he rubbed his hands above the flames to warm them. Exceptionally cold that night. It was supposed to be even colder in the morning. No matter how inclement the weather would be, he had a grave to dig when the sun returned. Releasing a groan, the old man left the warmth of the fire. The clock on the wall read almost 10, and he knew he'd need a full night's sleep to have the energy for what he had to do the next day. The temperature had been hovering around 25 degrees the last week, and the following morning it would be nearer to 20. The ground would be unforgiving. He'd been prepared for that, though. Earlier that day he spread out 65 pounds of charcoal, the cheap stuff he'd bought from Walmart, on the potential gravesite. Then he'd mixed in old issues of newspaper for kindling, squirted on a quart of lighter fluid, and had set the site ablaze. As the coals had begun to spark, he'd covered the future grave with a metal hood he'd hand-fashioned years ago and often used, then laid on a blanket of insulation. It would cook the ground overnight, melting the inches of frost and snow, and would allow him to dig the next morning in plenty of time for the afternoon burial. The continuing snow, though, made it extra tricky. Bernard had seen snow as deep as 40 inches in his time, and had once filled in a grave at 5 below zero. He cringed, remembering that day. That had been a miserable job, that dig. He'd had ice coming out of his nose, freezing above his upper lip. That had been the coldest day he'd ever had. Before he had finished, he'd feared his hands had frozen solid and would break off if anything knocked against them. He prayed tomorrow wouldn't be that bad. Even digging a grave in 100-degree weather was better than digging one in a blizzard. He should know. Yet, regardless of the weather, a family rarely canceled a funeral. Maybe a massive flood or an earthquake would cancel it, but nothing less. He stoked the fire a final time before he called it a night. When he headed for bed, Casper rose on 4 paws and stretched, butt up in the air, and with a yawning meow, padded into the bedroom to stake his claim on the bed. He'd found Casper, a bedraggled kitten, drenched and with his tiny bones sticking out like a porcupine's quills, on his porch one January dawn 18 years ago. It had been a frosty day, rainy, and he'd felt sorry for the kitten, made the mistake of feeding him, and the cat had attached himself to Bernard like a cocklebur ever since. He was a good cat, though. Casper always went outside to do his business and never tore anything up with his claws. Right before Bernard climbed into bed, he glanced out the frosted window into the cemetery. Darn! A strange, wispy shadow floated among the tombstones in the graveyard again. The snow on the ground, and still falling, made the night look like day. If there was some wraith out there waiting for him, they'd have to wait until morning. No way he was going out there in the freezing dark to talk to some ghost.
"See you tomorrow, whoever you are. It's bedtime. Leave me alone,"
Bernard grumbled, as he pulled the dusty blinds down, then got into bed. Casper sprawled across it, belly and legs raised toward the ceiling, snoring lightly. That cat could fall asleep faster than any cat he'd ever had, and he'd had his share of them.
"Move over, bed hog."
Bernard shoved the feline over so he could crawl beneath the covers. His old bones were clicking together from the cold. Something persistently tapped at the window, but he ignored it. Long ago, he'd had Pastor Thomas bless this little house, so the ghosts couldn't get in. Otherwise, they'd never leave him alone. In minutes, he was snoring right along with his cat. Bernard woke up to Casper's warm tongue slurping across his face. The cat was hungry, or had to go out. Either way, 7:00 a.m., and Bernard had to get out of the warm bed. The grave he had to dig that day would take at least 4 hours of work. The burial ceremony was to be at 3:00. He fed the fire, then the cat. He'd eat later, after his work. A glance at the calendar on the wall revealed what he already knew. December 5th. A shiver crept up through his veins, and he shook his head. He didn't want to think about any of that. He had work to do. A blizzard still raged outside, and he felt sorry for the family of the dearly departed and their friends who would be attending the burial in the afternoon. It was a miserable day for a funeral. The graveyard beyond his windows resembled an elaborate ice sculpture, and he prayed the bed of burning charcoal had done its job and loosened the earth. Otherwise, his digging would be a heck of a lot harder. His muscles ached just thinking about it. When dressed in long underwear, jeans, 2 layers of work shirts, thick socks, a black knit cap, warm gloves, and his coat, he hobbled outside, and, collecting the thin-bladed, steel-shanked shovel he'd used to dig the grave, he trudged on through the deep snow. The weather so horrible, Casper hadn't followed him out. That cat was no dummy. He knew if he went out in the storm, he'd be frozen for sure. The ice pellets cut at the gravedigger's face as he made his way behind the house, climbed in and drove the old dump truck to the graveyard, parking it as near to the bed of charcoal, the new grave, as he could get. It wasn't easy. The plots in the cemetery were packed in tightly, and someone's gravestone would end up in pieces beneath the truck's wheels if he miscalculated. It was a tricky thing to maneuver the weather-beaten vehicle, one he'd had since he purchased it brand new in 1985 and fiddled with year after year so it would keep running. Not an easy task, but he'd been doing it for so long he knew what he was doing. Well, most of the time. There had been this one unlucky incident about 2 years ago, when he'd backed a truck into someone's mausoleum and smashed up the front of the tomb. Bernard didn't like to think about that either. Good thing the inhabitant had been past caring. Bernard chuckled. Pastor Thomas had not been happy, though. Just another reason, he supposed, he should retire, with his eyesight not so good anymore. The minute he began digging, he figured on some kind of problem. The bed of coals hadn't thawed the ground all the way down. He'd been digging, shaving the sides of the graves so they were straight, placing the wooden cribbing in one level after another as he had so many times before, until the last foot or so, and then the ground proved nearly impossible to shovel out. His arms began to shake, and yet he kept at it. What choice did he have? The grave had to be ready, waiting for the ceremony, the expensive casket and the artificial grass rug that would cover the gaping hole. Bernard had never not had a gravesite ready on time, and he wasn't about to start now. As the snow continued to fall around him, he dug harder, so hard the leg that pushed down the shovel began to hurt. The grave was almost done when he glanced up and saw her. A white translucent figure wavering, fading in and out among the snowflakes, at the end of the open hole. She stared at him. At first his mind refused to accept the identity of the apparition. He dropped the shovel. His mouth fell open. "Hello, Grandpa." The spirit's voice, a soft whisper, somehow rose above the howling wind of the snowstorm. Then he realized the ghost's voice was in his mind, and not only in the air between them. Her arms lifted to him, and her white face attempted a smile. It almost made it. Ellie? He couldn't believe it. Her spirit had decided to visit him after all these years. He'd prayed for it, but it had never happened until now. Then he remembered. Ellie had been missing 10 years to the day. An unusual happiness warmed him as he returned her smile, his frozen lips forming a stiff curve. What do you want, child? He didn't have to yell for her to hear him. She heard him well enough. The ghost levitated over to him. I missed you so, Grandpa. I missed you too, granddaughter. He felt tears rim his eyes and wiped them away. Why are you here? Are you here because it's the anniversary of your abduction? No, I am here because he has died. Who has died? Hector Cummings, the man who murdered me and the other 2 women. Bernard felt a sense of vindication. He'd been right. Cummins had taken and butchered those girls. Ellie, too. Now the monster was dead. In one way, he experienced relief, but it didn't help his guilt, the rage, or sorrow he still felt. Her ghost proved Ellie must truly be dead. All these years, he'd had the tiniest of hopes she might still be alive somewhere, imprisoned or her memory lost, but still alive, since her ghost had never come to him before. Now he had to accept she resided in the land of the dead, and his grief was final. How did Cummings die? He asked, curious. Ellie's ghost did not answer. After a long pause, realizing there would be no answer, he spoke again. What do you want of me? He stuck his gloved hands into his pockets. Covered or not, they were icicles like the rest of his skinny body. I need a favor. Her see-through hands reached out in supplication. She looked as she had in life, young, pretty, her long fair hair flowing in the air, and its strands merging with the snowflakes. She wore the clothes he had last seen her in, jeans and her favorite t-shirt, with a cat face on the front. But she and her clothes were washed out, all a pasty transparent gray. Her once beautiful, jade-colored eyes were dull and haunted. It broke his heart to see her like that. Anything, sweetheart. Just tell me what you need. You need to follow me. I have something to show you, and something to tell you. Something to ask of you. The phantom's expression appeared solemn. You want me to go somewhere with you? He echoed like a frozen parrot. Now? Now. His eyes looked at the grave he'd just dug, his eyebrows lifting a little in uncertainty. Good thing he'd finished it. All he had to do was cover the hole with the fake grass carpet. Can you give me a minute or two to finish this burial site? Move the truck back to its garage? Funeral's in an hour. The ghost bobbed her head. As Bernard laid the fake grass carpet over the grave, fighting the wind to place it and laying rocks on the edges to keep it on, he questioned the wraith. Where are we going? Can you tell me that? And why? Not far from here, through the woods. You will see when we get there. Bring your shovel. Can I take the truck? No, it is not far from here. We go through the woods. Park the truck where it belongs. Okay, he fretted. He had to trust her. He climbed into the vehicle, drove it to the rear of the house, and left it. Whenever he glanced behind him, he saw Ellie's specter tracking him through the snowfall, hovering above the ground, pale and patient. He hated leaving the protection of the truck, but got out and began to follow the ghost. The storm had strengthened as the day had aged, and he plodded through the deepening snow into the woods behind the cemetery, squeezing between close-set trees, so afraid he'd lose her, but he didn't. They traveled for what seemed to Bernard like a long while. Perhaps the journey felt endless because he was shivering, tired, hungry, and lugged a heavy shovel. He had dug a grave and had missed lunch. Just when he thought he'd collapse from exhaustion, they arrived at their destination. He recognized Hector's ramshackle hovel with the abandoned trash, rusted cars, chipped kitchen sinks, a tattered couch and broken chairs around it the minute Ellie's ghost led him to it. He'd been there many times in the last decade, spying on Cummings, hoping to catch him doing something, anything, criminal. He'd never caught him doing much of anything but hiding in his wreck of a home. They were behind his house when he turned to the ghost. "Why am I here?" "As I said, Hector Cummings died yesterday. His body is at the morgue, and since there is no family or anyone who cares about him, he will be buried in a few days in a pauper's grave in St. Catherine's. There is something here I need to show you." The ghost led him a distance into the woods far behind Cummings' house, into a natural basin, and stopped. Her dead eyes looked down, and she pointed at something before her. Bernard noticed the uneven ground under the snow right off, and feared what it meant, what it might hide. A grave. "Is this a grave, Ellie?" "It is my grave. Our grave. All three of us. The ones Cummings tortured and killed. He buried our dissected bodies here in a mass grave, with no prayers said over us. Our spirits have been uneasy ever since, but we were tied here to this place as long as our murderer lived, waiting." "Oh, no," Bernard moaned and dropped to his knees into the white stuff, his gloved fingers reverently touching the snow above the mound. "What do you want me to do?" "Nothing now. Yet mark this place, because soon they will have to retrieve our bones and relocate them." "Relocate them where?" The specter met his gaze. "I want to come home, Grandpa. I and my other sister victims here," she waved her hand at the ground before them, "deserve to be buried in our cemetery, in consecrated ground, buried by their families who have searched, grieved, long enough." "You want me to dig up and rebury all of you?" "No. I want you to send the police here to dig us up. Prove Cummings killed us. Send a letter to them from another town. Don't give your name. I do not want you connected in any way with the crimes. Once you tell them about this grave, they will release the remains, and the families will put them all to rest in St. Catherine's Cemetery. When you bury them, I with them. Bury us together in that spot, by the angel with the sword. For now, when it comes, bury Hector Cummings' body beneath that same angel statue." "Why would you want your killer buried in the same place as you and those others?" We have our reasons. Just do as I ask. Please?" The ghost's eyes were shining, her face stern. He nodded. "All right, I'll send the police here. I'll bury Cummings where you ask. I'll bury you and the other girls there too. But will you eventually tell me—" Ellie's ghost evaporated, leaving him alone in the woods, in the snow, by an unmarked grave. His return trek to his house proved to be a long, hard one, with his heavy heart and his confusion. Why would Ellie want her murderer buried beside her and the other victims for eternity, and in sanctified ground? It made no sense. Ellie's ghost had left, so he couldn't get that answer from her. He drug his tired body home, got in his truck, scribbled a short note for the police about the buried bodies on Cummings' property, and stuffed it into a stamped envelope, careful not to leave fingerprints anywhere on it. He drove 2 towns over to drop it into an outside mailbox, cap pulled low as a disguise. He tried not to let anyone see him. When he returned to his house, the funeral was being performed in the cemetery, so he skirted around the grieving people and entered by his rear door. He didn't bother to eat or clean himself up. Instead, he yanked off his gloves, coat, hat, and in only his long johns, he collapsed on the bed. He tugged the covers over him, and, Casper snuggling in beside him, he fell asleep. Later, after the funeral participants had all left the cemetery, he'd go out and finish burying the deceased. But he needed to rest first. His last week as the cemetery's caretaker and gravedigger turned out to be a busy one, wrapping loose ends up and preparing for the new man to take over. That day, the authorities were bringing the last of the 3 girls to be buried, the final funeral of the 3. The examinations of the remains and the investigations had all been wrapped up, and the other victims, including Ellie, had been buried over the last few weeks where Ellie had requested they be interred. Nothing had been proven so far, but everyone in town knew it had been Hector Cummings who'd killed those girls, who'd been the butcher serial killer. They'd found other graves, other bodies, so far over 20, surrounding his house. The man had truly been evil. It grieved Bernard to no end that the evil man would never face judgment for all his unspeakable crimes. His death, a heart attack, had been too easy a demise for him. Ellie's funeral 14 days before had been hard. Bernard had cried, though he'd tried so hard not to, over the coffin at the funeral home, and later as it rested beside the open grave. He'd sent her a blanket of yellow roses, her favorites, and it caressed her coffin. The church had helped him buy the best arrangement he could find. Ellie's service, as everyone in heaven had loved her, had been beautiful, with so many flowers and donations. He still missed her as much as he ever had, but now she was finally home. Her image, as she'd been alive and as a ghost, haunted him every day. Ellie's spirit had not returned after she'd led him to the girl's grave, though he'd called her often. After the last girl's funeral, he retired to his house, made a simple supper of soup, and fell asleep before the fire. Casper curled in his lap. Crying had wrung everything out of him. It must have been near midnight when he heard tapping on the window. A frigid night, but thank goodness no snow. The big snow had melted weeks ago. "What the?" Bernard grumbled, pulling himself up, the cat sliding to the floor with a startled meow before he scurried off to hide beneath the bed. The feline had seen something at the window. Ellie's ghost had returned. The spirit beckoned him from the other side of the glass. "Grandpa, get warmly dressed," the voice said in his head. "Follow me out into the cemetery. You will want to see this. Tonight, we will finally have our vengeance and our justice." Bernard put on his clothes, his coat, and scurried out into the night after his dead granddaughter. He wondered what the ghost wanted, but he didn't have a chance to worry about it. The cemetery was bathed in an eerie glow from a 3/4 moon in a sky filled with swift, scudding clouds. The faint radiance lit up the bare-branched trees, the tombstones, the mausoleums, the whole graveyard as if it were twilight. Shivering from both the cold and whatever awaited him outside, Bernard hurried between the tombstones, trying to keep up with Ellie. The spirit stopped before the stone angel holding the sword. There, hovering above Hector Cummings' final resting place, were the other 2 dead girls, his victims in life. They were staring at Hector's grave, and they were smiling. Ellie had joined them. Bernard started to ask what they were doing, when he looked down to see something rising from Hector's grave. A slimy, dark ghoul of a manifestation. It extended to its full height and turned coal-like malevolent holes, or what had to be eyes, on the women encircling it. The manifestation was Hector, or what death had made of him. Breathtakingly hideous, grossly misshapen from the human being he had been. The female ghosts grasped each other's hands and glared at the entity. "What do you want of me, you whores?" Hector demanded. The spectral ghoul laughed. "I had my way with you, killed you all, sliced you to pieces and enjoyed every moment of it. You screamed and screamed." He rubbed his skeletal hands together gleefully. "We come to claim the retribution life never gave us, Hector. We come," Ellie announced in her ghost voice with an anticipatory grin, "to give out that justice. In death, we come for you." "There's no way, you bitch, you can hurt me anymore now. None of you. I'm dead. You can't touch me." His laughter contained a hint of the demonic. "Not only can we touch you, we can and will send you to hell for your crimes. Have you not wondered why you are still here, tied to your earthly grave, instead of having moved on?" By the look on his face, she'd hit a nerve. For the first time his countenance reflected the beginning of fear, a growing touch of panic. He shrugged. "I imagine I would soon be going on to the next place. I've only been here a few moments after all." "You have been in your grave, Butcher, for months," Ellie told him with a sly smile. "Waiting for us." "Months? Waiting for you? Why?" Hector's remnant at last seemed to hesitate, be unsure. "Maybe," It peered around at the graveyard.
I have been forgotten. I am sure I will soon move on to my next life. Soon. I cannot wait to find more young girls and continue what I started here.
He had spied Bernard, half hidden behind a tombstone, and Hector's ghost grinned chillingly and waved tauntingly at him.
Hi there, my old accuser. Ha! Could never catch me, you old fool. I was smarter than you. I killed your pretty little granddaughter and many more, and there was nothing you or anyone else could do about it. I won! I won! Ha 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 ha!
Bernard would have run at the hateful creature and torn his dead throat out. But why? Hector was already dead. The living couldn't hurt him any longer. But we can hurt you, Ellie's ghost spoke softly as the dead woman tightened the circle around Hector. And we are. We are going to give you the justice the world never gave you. We are sending you to hell, where you will burn and suffer the same torment over and over that you forced all of us to endure. Punishment for your crimes, for eternity. We, your victims, have waited a long time for this.
Nah, you bitches don't scare me. I'm leaving.
The specter tried to move. Frozen where he stood, he found he couldn't. When he realized this, that they had him trapped, helpless, and for once he had no power, the monster lifted his ugly head, bared his decayed teeth, and howled. And as Bernard watched with wide eyes, the three women's ghosts advanced on Hector's revenant, and, with knives that had seemingly materialized from moonlight, they slashed and sliced at him until he was a mass of bleeding cuts, one leg nearly severed, and an arm chopped off. They drug him down, screaming as only a dead thing could scream, back into his grave, and all four of them vanished into the earth. Hector Cummings' flat grave marker then burst into flames, morphing into a square of fiery charcoal, and crumbled into ash the wind gobbled up. Hector Cummings and his corpse, his casket, no longer remained in the sanctified ground of St. Catherine's Cemetery. Ellie's ghost rose alone from the ground and came to float before Bernard, her smiling face at last reflecting peace. A luminosity brightened and expanded around her whole being. I'm leaving now, Grandpa. Thank you. Then, because of a nagging suspicion, Bernard had to ask what he'd been dying to ask since Ellie had first appeared to him. How did Cummings die? Was it a natural death? His granddaughter's ghost smiled. No, it wasn't. We, helped him along. We could not leave his property, but we learned we could visit him. So we haunted and tormented him until his heart exploded in his chest. Bernard felt stunned. Why now? You've been dead almost 10 years. The other girls nearly as long. Ellie's oval of a face hovered in the air before him, and her smile dissolved. Because he was ready to do it again. Take 3 more girls and do to them what he'd done to us. Capture, imprison, and butcher them. We couldn't let that happen. Not again. So we dealt with him. Now he will never hurt another innocent girl. Goodbye, Grandpa. I love you. Don't forget me. I won't, Ellie, he promised her, sadness reclaiming him, because he knew he'd never see her again. In this life, anyway. His Ellie melted into the night earth, and silence took back the winter night. Bernard stood there a long time by the angel tombstone, leaning against it now, his body shaking with the cold, until he heard Ellie's sweet voice, as if from far away, another world, say, Goodbye, Grandpa. Go home and be happy. Stop mourning me. I am finally at peace now. Happy. I love you. I love you as well, child. See you soon, he whispered. He turned and slowly walked back to his house on the cemetery's edge. It looked inviting, safe, warm. Casper sat inside the window and made cat faces at him. Letting himself in, the old gravedigger smiled also finally at peace with the world. The Put Pocket by Alan M. Clark. The first time the mystery of the Put Pocket touched my life, I were a boy. The stories of people finding lost items in the pockets hadn't yet become common, so I didn't see the happening for what it were. The second time, Papa had come home with a feast, said he'd traded for the food a fine silk handkerchief he'd found in his pocket, one lost years earlier. "Could be someone put it there," he said. This small mystery grew much larger over the years, touched the lives of many others, yet only 2 people would ever find answers to the puzzle. I'm one of them. I am Edward Fell, 16 years old, born of a lowly station in 1850. A bad leg and a weak frame further limit my prospects. I've spent my life in the St. Giles district of London. My mum, Felicity Shipley, died when I were 5. I don't remember her. Papa, Andrew Fell, died when I were 12. The other person with answers to the mystery is Hyacinth Shepley, my mum's sister. For most of my life, Aunt Hyacinth has been nothing but unpleasant. Tall and thin, she wore a slice of darkness. The smile showed only in her eyes. She kept her dark hair oiled, held down with pins and combs. When very young, I had a troubling notion that she had an unseen companion. A ghostly sadness has followed her. Though she got drunk enough to take men to her bed, she had no true companions, and lived only for her shop. Being an apronnier were merely for appearances. Truly, she earned as a usurer. When about town, she carried an oaken staff with a heavy iron pommel to use against children what came too close. "Nippers are dippers," she'd say. "Let them come for my pus and suffer my blows." She is rumored to have struck one boy in the head and killed him 8 years ago. It's said he got away, but died from his wound. The police made little effort to look into it. Rarely have I seen Aunt Hyacinth treat anyone with kindness, save Papa. I got the idea maybe she fancied him. When she looked at me, I felt small, like a bug she wanted to crush. I thought that were because of my grimy left leg, what makes me walk with a limp. Even so, she wanted me. We found her outside our lodgings one day when I were little. She grabbed me roughly by the collar, said to Papa, "Give him to me. You can barely keep him." True enough, Papa and I were often one step away from entering the workhouse. "I'll feed him, work him hard," she said. "Make a man of him." Though we rarely ate our fill, her words were anything but tempting. Quaking in my ratty shoes, I watched her cruel eyes in terror, felt small and helpless in her grip. Papa removed her hand from my collar, gave our goodbyes. Once inside, he said, "She thinks she'd make your life easier." "Please, no, Papa. I don't want it easier." He nodded. We said no more about it that night. Even after, if Papa spoke of our hardship, I thought of her with dread. I'd like to say something good about Aunt Hyacinth, but can't until I've given more of my tale. Papa did his best. We never shared a room with another family. Avoiding that might have grown his debt. When I reached 7 years, I began earning, working sweatshops. In dank chambers of houses and tenements, condemned as dwellings but allowed to hold small factories, I gathered with women and children to work for sweaters that were stern and often heartless. I made boxes and other paper products, trimmed or stitched leather goods, finished ready-made dunnage, and more. The returns were small, yet Papa and I needed the funds. One day, a sweater named Beatrice Fort, a true terror, come into her shop with sweets in a bag, a delicious drop for each of her 5 laborers, all of us children. Handing them out, she had the most anguished look, were unexpected from the likes of her. Stranger still were her words. "Stole these some years ago from a girl what died here while in my employ. The sweets went missing from my pocket that day, but somehow they're back, bringing my regrets with them. I must close this shop. I'm so sorry to have mistreated you all." Wringing her hands and weeping, she left. I were not sorry to see her go, just baffled, and upset to have to look elsewhere for work. That were the first I knew of the Put Pocket, though I hadn't yet heard that word or name. Our district were a miserable, overcrowded rookery, where most everyone looked for advantage over others. A place of wretched hovels, broke into one-room dwellings, sweatshops, and dens of iniquity. Poverty breeds cruelty. Our easy pickings for the bully boys. Spent much of my young life being afraid. I didn't feel much safer in our lodgings. They were all one-room affairs. Some had windows, some not. Some had walled-up doors that used to go to other rooms. While I tried to sleep at night, the sounds from the streets coming through thin walls, angry shouts, arguments, drunken laughter, cries of pain or woe, fed my fancy a dreadful fare. "You have every right to be timid," Papa said to me. "But if you allow, I'll teach you to set aside fear and show you how to fight back against the bullies." I weren't much good at what he taught about fighting, but given the chance, I could land a blow what smarted. Did that a time or two. Got a bloody do-down in return. Each time, though, the bullying let up some after. I found comfort in Papa's arms at night. A bricklayer, he was strong and had an easy manner. He got up before dawn each day to walk to job sites. He worked the daylight hours, arriving back home past dusk, bringing something to eat. Though weary after a long day, he'd tell me stories while we sat enjoying supper by lamplight before bedtime. At first, he told tales with few harrowing parts. With time, his adventures became more hair-raising. Papa found amusement in what unsettled folks, the indecent, the foul, the dangers of the world. Though he took care and never wanted to see another suffer, he liked gruesome stories of crimes and accidents. He chuckled at illness and death. I couldn't help but laugh at the worst things, the way he told them. More useful than lessons on fighting, he taught me to laugh at my fears. He turned the blundering adventures of criminals into light-hearted tales. My favorite were about a body snatcher and his wife. She'd become upset to find out how her husband earned. "The Lord knows what you're up to," Papa said, trying to sound like a woman. "Take care, or he'll send you to hell." The body snatcher beat her, told her to mind her own business. And she did turn a blind eye to him, so much so that when he came home with organs meant for the medical men, she mistook them for fresh sweetbreads from the butcher. She served them up for supper. Papa's eyes twinkled with mischief in the lamplight. "Now there's a right proper poke in his eye." "Got what he deserved," I said. He didn't think so. When he discovered the truth, he cried, "Bad enough I should sell the dead, but you've gone and made me a cannibal. What the Lord must think of me now." How we laughed. Nearly lost my supper, and I sure didn't want to. That was the night he traded a silk handkerchief he'd found in his pocket for a feast. He'd brought home some sprats, slices of pineapple, and treacle tot. "Were the oddest thing," he'd said when he come home. "Found a silk billy in my pocket lost years ago. It went missing on my way to give it to your mom, taken by a dipper for all I knew. Now I know that coat pocket like I do the inside of my mouth. How'd it happen? Maybe someone put it there. Well, never mind, I says to myself. A pretty thing is all it is. We have no use for that handkerchief now. I made a trade in the market for all this here." Papa became quiet and thoughtful for a moment. My new assistant, young Carhill, said a year ago his father found a small purse in his pocket he'd lost long ago while at Covent Garden Market. I didn't think much of it when he told me. Now I see its likeness to what happened today. "We have a mystery," I said. "Indeed. I'll ask around, see if I can find out more." Papa didn't bring home further tales of the mystery for a long while. The lodgings I remember best were a room we had on an upper floor. Had an uneven stain of red on the walls what caught the light setting sun through the sooty window and lit up like the inside of a firebox. Even a cold day with no coal, it warmed me just to see it. One hot summer day, Papa and Aunt Hyacinth stood talking in Great Wild Street below that window, people and traffic going round them. Aunt Hyacinth saw me watching and pointed. Papa turned to look up. The window opened. I heard her. Speaking above the street noise, she repeated a demand from years earlier. "Give him to me." Papa shook his head, and she scowled. I thought of the boy folks said she'd killed. Rumors of that happening had come that year. When Papa came up to our room, I said again, "Please don't give me to Aunt Hyacinth." "You are my boy," he said, setting me on his knee. She sees me struggle to earn. I failed to pay the nethers. Been meaning to tell you. We'll have to find new lodgings. Oh, Papa. He hugged and calmed my fears. I were 8 at the time. The next room had no window. Papa gathered his frightful stories from wherever he could. He'd read to me or merely tell me a tale of suffering he'd heard. Stories of accidents in the mills, cruel mayhem, or murder. Then he'd ask, how likely that should happen to you too? You can't help imagining it. That's the point of stories. But think on that. How likely is it? I'd see what he meant. Got so, were I scared of something, I dared to imagine the worst. In fancy, I've had every disease and crippling there is, suffered missing limbs, died 1,000 ways. If I imagined it first and worst, as Papa put it, how likely was it that I'd suffer those things in my life? Had he not laughed so much in the telling, I might have got more of a chill from his words. But his humor were a contagion of sorts. One evening Papa said, "Today, Cheese Pete had a fright, and a delight. He left the job site for a bite and a dram. Come back white as a sheet, yet a foolish smile on his face. I were coming out of the cross keys in Endell Street," says he, "when I felt a hand reach in my pocket. A dipper, I thought, whipping around. No one there. Yet these," he held out a pair of spectacles, "lost years ago, were in my pocket." The close work had been getting too hard, and he couldn't afford new spectacles. He feared he'd lose his carpenter position. "We're a ghost," says he. "I know it. Must be the pickpocket I've been hearing about." He said it's like a pickpocket, only backwards. Could be how I got the handkerchief back. Papa must have seen I was shying away from his words. He let the matter go. I didn't sleep well that night, thinking about a ghost reaching into my clothes. First and worst worked with things I could know and see, but the unknown were different. Thoughts of unquiet spirits gave me the worst chills. Remembering the notion I'd had that something followed on Hyacinth, I fancied ghosts were the unhappiest someone left behind. Should one find me, I feared the sorrow might rub off and make me as miserable as my aunt. Papa had the cure for those frights, too. He brought me stories about the wonderful things the pickpocket had given people. Daylight hours, he told how some had found coin in their pockets, one a hefty purse. Others discovered long-lost handkerchiefs or jewelry. Just yesterday, Papa said, saw a fellow on a crowded footway hold a watch over his head and cry out it had been returned to him. The joy in his face was something to see. Only later, once I had become at ease with them, did he add stories of spirits to our nighttime tales. Our township has more ghosts than anywhere else. 'Tis our history. He spoke as if the spirits were prize-winning hogs at a country fair. Disease and pestilence from long ago, poverty and crime, then and now, have bred the sort of cruelty and madness what keeps the dead among us. Telling such stories with friends when a child are among my fondest memories. You can be afeard of the ghosts, or, like I do, cock a snook at them. He grinned wickedly, thumped his nose while wiggling his fingers. As we laughed, I knew his delighted mood had brushed aside my fears yet again. Those who suffered terrible illness, he said, lepers from the Middle Ages and the dead from the plague in the 1600s, make sport of spreading old diseases from the ancient marsh leading down to the Thames. Much of that foul bog is drained and paved over long ago, yet in our parish the wetness remains. Unheard, the dead wheeze, choke, and cough out the sickening miasma. He made pitiful long faces, pretended agony and woe with such looks that I could but laugh. Even so, that one had raised my short hairs. Papa must have seen I was spooked because he poked and tickled me. They have no interest in little boys like you. What have you got they might want? Why, not a thing. He placed a warm hand on my cheek. They go for the hale and hearty. He chuckled. That's why I smoke, to give me a cough. Just that much and the ghosts turn away, taking their mischief elsewhere. And you've got your gammy leg. He chuckled again. It ain't good for nothing. I didn't believe he believed that, but loved him all the more for giving my defect purpose. Our time together in the evenings, we spoke of many sorts of ghosts. By the time he doused the glim each night, I lay beside him, awaiting sleep. The darkness had become just shadows again, the sounds from outside, merely a senseless murmur. Around that time, I asked myself if I believed in ghosts. Papa had indeed taught me how to set aside some of my fear. With his help, I'd lost much of my timid nature. More useful, I'd lost my timid manner. That helped with the bullies. In my 12th year, instead of trying to take me, Aunt Hyacinth asked Papa to send me to work daily in her chandler's shop. She wants someone to run errands, make deliveries, and such like. Treats it a given you ought to work for her. Said you'd do it should I tell you to, and that's what fathers did with lads. Told her it were your choice, and I'd ask. She says you need protection from hardship, from the hazards of the street. St. Giles is a place thick with lurkers, macers, and mug hunters, a great danger to life, limb, and purse for anyone seen as having anything of worth. Papa and I didn't have that look. The dangers to us were the open sewers, bad water, disease, and debt. Aunt Hyacinth didn't care about my safety. She wanted a slavey, and I were almost as good. Not wanting to show disrespect, I didn't tell Papa that. Yet I had the worrisome feeling he wanted me to work for her, perhaps because of the way he said his next words. And how would you protect him, while he runs your errands and makes your deliveries? I asks her. I pay protection, says she. What puts constables and a magistrate in my pocket? Not too deeply, mind you, but well enough. Nobody will harm him when he's in my employ. Why would the police help her? I asked. They don't. They help those she pays. Your aunt is in with criminals, family people. He frowned to see my confused look, but shrugged. I'm not so concerned about that as what she'd be cold-hearted. I was relieved to hear Papa admit she were a hard woman. I don't like her, I said without looking at him. The way she looks at me. She hates me. She's your mother's sister. What could she have against you? Don't know, Papa. I'm afraid of her. She would be a taskmistress, that is a certainty, but surely no worse than the sweaters, what hires you now. Wouldn't she? We sat ill at ease for a time, an uncommon thing between us. Then he said, I owe her money. She said she'd give good terms on your work, counting against the debt. We shan't do better with the sweaters. I frowned, chewed my lip, troubled with thoughts of a dark gaze. Papa tried to hide his displeasure, wiping his face with his hands. He worked too hard. While he enjoyed his tobacco, he denied himself drink, and no telling what else, to better provide for me. I need the help, son, he said straight out, as if man to man. I could not go against his wishes. I've become so weary of sweatshop toil. I suppose Shipley's chandlery would be a welcome change, I lied. Thank you, Edward, he said. For a moment, I felt like a grown man. Aunt Hyacinth maltreated me from the start, but not so any mark might show. On my first day, I were too slow retrieving a box of 2-penny candles for a customer. She struck me on the back of the head with a staff. She'd perhaps been careful not to break the skin. The lump and bruise hid beneath my hair. That were only the beginning. I didn't have the heart to tell Papa. I had been working for her 5 months when an unfinished wall at a job site collapsed, killing him. Losing Papa felt like my heart had been torn from my chest, the best part of me taken away. Had little time to mourn proper. Aunt Hyacinth took me in like I belonged to her, but not in the way of family, more like property. She lives in the rooms over Shepley's chandlery, gave me a thin pallet on the floor of the storage under the stairs for my bed. When asked about any funds Papa left behind, she said, He owed much more than he had. 'Tis up to you to assume his debt to me. You shall work here at least until that's paid. How much? How long? I'll have to consult the ledgers and storage to know the true amount. I didn't like her answer. May I help you find them? Not now. We have much work to do. Perhaps she saw the doubt on my face. Her hot eyes, hot with anger, she growled. No one would dare suggest I'd play the crooked cross. I didn't believe her, yet I shut my mouth and turned away. I then wished upon Aunt Hyacinth the curse Papa had told about. "Those who died in the wretched squalor of St. Giles," he said. "Such is their envy. They want financial ruin for the prosperous, though it gets them nothing. Should that sort of ghost touch a man, he'll see his grip on his affairs loosen, his investments come to disaster, and the demands of debt become impossible to meet. Yes, though I would be hurt should she be so cursed. I wished that upon her. It were no real threat. I couldn't find it in me to stand up for myself, as it seemed my source of courage had gone with my papa. My life were in her hands, and she did as she pleased with it. Aunt Hyacinth had begun Shepley's chandlery humbly enough, selling candles, oil, and sundries through a single-room's window onto New Oxford Street. Now she owned the building and had forgot her humble beginnings. She extended credit to all what would have it, and milked poor families for gain. The high interest on the loans were a cruelty, yet those what couldn't find credit elsewhere came to her. Those late in paying got visits from men she paid, a demander called Billy the Biter, and his fat-fisted bludger, Mr. Paldo. Billy spent the night with Aunt Hyacinth on occasion. When he did, if I didn't keep to myself and his pale eyes found me, his mouth would take on a cruel twist, and he'd make sport of belittling me to entertain my aunt. Running on Hyacinth's errands and making deliveries, I came to know many people. Most did not hold my aunt's deeds against me. Making deliveries to homes and businesses, I learned my way around the township's filthy, ill-paved ways. The routes around the worst of the open sewers, the high ground to avoid the tide of night soil that rose in standing water when the heavy rains came, and the secret passages that provided shortcuts to and through the gin shops, the gambling dens, and the brothels. Just like Papa, my ears were eager for the tales folks told of the district and its history. And, like him, I heard of others who had found things in their pockets, lost years earlier. Though I'd never lost anything of worth, I dared to dream of finding gold and silver in my pockets, so I could make my own way in the world. I were too afraid to ask Aunt Hyacinth what she held against me, let alone try to reason with her. Often I imagined telling her what I thought of her and leaving. For all that, St. Giles were familiar to me. Though a slum, it were the world I knew. If I feared anything more than Aunt Hyacinth, it were change, for I had no expectations. I toiled for her 3 years, with no earnings. One October day in my 15th year, she had me clearing out a damp storage room toward the back of the shop while she were out. "When the dustman comes, help him load his cart," she'd said. "Should customers arrive, tell them to return tomorrow. Should you fail to remove all this rot before my return, you'll have no supper." The roof over the room had leaked for some time, smelling of rot and mold. All within had been ruined. The dustman took 3 loads in his cart. Waiting for his return for the third, I rummaged in a small wooden cabinet at the back of the room. The lower compartment opened to reveal aught but dank air. The little drawer above was swollen fast. I got a hammer and beat on it. The cabinet came apart, and I got the drawer free. It held posts, the top one from Papa to Aunt Hyacinth. Though faded and smudged from the damp and mildew, I could make out his writing on the envelope. The ink had smeared on the leaf inside, the words hard to make out. I took the letters to my pallet under the stairs, hid them amidst the straw of the mattress. Why would Papa write Aunt Hyacinth? She had often spoken to him with more kindness than she gave others. I'd seen her gaze turn tender when looking at him. Whatever the feelings, I didn't think Papa shared them. Indeed, I thought he wanted to hate Aunt Hyacinth, but couldn't. "She weren't always like she is now," he'd said once. "Couple of years before you were born, she went to stay with an aunt in Lambeth. The aunt died, and our Hyacinth ended up in the Lambeth workhouse with an ailment. We're there for nearly a year. We didn't know, or we would have helped. When she come out, she'd changed, vowed never to be poor again. Of course, she can't rise above her station, found that out quick. So she walks on the rest of us to make her way." I knew the workhouse broke many who spent much time there. At the time, I didn't know what he meant by how she made her way. I'd thought she'd but had a disagreeable manner. That night, after Aunt Hyacinth went up to bed, I got the letters out. I set the one on top from Papa aside, while looking at the remaining 20 or more pages. They seemed to be letters from Aunt Hyacinth to Papa. Lambeth Workhouse were printed at the top of each page. She must have written them while there. They weren't folded or sealed, had perhaps never been posted. Written with poor quality ink in her hasty script, I made little sense of them. I picked up the letter from Papa. Holding the paper just so in the light, I made out the words. Dearest Hyacinth, you had your time with me, and now that's done. Don't make it worse with further demands. I shall have no more of it. You must accept that, whatever happens. You would but crush your sister should you persist. I believe you love her too much for that. Warmest regards, Andrew. I heard Aunt Hyacinth weeping in a chamber above, as she sometimes did. I had always thought she wept from well-deserved loneliness. Yet now, her pitiful sobs seemed to color the meaning of Papa's letter. Had my aunt and Papa been lovers before he married Mum? Had he spurned Aunt Hyacinth in favor of my mother? Then a notion I didn't like, that they had been lovers after he'd become wed. I pushed the idea away, yet remained troubled. Reading his words again, I changed the way I thought about them. Papa had merely carried out a task for her from a sense of duty. He had been good to Aunt Hyacinth. She wanted more, perhaps to be closer to him, to draw him away from Mum, and he'd put his foot down. Whatever she'd wanted, Aunt Hyacinth must have relented. She'd still held him in high regard years later, and that accounted for the looks I'd seen her give him. Not long after, in late October, while I prepared to make a delivery, Mr. Rasher, a friend of Papa's, come into Shepley's chandlery. He asked for lamp oil. I set down the parcel I meant to deliver and fetched his order. About to complete the sale, he looked me up and down. "Young Master Fell," he said, "you are the spitting image of your father as a young man." Aunt Hyacinth, writing in the sales book, paused and looked up at me, eyes narrowed as if considering my likeness to Papa for the first time. Then another look. Her features softened, and that tender gaze she'd given Papa appeared for a moment. Perish the thought that a tender look should frighten, yet it did frighten me, more so than her usual scornful glare. I were old enough to know something of what passed between men and women, even if I had no experience. In that moment, I feared she'd demand I attend to her needs in bed. Gave me a chill. "On the account, then," Mr. Rasher said. "Good day to you." His words had broken the spell of her gaze. She turned to go about her business. I took up the package and hurried out. Walking through a light rain, I delivered the parcel to a tobacconist's in James Street. Most of the tales of the Put-Pocket came from the crowded streets near Covent Garden Market. So while there, I asked a few people if they'd heard any new stories. A friend of mine, Bertie, all of 17 years old, had a fruit barrow in Longacre, near the market. He once gave me a badly bruised apple where it looked like something had chewed on it, so I always stopped at his barrow with the hope of another. No such luck that day, but when asked about the Put-Pocket, he did have something for me. I know a man found a pipe in his pocket lost 4 years ago. Still had his choice of tobacco in it, fresh as the day it went missing. I've the oddest feeling I might recover a clasp knife I lost a time back. He laughed at his own words. I've rarely lost anything worth the trouble of looking for it, I told him. He looked at me with a damnable pity, but gave me a slice of apple. Some say it's a repentant pickpocket, he said, putting what's stolen back. Thanks for the slice, I said, doffing my cap. I have to hurry back to Aunt Hyacinth, or she'll take her staff to me. Good luck to you, Edward, he called as I hurried away. May the Put-Pocket make a mistake and bless you with someone else's coin. Passing through the 7 dials on my way back, my hands chilled. I were about to stuff them in the pockets of my ragged jacket, when I wondered if I might find something. I'd never thought of myself as fortunate, so I wasn't disappointed to find them still empty. Of course, there was nothing in them, until suddenly my right hand found something hard and cold. I pulled it out to have a look. A giant comb for a woman's hair, its decoration in the shape of a fan. The Put-Pocket, I said, casting about to see who might have placed it. I saw no one near enough. "'Tis a spirit, then," I thought with a shiver. I remember Papa saying, Beyond their sway over fortunes of health and purse, the dead have little power here. They cannot easily make themselves known, nor exert much force in the world. Each, according to the abilities held in life, might work a bit of mischief. One who'd been a smithy might wield a hammer for a moment. An artist could summon an image on a frosted pane or dust-strewn surface. A musician will possibly coax a chord from an idle instrument. A repentant pickpocket seemed reasonable then, but I'd never lost such a comb before. I took a last look at it, now wet from fresh raindrops, and hid it in my pocket. Should Aunt Hyacinth see I had a thing of value, she'd claim it against what we're owed. To my surprise, when I got back to Shepley's chandlery, I was still holding the comb in my hand again. Aunt Hyacinth saw it right off, as though her gaze were directed to it by another, were the strangest thing. "Where did you get that?" she cried. As she came from me, her eyes bulged, and her hands became claws. Frightened, I stumbled back, dropped the comb. It shattered upon the floor. She reached for her staff. "The put-pocket," I said, turning back for the door to retreat outside. She thrust the staff into the small of my back. I struck the door and rolled to the left. The pommel flew against my cheek. "You'd use a tall tale to lie to me," she howled. Aunt Hyacinth struck me in the gut with her staff, then brought it up into my groin. I fell to the floor, weeping and holding myself. "Near 7 dials," I sobbed. "It appeared in my pocket." "How did I not recognize you that day?" she said, her face a rage of red and black. She moved to the center of the room, opened the trap door to the cellar. Knowing what were coming, I meant to flee, but the pain in my gut and lower down were too much. She returned to me. "They said that boy died, but it were you all along." Aunt Hyacinth dragged me by my jacket to the opening in the floor. She held me by the collar, put her face near mine. Her cruel eyes bore down on me while I cringed. "You stole my favorite comb, and now you've broken it." I didn't understand. How could she think that? Aunt Hyacinth shoved me. I tumbled through the opening, striking an elbow against a rung of the ladder. A deep, muddy puddle, 10 feet down, broke my fall. I cried out in pain. The trapdoor slammed down. Darkness swallowed me. I heard her move furniture to cover the trapdoor. There would be no getting out that way. Cold and wet, coated in a sour-smelling filth that might in part be night soil from the building's overflowing cesspit, I held myself in a blanket of self-pity long enough for the pain to ebb. Dusk had fallen on my way back from Covent Garden, but I looked for light. I knew the foundation of the building was stone with wooden grates to allow air through. I might pry one loose. Sounds from without came to me before I saw light. I crawled toward noises from the street. Struggling against the slick, heavy mud, I pulled myself from the puddle at the center of the cellar. Weary, I rested. Should I fail to get out on my own, how long would she keep me there? Rain had fallen on and off for days. I had to wonder how fast it made its way in. I'd heard tales of landlords letting cellars to families when overcrowding of the parish were at its worst. They must have started dry enough. No one would choose to sleep in mud. Yet families had lost members in some of those cellars, drowned when the hard rains came. Then, harder questions. Did Aunt Hyacinth somehow mistake me for the boy she killed? Yes, that seemed so. Why? Had she got a good look at him? Had he looked like me? She believed he'd stolen the comb. What did she know of the put-pocket? She seemed to know there were tales. I shouldn't have been surprised. Just because Aunt Hyacinth had no friends didn't mean people didn't speak to her. Tales were passed around freely. For those of us unable to afford even a penny gaff, such stories were our entertainment. Should the notion of the put-pocket as ghost be right? Might it be the spirit of the boy she killed? If Bertie's notion were right, the put-pocket as repentant pickpocket, putting things back, putting things right again, shouldn't it have given Aunt Hyacinth the comb? I'd been surprised to find the comb in my hands upon entering the shop earlier. Then Aunt Hyacinth's eyes had gone straight to it, as if someone had whispered in her ear, "Look at what he holds." Papa had told me that those condemned to death had always been allowed to stop in St. Giles for a last dram on the way to the gallows at Tyburn. Once topped, he said, their ghosts seek more of our hospitality, returning to tempt others to commit terrible crimes. Some believe that one's mind, weakened with drink, might take up their villainous desires. 'Tis not uncommon to find that those who murder in the parish while the worse for drink are unable to explain the passions what drove them. And Hyacinth often had strong drink. Had the put-pocket placed the comb in my hands when I entered the shop to goad Aunt Hyacinth into attacking me? At that moment I got a deep chill feeling, nay, a certainty, that the put-pocket crouched beside me, there in the mud, no telling what sort of mischief on its mind. Yet I sensed no threat. I became still, quieted my breathing, listened. For all that I had to fear, I felt myself becoming drowsy. My body had warmed the mud beneath me. Once felt, the urge for sleep would not be denied. I dozed, dreaming I were a different boy. "My comb!" the woman shouts. She has a staff. A blow to my head. Addled. Must keep my feet. Get away. The frightening woman, fast with a staff, not with her feet. She would avoid the worst of the mud. I have no care in my dash to get away. Blood in my eyes. Growing ache in my head. Must find a place to hide and rest before I keel over and go down. A glance back. Faces turned to me. Concern, suspicion, anger. Not her face. She'd lost sight of me, and I her. The passage to Clark's Mews. Plenty of privies to hide in. No, don't want to become trapped. Under the ironmonger shop, a crawl with openings onto High Street and Clark's Passage. Oh, bending down. The pain in my head. Must crawl in as fast as I can. She will look for me. Thick with mud here. Something to discourage her. Weak. Pounding head. Still have the woman's jade comb. It's worth the trouble. Meets my quota for the day, perhaps the week. The master will be pleased. My hot face feels better against the cold clay. The dimming light fails. I tossed and turned, feeling the wet clay under the chandler's shop, trying to rise from sleep. I didn't want to return to the place under the ironmonger's, to become again that other boy, so like me. We could be twins, both of us struck with the same staff, both lying in the mud beneath a shop. I rest until they come for me. I hear them. They complain of the smell. A man approaches, crawling, fastens rope around my feet, crawls out. I cannot move as I'm hauled out from under the ironmonger's. People of the neighborhood. A constable. He takes little interest. Thankfully, the woman with the staff isn't here. I understand little of what is said. My head is a muddle. So stiff. Cannot move. I'm taken to a room, placed on a hard counter, left alone in the cold. The stiffness passes, but my limbs still refuse to move. The stiffness comes again. People come and go, as does the darkness. I rest in a barrel among the dead, an old woman, and a man with half a face and missing an arm. No voice to scream. Squeaking wheels bumping over rough ground. Am I? An open field. I am lifted, placed in raw dirt beside the others. I am. My limbs arranged. A vicar. I am dead. In a pauper's grave. Dirt falls upon me. Unable to cry aloud, I cry within. I am not done. Soil covers my eyes, falls into my mouth. Time, endless and alone. Settling, I suffer countless tiny mouths, seep into the earth like melting ice. I am mingled with those who lie beside me. Briefly, I know the accident in the rail yard as took the man's life. The fever what released the old woman from her melancholy days. I know little but solitude afterward. I suffer this loneliness because of what I've done. I would put it all back if I could. Would put it all back if I could. Put it all back if I could. It all back if I could. All back if I could. Back if I could. If I could. I could. Yes, with willingness. I might, and I am untethered from my remains, with but one goal. I'm awakened with renewed willingness to crawl toward the light, an urgent need to get away from what had just happened in sleep, and what had to have been more than a mere dream. I didn't want to end up like that other boy, my twin. The closest grate caught the light from a gas lamp on the street. Reaching it, I heard a distant wailing outside, as of someone in pain. I turned around and kicked at the grate. With each strike, the pained sound from without came louder. The grate split in two. I worked the pieces loose and crawled out to stand unsteadily in the lane. Those walking by showed little interest in me or the wailing. Sounds of suffering common in the neighborhood. No alarm would be raised. Now I could hear that it were weeping, coming through an open window of Aunt Hyacinth's bedchamber. Good, let us suffer, I thought. Yet her voice became more pained, turning to a wail of agony. I didn't want to help her, but couldn't turn away should she be in trouble. I moved to the shop front and pounded on the door. Awaiting answer, the wailing came louder still. I moved around back of the building, where I knew of a cracked window pane. She'd have it for me later, but I broke the glass, released the lock, and crawled in. No telling what she'd do to me if my help were not needed. I tried to put down such notions as I mounted the stairs to her chambers. "Aunt Hyacinth?" I called. "I'm coming to help." No answer. Reaching her door, I knocked lightly. Deciding she could not hear over her own wailing, I knocked louder. "Help me!" she cried, her voice cracking. I turned the doorknob, fearing she stood on the other side, her staff ready. The scene I discovered in the half-dark chamber frightened me all the more because it didn't make sense. Aunt Hyacinth lay upon her back in bed, the bedclothes beneath her soaked with blood that appeared black in the gloom. The linen over her bulged around her belly. "I didn't know I were napped," she moaned. Her face was slick with sweat. "Damn that Billy! I knew his sheath were too old." Aunt Hyacinth let out a deep moan, followed by a strangled cry. "The child comes! Help me!" Though I wanted to flee, I couldn't. How, I wondered, should I help? I couldn't ask, even as I approached. "I cannot rise, cannot reach it," she said. I don't. "You must!" The cries that followed spurred me. I lifted the linen from the foot of the bed. Blessedly full of shadow, I saw little beneath, but the smell were one I knew from the grave. I'd dreamt it not an hour earlier. "Now, before it's too late!" The agony in her voice. Then a cry that spoke of regret more than of pain, of sorrow more than fear. Aunt Hyacinth ripped the linen off. She bucked against her mattress, then lay still, spent. Perhaps she slept. What I saw made me feel the fool. She lay in her nightshirt, belly flat, no blood to be seen. Her legs spread but a little. Again shadow saved me. On the mattress, between her knees, lay a small brass ring, catching the scant light. I moved to pick it up, Aunt Hyacinth's eyes upon me. "What?" she asked sharply. "A ring. Give it to me." I did, then lifted a blanket from the floor to cover her. Her voice an urgent whisper. "Light the lamp." Once I'd done so, I found her sitting. She looked at the bedclothes, her face a mask of wonderment. "A nightmare, surely." I feared she'd turn on me any moment. Instead, she held the ring up to look closely. "Bring the lamp." Shaking, I approached. Yes, a brass ring. No setting, but a flat for a monogram. Half worn away, I made out only the last initial, a curling S. Shepley came from me unbidden. "Yes," she said quietly, with a troubled look. She grew pale, seemed to collapse. Such sadness on her face. I didn't know what to do, but as happened, nothing were needed. Aunt Hyacinth had closed her eyes. She didn't awaken the next day. Allowing her sleep, I tended her shop best I could. Those who came to pay on debts, I told them to come back the following week. They seemed grateful. The next day, I worked up my courage and awakened Aunt Hyacinth, brought her hot broth. I must admit, I were ready to throw it at her should she come at me. She didn't. A calm had come over her, no anger in her eyes. She sipped her broth, looked at me squarely. "Had a dream about a boy," she said. "I placed a ring on a cord around his neck when he were but an infant, just before giving him up at the Lambeth workhouse. That is not a dream, but did indeed happen, long ago. Now he's given the ring back, the brass one you found." I thought about the boy in my dream, but kept my silence. "In the dream, he with the put-pocket," she said, as if she'd heard my thoughts. "The one who brought back my comb. Forgive me, please, for accusing you of being the thief." If she knew the ghost brought both objects, she knew she'd killed her own son. We didn't speak of it. And at last, I'll say something good about Aunt Hyacinth. She has a pleasant smile. Though it were sad that day, she gave me one, the first I'd had from her. "Your brother, he were. I named him Andrew after your father. Now I owe it to him to take care of you." Again I faced thoughts of Papa and Aunt Hyacinth together. I could accept them now. In the days that followed, life got better. I helped with all undertakings at Shepley's chandlery. Aunt Hyacinth welcomed my ideas. When word got around that she were forgiving debts, the shop began to prosper as never before. Before, I understood the ways of my fellow man. Perhaps, like most children, my greatest fears were of the unseen terrors of the night. Now I'd learned a thing, and were a ghostly spirit done the teaching. Henceforward, I shall put as much stock in the hearts of ghosts as I do in those of living souls. Not all the dead are up to no good. My brother Andrew, the put-pocket, had remained to set things right. Swamp Vengeance by Brian Moreland. As morning sun glowed on the tall sawgrass of Florida's Everglades, Merle Pritchett drove his airboat through the maze of water channels. The giant propeller whirred behind him. Warm wind whipped at his bearded face. He glided past swimming turtles, alligators, and water snakes. Above, an osprey circled in the clear sky. To his right, a flock of egrets flapped their wings over the reeds. Merle howled in delight. There was no place he felt more at home than in the wetlands. He admired the pair of dead gators on his boat. The smaller one, a female, was a 6-footer. The big daddy stretched 9 feet from snout to tail. He put up a good chase, but Merle eventually tracked him. A damn good hunting trip, he thought. He had stayed at an old shack deep in the glades, where the high-grass marsh merged with big cypress swamp, an isolated spot where a man could poach gators far away from the eyes of the law. When he reached a compound of tin sheds near U.S. Route 41, he pulled up to a dock behind Bubba's Swamp Meats. The butchers helped unload the gators and weigh them. Bubba whistled. "Lordy, that's a good haul." "Got more for you." Merle handed him containers full of live frogs and 3 dead rattlesnakes. "Don't know how you do it, Merle, hunting out there by your lonesome. But keep 'em coming. We got a big demand for gator meat." "As long as you're buying, I'll keep supplying," Merle said. Bubba slapped several green bills into Merle's hand. "I hope you don't go spending it all at the casino." "Not today. I plan to surprise Darlene with a weekend getaway. Saturday's our 10-year anniversary." "Thought you two split up. Last time you were talking divorce." Merle scratched his beard. "Well, we're back on the roller coaster. I'll tell you about it sometime over beers." "That'll be fine," Bubba said. "Enjoy your weekend with the wife." Liking the way the cash felt in his pocket, Merle tied his boat to his own private dock, then got in his beat-up Ford truck. It had a camper where he often slept when Darlene was going through one of her moods. As he reached the T-section of Route 41, he felt a familiar temptress pulling at his heart. He should have headed west toward his home in Everglades City. Instead, he drove east and pulled into the parking lot of the Miccosukee Casino. The temptress whispered in his ear about how much fun it would be to play slots and 3-card poker all day and night, drink Jack and Cokes until he was happily loaded and passed out in his camper. He could certainly get away with it. Darlene wasn't expecting him back until tomorrow. Merle gripped the steering wheel, aware this was one of those moments where the wrong decision could throw his life off course. Wrestling gators was easier than fighting off the seductions of Lady Luck. But last time she took all his money, and he'd return home broke to a very unhappy wife. With a deep, regretful sigh, Merle ignored the temptress and drove west to Everglade City, a small Gulf Coast town south of Naples. Route 41, the Tamiami Trail, cut straight through the marshlands. It wasn't uncommon to see alligators swimming in the adjacent canals. He drove around a large gator sunning in the road and dodged a jaw snap at his tires. On the radio, Jimmy Buffett sang about drinking margaritas. Merle thought about taking Darlene down to their favorite beach motel in Key Largo for a weekend of drinking, fishing, and wearing out the mattress. She had been irritable lately, complaining he spent too much time away from home, so he wanted to make it up to her. Their little getaways usually put their drifting marriage back on course. When he arrived at his house, another man's truck was parked in his driveway. The red Chevy with a Confederate flag decal across the back window belonged to Billy Ray Radford, a bartender at the tavern up the road. A stabbing pain of betrayal knifed Merle's chest. He grabbed his .30-30 rifle and snuck into his house. Muffled voices came from the master bedroom. Merle crept down the hall. Through a crack in the partly open door, he saw his wife and Billy Ray in bed together. Merle stopped outside the door when he heard his name. "Will you do it, baby?" Darlene asked Billy Ray. "Will you kill him for me?" "I don't know. What's in it for me?" "You can have me all to yourself." "I enjoy screwing you, Darlene, but that ain't incentive enough to kill a man." She slapped his arm. "That's all I've been to you these past few months? A screw?" "Maybe more than that," Billy Ray admitted, "but I won't risk going back to jail." Darlene was quiet a moment. "Merle's got life insurance worth $100,000. He made me sole benefactor. I'll split the money with you, Billy Ray. $50,000 off my husband." Red-hot fury burned in Merle's chest. He kept listening. "How would we kill him without getting caught?" her lover asked. "I've done thought all that out," Darlene said proudly. "I'll get Merle to take me fishing where Rum Runner Road dead ends into the glades. You know the place? Where the drug boats do their drop-offs. That's mostly after dark. Merle likes to go fishing during the day when nobody's there. You'll hide in the sawgrass next to the road. While I distract Merle, you sneak up and shoot the damn fool. We'll dump his body in the marsh, leave him to the gators." Billy Ray chuckled. "Damn, Darlene. Didn't know you could be so cold-hearted." "All I care about is you, baby. And getting rid of Merle for good." Merle shoved the bedroom door open and aimed his rifle at the two cheaters. Billy Ray sat up against the headboard, holding the sheet against his bare chest. Darlene screamed, "Merle, what are you? You dare cheat on me in my house? Conspire to kill me?" It took all his will not to put a bullet in their heads. Billy Ray held up his arms. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Please, man! I didn't mean—" "Shut up before I blow your balls off!" The man shielded his crotch with both hands. He had several tattoos, including a Confederate flag that marked his right forearm. Sobbing and rambling incoherently, Darlene stood, letting the sheet slip away. His wife's smoking body never failed to rile up Merle's primal urges, and she knew how to use it to get what she wanted. She held out her arms like she wanted a hug. It felt wrong seeing her naked with another man in the room. "Lord's sakes, Darlene, cover yourself." Merle grabbed a t-shirt off the floor and threw it to her. She pulled on the other man's shirt. It came to her mid-thighs. She kept blubbering and trying to embrace Merle. "It's all a big misunderstanding, baby." He pointed a gun at her. "Not another step, Darlene. Get back on the bed with your scumbag boyfriend." "You can't blame me for cheating," she said. "I've been unhappy for years. Hell, you're more married to that damn swamp than to me." To Billy Ray, she said, "Don't worry, he's not going to shoot us. Merle's not prone to violence. He'd rather run off and drink himself stupid." "Shut up, woman. Let me think." Merle rubbed the rifle's trigger. He recalled several Florida Man articles in the news. Florida Man shoots adulterous wife over sex tape. Blood found in Florida Man's bedroom. Florida Man charged with double murder. I'm not ending up in prison over these two. Merle prided himself on having more self-control than the average Florida man. His rock-steady thinking served him when hunting and whenever Darlene pushed him to the brink. He never laid a hand on her. When her incessant henpecking made him hot-headed, he'd storm out and leave for days. But Darlene and Billy Ray had crossed a line that was unforgivable. Merle couldn't simply walk away this time, nor could he ever trust that he'd be safe. If Darlene was going to screw around and plot to kill him once, no doubt she would do it again. Billy Ray slinked out of bed and grabbed his boxers. "I'm just going to be on my way." Merle fired a shot above the man's head. "You're not going anywhere, asshole. Back on the bed or the next shot's through your head." Darlene's mouth dropped, and she looked, oddly, impressed with her husband. "Merle, I've never seen this side of you. If I'd known you cared this much." As he chewed on his anger like a lump of chaw, a plan began to form. Holding the two at gunpoint, Merle ushered them to the garage. He made Darlene wrap duct tape around Billy Ray's wrists behind his back, then his ankles, and a strip across his mouth. Darlene jabbered the whole time. "All right, enough, Merle. You're taking this jealous husband act too far. Let the poor man go. You and I can work things out over margaritas. I'll even whip up a batch of nachos." Her overconfident tone changed when Merle began to bind her wrists and ankles. "Hey, easy with the tape," she griped. Billy Ray suddenly tried to hop away. He was headed toward the back door, which led to the yard. Merle grabbed a hammer off his workbench and flung it. The metal end struck Billy Ray's head. He fell against a pile of boxes and slumped. A patch of blood stained his hair, but the unconscious man was still breathing. Merle dragged Billy Ray like a roll of carpet to the truck and loaded him in the back camper. When he came for Darlene, she was quivering. "Shit, what are you going to do to us?" He placed tape over her kisser. "We're all going for a ride." By the time Merle drove his truck back to his dock, storm clouds had formed over the Everglades, blotting out the afternoon sun. It took some effort, but he managed to get his bound and gagged captives onto his airboat, lying side by side in sticky puddles of gator blood. Darlene glared up at her husband and kicked her bare feet at him. Billy Ray, conscious again, squirmed and screamed through his mouth tape. Merle put on his earmuffs and climbed into the elevated driver's seat. He fired up the big propeller, then drove the flat-bottomed boat over waterways and paths of flattened sawgrass. A startled heron took flight. A long alligator dove off a mudbed, splashing beneath the water. Merle's boat vibrated as he pushed the throttle to propel faster than normal. A flash of lightning snaked across the dark gray sky. Roiling clouds began to drop rain. At the bow, his cargo shivered as the cold drizzle soaked their bare skin. The anger in Darlene's eyes had been replaced by mortal terror. Merle looked away from her, kept his focus on winding through the glades. His logical internal voice questioned what the hell he was doing. Did Darlene really deserve to be punished in this way? Then he pictured his wife naked in bed with Billy Ray, and the primal anger took over again. Merle drove his boat for miles and miles, far beyond the boundaries of the airboat tours. The high-grass marshes began to merge with the forest of tall cypress trees. He coasted past his rickety hunting shack, which stood on stilts a few feet above the water. Another quarter-mile through the swampy woods, he slowed down and cruised between mud islands. Here and there among thick vegetation jutted the wooden ruins of huts, remnants of an abandoned Seminole village. There were many myths to explain why the whole tribe up and disappeared. Some superstitious locals believed the swamp Indians were frightened off by an evil trickster spirit. Bubba, who told Seminole folklore, claimed the tribe had contracted smallpox after being visited by white settlers. The children and elderly died first, as did their medicine man. Recognizing their doom, the survivors carried off their dead and marched single file into the water until their heads were completely submerged. "Every man and woman of that village offered their spirits to the swamp," Bubba claimed. "They became the animals and birds that lived there. Look in a gator's eye, and that could be a Seminole ghost staring back at you." Most people avoided those bog woods on account of boaters disappearing and reports of strange sightings. Bubba had sworn on his mother's grave he once saw a corpse wading through the water. "Some bad mojo around that haunted village. I steer clear of it, and you should too." Merle didn't give a flying flip about Indian myths or ghost stories. He came here because the waters around the village islands were his best hunting spots. He shut off the propeller and let the boat drift. 4 gators floated nearby. A few more splashed near the banks of one of the islands. Darlene and Billy Ray were sitting up now, huddled shoulder to shoulder. The gator's blood stained their skin, hair, her t-shirt, and Billy Ray's boxers. They smelled as ripe as chum bait. The cheaters tried to beg for mercy with frantic head shakes. Merle grabbed a harpoon. With a sharp end, he sliced the silver tape to free Billy Ray's ankles. "On your feet," Merle barked. Billy Ray mumbled through the tape as he rose awkwardly. He turned his back and offered his bound wrists to be cut loose. Those stay bound." Merle eyed the man. "You ever been cheated on, Billy Ray? Ever come home to find a strange man in your bed with the woman you loved?" Billy Ray shook his head nervously. Merle said, "Way I see it, screwing another man's wife is one of the worst violations. Almost as bad as breaking vows." Darlene turned her head in shame. Merle glared at the other man and nodded to the water. "Get your ass off my boat." Billy Ray looked around at all the gators and shook his head violently. Merle poked the man's chest with the harpoon, drawing blood. Darlene's lover stumbled back and fell into the water. He came up thrashing. It was only chest deep. He tried to make it to an island, but 2 gators struck quickly. Their jaws launched out of the water and bit down on Billy Ray's head and shoulders. Then he went under as the gators spun him around and around, their tails and pale undersides rolling over the surface. Once blood spread, more gators joined the frenzy. Each would claim a part of Billy Ray's body and store it under a log to be softened for eating later. A few latecomers swam to the edge of the boat, hoping to be fed. Darlene unleashed animal cries through her taped mouth, scooted to the center of the boat. She stared up at her husband, a trembling, tear-eyed basket case. "See what you made me do?" Merle said coldly. "I may not have been the best husband, but I've always been faithful. Wish you hadn't betrayed me, Darlene. But what's done is done." He got back in the driver's seat and drove at a slow speed between the islands as he contemplated what to do with Darlene. Perhaps watching her lover being eaten alive was lesson enough. But Merle couldn't shake the anger, jealousy, and hurt he felt. Darlene secretly having sex with Billy Ray for months wounded Merle's pride and broke his heart. Plotting to kill him for insurance money? Cut much deeper. How could he ever forgive her? The swamp was an unforgiving place, and most days he felt more akin to that nature than the human kind. He banked the boat's bow at a small island, a mud mound barely 20 feet wide. A thicket of briars surrounded it. Beside a broken, rotted cypress loomed a totem pole with carved animal faces. The paint had long since faded off the weathered gray wood. Atop its peak, a thunderbird perched with spread wings, staring down at them like a watchful god. This mud isle had always felt like a place of reverence to Merle, but not because of the ancient Seminole statue. It was because of all the snakes. This island was a breeding ground for deadly vipers. Dozens of black and banded cottonmouths were knotted together in a mating ball. More nested in the mud and climbed through the briar branches. A red and yellow killafella coral snake slithered across a mossy log. Near the base of the totem pole, a massive diamondback rattlesnake coiled. One curious water snake swam along the edge of the boat. Darlene recoiled and started begging through the duct tape again. The desperate, mournful sound made it hard for Merle to think. Using the harpoon, he sliced the tape binding her ankles and wrists. His wife peeled the tape off her mouth. "Merle, baby!" She stood and tried to hug him, a desperate surrender she performed to win his sympathy, usually after she'd lost a fight. He held her back with the sharp end of his pole. "Don't come near me." "Please, Merle, I'm really, really sorry," she said through a gush of tears. "I've learned my lesson. I'll never cheat again." Merle took no thrill in seeing her terrified. All he felt was the pain of her betrayal, the sad realization that the woman he'd married was not the person he thought she was.
It's too late for trying to yip-yap your way out. This damn fool now sees what a cold-blooded snake you are. You deserve to be among your kind. Now get!"
She sobbed hysterically as he jabbed the harpoon to force her off his boat. Her feet squished in mud near the knot of water moccasins. One snake had snapped at her ankle and missed as Darlene jumped backward. She stumbled to the center of the island. Merle pushed the boat away from the bank. His wife shouted, "No! Don't go! Don't leave me, baby!" In a moment of weakness, or perhaps mercy, he thought Darlene deserved a fighting chance. So he threw the harpoon like a spear. It stuck in the mud a few feet from the totem pole. Above it, lightning crackled, illuminating the wood-carved thunderbird. The ground around it came alive with squirming snakes. The mating ball unknotted. Hard rain poured down. Darlene's soaked t-shirt clung to her body. Her blonde hair matted to her head. She attempted to grab the harpoon, but the rattler wouldn't let her near it. Every direction she moved, the water moccasins coiled in defense, their white mouths opening wide. "Come back, Merle! Please, come get me!" He put on the earmuffs to drown out his wife's screams. Unable to watch her struggle, he turned the boat around and propelled away. At his one-room hunting shack, he drank straight from a bottle of Jack whiskey. Constant rain battered the roof. Beyond the front window was nothing but wet darkness and the creatures that thrived in it. He couldn't get Darlene out of his head, what she'd done, what he'd done in cold revenge. He felt no remorse for Billy Ray. Bastard got what he deserved. But Darlene and Merle had a history, many good times together. He'd proposed to her right here in this cabin. They'd danced to Van Morrison by lantern light and made love on sleeping bags spread out on the floor. Tacked to the wall above his pillow was a photo of Merle and Darlene on their honeymoon in Key Largo, a couple of love-struck fools who thought they had entered wedded bliss. Over the next decade, they'd suffered a love-hate marriage that pulled them together and pushed them apart. Try as he might, he couldn't please her. Nothing ever seemed to make Darlene happy. Merle brought out the worst in her, and she brought out the worst in him. Through all the shouting matches, shattered plates, and her crying in his arms, never once did Merle stop loving Darlene. They'd broken up too many times to count, but always kissed, tore off each other's clothes, and rocked their bed with makeup sex. It suddenly hit him like a punch to the chest that his wife was gone for good. Christ, I left her out there for dead. Tears brimmed his eyes. He began to see the cruelty of how he'd punished her. Guilt gnawed at his heart. It had only been a couple hours. Maybe she was still alive. Merle drove his boat as fast as he could through the cypress swamp. He shined a spotlight to carve a path through the night. Cold rain sluiced down his face. He shivered in his green slicker. If the vipers didn't bite Darlene, she could die of hypothermia. His spotlight found the totem pole. The Snake Island was completely underwater. "Darlene!" He panned his light across the briars. Heart racing, he searched the shallow water and the dark swamp woods beyond. There was no sign of her anywhere. The snakes were gone too. The harpoon stood where he'd thrown it. He pulled it out of the water. Once again, lightning cracked in the night sky above the totem pole. All the teeth-bearing animal gods leered at Merle with a force that felt like wrath. It made him shudder from more than just the rainwater streaming down his spine. As his boat navigated between the trees and dripping dark ruins of the Seminole huts, he turned his searchlight. All the islands of the ghost village were submerged. He probed the beam up in the trees, hoping to find Darlene sitting on a branch, but only found a damp screech owl. Merle combed the cypress swamp for hours, calling out his wife's name. The storm clouds finally moved on to let silvery moonlight filter through the tree branches. The bog became noisy from a chorus of barking tree frogs. Even though the rain had stopped, it was looking hopeless. No one, especially a barefoot woman, could survive trying to walk through the swamp. Filled with regret, he returned to the open area where he'd fed Billy Ray to the gators. God help Darlene if she attempted to swim across these muddy waters. Merle killed the engine and searched for any trace of her. He drifted close to a brush-covered island that was still above water. From a branch, he plucked a torn piece of t-shirt. Feeling a sudden rush of hope, he yelled, "Darlene, you out there?" What answered back raised his neck hairs. Wailing voices. As he studied the dark huts, he felt eyes watching him. The storm flashed. For a split second, he glimpsed shadow shapes standing among the ruins. Then darkness shrouded the island. What the hell? Merle rubbed his eyes. When lightning brightened the village again, there was no one there. He exhaled. Just a storm playing tricks. Out of the corner of his eye, a large white spider crawled across a nearby log. He shined his beam on it. Not a spider. A pale, severed hand. It was still attached to a hairy forearm that ended in a ravaged stump. A Confederate flag tattoo marked the riddled skin. The half-arm raised up from the crawling hand like a scorpion's tail. Merle was too in shock to figure out how an uneaten piece of Billy Ray wasn't fully dead. The resurrected hand turned, waggled its fingers at Merle. He imagined the dead man's head lodged under a log, somehow laughing from his watery grave. The severed arm spider jumped onto the boat, scuttled across the deck. Merle tried to club the damn thing with a harpoon. The hand crabbed left and right. When he missed again, it leaped and clamped around his throat. Choking, Merle grabbed the stumpy arm. Billy Ray's strong fingers dug their nails into Merle's neck. He wrenched the hand loose, flung it across the deck. It rolled, righted itself on spidery legs, and charged again, fingernails clicking across the metal deck. Merle stabbed the harpoon through the flag tattoo. He raised the impaled arm. The twitchy hand clawed the air. As he held the thing at bay, a gator launched out of the water. Its jaws clamped down on the arm with a bone crunch and snatched it off the hook. The large gator then landed back in the water with a geyser splash. Merle fell back in the passenger seat. His heart throttled up so fast he feared it might burst. Where the fingernails had raked his skin, his neck burned. As he collected his breath, several gator heads surfaced around his boat. They eyed him ravenously, intent on making him their next meal. Merle leaped into the driver's seat and powered up the propeller. The hull skidded over gators as he tore the hell out of there. He was so shit-scared he pushed the throttle dangerously close to tipping speed. "Whoa! Whoa!" he yelled at himself, and decelerated as the boat ran over patches of tall sawgrass. This stirred up another form of the swamp's strange nature. Heaps of frogs began leaping onto his boat. One landed on the passenger seat below Merle. It flicked its long tongue, latched onto Merle's forearm. The frog bounced like a yo-yo as he tried to shake it off. The deck became a slimy, undulating mass as an amphibious army hopped toward Merle. More tongues wrapped around his ankles. He grabbed the frog dangling from his arm and threw it over his shoulder through the fan cage, where it splattered in the propeller. His boot squished the tongue flickers attached to his ankle and kicked hoppers as they leaped. Another wave of frogs spilled from the reeds. Their vocal sacs bubbled as they croaked. Merle grabbed an oar. Swinging the paddle like a broom, he swept frogs off the deck. He batted others that clung to the surrounding sawgrass. When the live ones were mostly off his deck, he gunned the engine, propelled so fast the remaining frogs flew off the edges. He wanted to believe he was hallucinating, but his neck still ached from the chokehold of Billy Ray's bodiless hand. And the squished frog soldiers were proof that Merle hadn't lost his mind. The engine started sputtering. He checked the fuel gauge. Nearly empty. Damn it! He'd been so desperate to find Darlene that he hadn't paid attention to how much gas he was burning. His cabin was just up ahead. Come on, you can make it, he urged the boat. The engine coughed, then died. The boat skidded across the water, but stopped 30 yards short of the shack. Merle cursed at himself. What now, shit for brains? It was after midnight, and he damned sure didn't want to spend the night out here. He called the one friend who would help. Bubba's recorded voice said to leave a message. Hey, buddy, it's Merle. Got myself in a bit of a jam. Ran plumb out of gas and I'm stranded at my cabin. I need you to bring me some fuel as soon as you can." When he ended the call, the tree frogs croaked louder, then stopped all at once. A shriek cut through the stillness. He angled his spotlight across the cypress woods. Other voices joined the first. Dozens of Seminole men and women stood between the trees, floating partly out of the water. Moss dangled from their rotted faces and bodies. Many held drooping, slime-covered things that might have been dead children. An old man with a half-skull pointed a bony arm at Merle. The ghost tribe wailed louder, a mournful, hostile chant that gave Merle the shakes. Then, together, all the dead sank into the water until their heads completely submerged. Jabbing the oar into the water, Merle paddled for his cabin. Vegetation dragged against the boat's bottom. The boat kept turning in the wrong direction. He struggled to paddle on one side, then the other. "Come on, damn it!" Something splashed off to his right. His light shone on a frenzy that disturbed the water's surface. A massive nest of water moccasins rolled over one another, exposing black serpentine backs and pale bellies. Merle paddled harder, but was moving too slow. He abandoned the oar, picked up the long harpoon, and began poling his boat. Glancing back at the splashes, he yelped. An island piled with snakes drifted toward the boat. As it drew closer, he discovered the island to be his wife's corpse. She floated face down. Her body, punctured with bites, was bloated and misshapen from so much venom. She was drifting too fast across the still water. Merle caught sight of a long, flapping tail behind her. A gator was pushing Darlene's corpse toward him. "Crikes!" He pulled faster, digging the harpoon into the mud. It was just a few more feet to his dock. The drifting mound of snakes drew closer. His wife's head bumped against the hull. A large cottonmouth slithered over her wet hair and onto the deck. Whip fast, the viper slinked toward Merle's foot. He swung the pole and knocked the snake into the water. More serpents invaded the boat. As the hull knocked against the dock, he fell backwards onto the slatted boards. He threw the harpoon at the closest snakes as they tried to bite his boot. Then he grabbed his .30-30 rifle, shot the writhing mass coming off his wife's back. Snakeheads rose above the water as more moccasins swam toward the boat. Too many to fight off. They covered the boat's deck. Merle ran up the docks to his porch, into his cabin. Last thing he saw before shutting the door made him cry out. "No, impossible." He swore his dead wife reached out of the water and grabbed the edge of the boat, raised her head. He latched the door, fled as far back as he could in the small room. Gasping, he aimed his rifle at the entrance. Hissing came from outside the cabin walls. Slow footsteps clumped across the porch. A hand pounded at the door. "Stay away from me!" Merle shot it full of holes until his gun clicked empty. Shafts of moonlight spilled in through the checkered door. A shadow moved past the holes. He heard the scrape of nails down wood. Then the harpoon broke through the door. As each thrust of the hook chipped away splinters, Merle felt his sanity slipping away. A bloated hand reached through the large breach, undid the latch. The door creaked open. Merle flattened against the back wall, shaking his head. His wife's bloated silhouette stood in the doorway. Snakes slithered around her muddy arms and legs. They nested in her hair. She entered the cabin, arms raised as if wanting to hug him. The snakes came in with her, a swarm of cottonmouths and venom. The next morning, Bubba drove his fan boat to the gator hunter's shack. Merle's boat was 20 yards away in the reeds. The cabin's door hung open. Bubba climbed up to the porch, peered inside, and gasped. On the sleeping bag, beneath a blanket of water snakes, Merle and Darlene's corpses lay tangled in each other's arms. Merle's snake-bit face had frozen in an expression of pure terror. But it was Darlene's wide grin that disturbed Bubba more. Oddly, Merle's wife never looked happier. Portrait by Keelan Patrick Burke. I found I could say things with color and shapes that I couldn't say any other way, things I had no words for. Georgia O'Keeffe. It was the winter of her 8th year. The girl stood facing the window in the living room, using her index finger to draw birds in the condensation. So far there were 7 of them, each one a small M with rounded shoulders, like seagulls seen from a distance. Breath pluming in the cold, she had scratched one half of the 8th M in a small patch of ice that had formed near the edge of one of the panes, when something smacked into the glass on the other side. She did not scream, though the thought was there. She had gone through too much in recent months to be so affected by unanticipated events. Instead, she backed away, her young face furrowed in consternation, the small traces of ice melting beneath her fingernail, and looked toward the door, where she had expected to see her father more than an hour before. She was now late for school, but as this had become a common occurrence over the past few weeks, and as it was school, after all, she wasn't very worried. She just would have liked him to be there so she could ask him what had made the sound. But then, so often had she wished he were there, and so rarely did she see him, that she had begun to wonder if he existed at all anymore, or if, like the flurries of snow that whirled by the window, the sadness had simply swept him out of her life. Indecision kept her in place for a few moments. She was cold. Her father usually had a fire lit by now, but, like cooking her breakfast and taking her to school, it had become another neglected duty in an ever-increasing list. She worried that he was sick, that maybe like the house, with its peeling wallpaper and cracked wainscoting, he was slowly coming apart in the wake of her mother's passing. It was a thought that filled her with dread. She couldn't lose him, too. What would become of her without someone to look after her? She had no relatives that she knew of. Her only remaining grandfather had passed away the winter before. She would be well and truly alone, though in truth, even at such a young age, she already knew what abandonment felt like. One day in the fall, her mother had gone down into the basement. This was nothing new. Her studio was down there. Sometimes she stayed there for days on end. This time, however, she was down there for weeks, until Father went down to retrieve her. The girl had rounded the curve of the stairs, just in time to see him dragging her mother into the hall by her ankles. She wasn't moving. One look at her face, and the girl knew why. She was blue, her eyes the color of rubies. Her tongue was black and poking from the side of her colorless lips, as if she had died making a joke. There were odd marks on her neck, like snakes made of ash. The girl stood frozen upon the stair until her father looked up and roared at her to go to her room. His eyes were red too. She could tell he'd been crying. This scared her more than anything, more than the sight of her lifeless mother being hauled like a bag of coal out of the basement. So she had done as he'd demanded and retreated to her room. Once she had been able to depend on her dolls for solace, but that day she saw no comfort in their faces. She saw nothing at all in their idiot stares. Worse, the pallor of their skin and the lifelessness of their glassy eyes only reminded her of her dead mother. She realized henceforth they would never be able to comfort her again, and as she gathered them up one by one and stowed them in the darkness beneath her bed, where they would stay until the house collapsed in on itself 3 winters hence, she felt the onset of an awful kind of maturity, the death of magic and of innocence. Her toys, her only friends, often her only company, were now nothing but empty shells, childish distractions from the agony that had been waiting all along to strip her contentment away. She never saw her mother again, though she knew where she was buried, had watched from behind her bedroom curtain as her father dug a deep hole in the back 40 and tumbled the body in as if it was nothing but the carcass of some animal they had found on the road. The girl could tell from his movements that he was angry. He shoveled dirt into the hole as if he was feeding it, and feared if he dawdled, it might eat him instead. Afterward he made dinner and stared at the bowl of rabbit stew as if it was the only place left in the world to find answers, a cauldron of knowledge. And when she excused herself, he did not acknowledge her departure. He simply brought another spoonful of stew to his mouth and slurped. He had doll's eyes, too. Since then, she had moved like a ghost through the house, running her fingertips along the cracked walls and gathering dust from the windowsills with her fingertips. She drew pictures in her room and grew angry when they didn't turn out right. Where once she had prided herself on the straightness of her lines and the accuracy of her depictions, now she saw only ugly, melted renditions of unfamiliar things. She tried to read books, her abridged and illustrated versions of Treasure Island and Heidi and the Count of Monte Cristo, but the words seemed to span across the page like addled ants. The cross-hatched illustrations perturbed her. They seemed to thrum like the struck strings of a violin. When she tried humming to herself just to have a sound other than the quiet or the intermittent settling of the house, it sounded alien to her ears, so she seldom did it for long. The object smacking against the glass had not frightened her, but it had brought her back to herself in a way she hadn't felt since seeing her mother's body rolling over at the behest of her father's boot and tumbling down into the earth and out of her life forever. Now she made her way into the hallway, careful not to look at the basement door, and called out for her father. There was no answer. She called for him again, and only the house responded, with creaks and groans and the occasional sneaky shuffle of snow sliding off the eaves. Every window was clouded by the cold, muting the light. Already her birds were fading. It made her uncomfortable, made her feel trapped, in danger of being erased too, as if the house was slowly becoming the hole in which her mother lay. Perhaps this was how ghosts were made. Her mother buried, her father gone, and the girl left wandering the house until she, too, faded into the walls. People might wonder what had become of this once happy family, but nobody would ever find them, and soon they would be forgotten. Weakened by hunger, she tightened her woolen coat about her and tugged her hat down just below her eyebrows. The plan, such as it was simple. Find her father and get him to take her to school. Ordinarily, she resisted being sent to that terrible place with its strict, sallow-faced teachers and shadow-cloaked rooms, where the other children looked at her with unkind eyes and the walls were speckled with mildew. But it was the only place left where she could be free of this place. Gladly she would endure the smell of chalk dust and disinfectant and the taunts and jeers of people she had once hoped could be her friends, if it only meant escape, even for just a little while. Stomach rumbling, she hurried to the front of the house, where she saw that her father's boots were not in their usual place by the door, nor were the floorboards wet with melted snow, which meant he had gone outside but had yet to return. She opened the door. The morning sun against the snow made a blazing white void of the doorway. Mittened hand shielding her eyes against the blinding glare, she cried out, "Daddy?" and listened to her voice become a parody of itself as it shuddered across the fields and died in the trees at the far edge of their land. She stepped through the door and out into the cold, blinking to adjust her vision. Slowly, the world came into focus. Before her, a short stretch of snow-covered yard led to the barbed wire fence her father had erected around the fields. It had stood there since before she was born, and a lack of maintenance over the past few years had left it looking like a sagging clothesline. The wire was rusted now, the wooden posts leaning this way and that, like drunken revelers. There were snatches of sheep's hair snagged on the barbs, though the animals to which they might have belonged were long gone. It did not present much of an obstacle to the girl. She stepped gingerly over the flaccid wire, leaving it vibrating behind her, and into the field, her boots plunging into the bank of snow on the other side. Around the field, ranks of chestnut and walnut trees stood like sketches of black lightning against the pale white sky, the frenzied reach of their mangled arms seeming to suggest a desperate desire to close the distance between them. Otherwise, the day was featureless, the landscape monochrome, but for two distinctive figures, dark against the white. With no small measure of relief, and even though they were some distance away, she recognized the one on the left as her father, purely because he was ambulatory. The one on the right was the Scarecrow, a humanoid formation of old clothes and branches with a gourd for a face and desiccated boots for hands and feet. She had helped her father erect the scarecrow back when he loved her and the sun still rose on their lives, back when Mother would have watched them from the window above the sink with a small smile on her face, back when the color was not restricted to her mother's paintings. Before. Shaking off the memory for fear the melancholy would drain her resolve and send her running back to the house and the fragile safety of her room, she trudged onward through the snow, following the clouds of her breath toward where her father was laboring over the scarecrow. Why he chose such a hostile day to attend to something that had ceased being useful a long time ago. The crows not only ignored the scarecrow, they often used its shoulders as a perch, was a mystery to her. But it hardly mattered. She was just relieved that he was there to be seen at all, because it was no longer a guarantee. Cheeks red, teeth chattering, she navigated the snowdrifts with difficulty. It seemed to take half the day before she finally reached him. After pausing to catch her breath, the words she had rehearsed along the way bubbling into her throat, she saw something so curious, so odd and unexpected, that it killed her desire to say anything at all. Father was there, dressed in dungarees. He wasn't wearing his coat, only a checkered shirt with the sleeves rolled up, exposing the curly ginger hair on his forearms. He did not, however, appear to be cold. Perhaps his labors kept him warm. At his feet were a large pile of letters, old by the look of them, the once white envelopes faded to a dark yellow. Each one bore his name in block letters, but the address was not familiar. He had his back to her, unaware of her presence, and as she watched, he retrieved handfuls of those letters and stuffed them violently into the gaping chest cavity of the scarecrow, which, before today, had been stuffed with old clothes. Now those clothes lay in a pile at its feet. But this was not the strangest thing. Oh, how she wished that it were. How she now wished she hadn't left the house at all, because the scarecrow's face was no longer the smooth, featureless surface of an old gourd. It was her mother's face. Her father had nailed a black and white portrait to it, the one that had, up until today, been hanging in the upstairs hall, so that now the girl found herself being regarded by a more youthful and vibrant rendition of the woman who lay buried somewhere beneath their feet. "Daddy?" He had just reached down to scoop up more letters. Now he stopped, mid-stoop, and looked back over his shoulder at her. For the longest time he said nothing, just watched her with the one cold blue eye she could see. Then he straightened and turned around to face her, allowing her to see the bloody hole where his other eye should have been. His cheek beneath it was streaked with snow-flecked gore and blood, and now the girl had to back away in horror, one hand over her mouth, her body racked with shivers she could no longer blame on the cold. "Sweetheart," her father said, and when he opened his mouth, she could see that some of his teeth were missing too. "I'm so glad you're here." Behind him, she registered what might be the oddest thing of all. Propped up in a heap of snow was something she had missed from a distance because it had blended in with the colorlessness of the day. Now that she could see it, she felt a curious mixture of emotions, because although it didn't belong out here in the field, not now, not today, it was something she had desperately wanted for as long as she could recall. "I got you a birthday present," her father said, his face spread in a smile she didn't care for at all. It wasn't her birthday, hadn't been for months, but she remembered the disappointment upon waking that day to find that not only had she not gotten what she'd asked for, she'd gotten nothing at all, and the house was silent. No gifts, no celebrations, no cake, just her parents shut away in separate rooms, and the girl left to pout all alone until she forced the dolls to join her in an impromptu and pitiful tea party. "Do you like it?" She had asked her parents for an easel and some paints. Watercolors would do if oils were too expensive, she'd told them. She wasn't fussy. Money was tight, and really she just wanted to make pictures on something other than another of her mother's raggedy old sketch pads. Her father had seemed ambivalent, her mother horrified, then angry, a reaction the girl didn't understand. She thought her mother would be proud that her daughter wanted to follow in her footsteps and become an artist, Instead, her mother locked herself in the basement, which doubled as her studio, and tore the place apart. But now here it was, the very thing she'd asked for, in the last place she expected to see it. "Daddy?" She didn't know what to say. Part of her desperately wanted to appreciate the acquisition of the long-desired gift, but all of this felt so very wrong. What had happened to her father? Who or what had hurt him? And why was he not hurrying to the hospital? And the letters, and the picture of her mother nailed to the Scarecrow's face. It all felt like a nightmare. Only the biting cold told her that it wasn't. "I'm sorry," her father said, and his face fell, his one remaining eye watering. "I forgot to get the paints. My head was hurting so bad. I was home before I remembered them." Between the half-sunken wooden legs of the easel, she saw what might have been the handle of a shovel. She watched as her father walked to the easel, stepped behind it, and retrieved the object. "But I have a way to fix that for you, honey." It was not a shovel, after all, but his hunting rifle. "What are you doing?" Her voice sounded brittle, as if it had become ice melting on her tongue. He walked slowly toward her, the sadness still on his face, though he was still smiling. Spots of blood marked his passage. He almost lost his footing as he approached her where she stood paralyzed by fear. "What she told me to do," he said, and stopped between the girl and the easel. "Daddy, please. I'm scared." When he smiled, she saw that his lips were gray and trembling, his gums raw and bleeding. "Don't be. I have something else for you, too. Would you like it?" She shook her head and backed another step away from him. "There's nothing to be afraid of. All of this is the start of something wonderful. It's freedom." Again, she shook her head. "Please, let's just go back to the house. We can light a fire and make some food, or... Sweetheart, listen to me. I know I haven't been myself. I know I haven't been okay. But I'm going to make that up to you now. Okay?" A flock of ravens exploded from the trees to her right, but she paid them no mind. Couldn't have diverted her attention from her father's face even if she'd wanted them to. It had become her whole world. "How?" she asked him, despite her terror. All she wanted was for everything to go back to the way it was before. Still sad, still smiling, he reached into the pocket of his dungarees and pulled a small, stubby red pencil, no bigger than her pinky. He held it out, ice crystals sparkling in the edges of his hollow eye socket as the blood began to freeze. "I want you to take this." "Why?" "I want you to take this, and I want you to go over and write your name in the lower right-hand corner of that canvas." "I don't want to." She was sobbing now. Her head hurt from the force of the tears, and she tasted salt on her tongue. Her legs were shaking so bad, she was not sure how much longer they'd keep her upright. "Please, let's just go home." "Write your name like I asked you to, and we can be done. But you must do it. Your mother said so." "Why?" "Because it's how you start over." "I don't know what that means." "You will, but you have to do what you're told. If you don't, nothing changes. And even worse, you'll be disrespecting your mother's wishes." Absently, he reached up a hand and scratched with the forefinger at the edges of the raw red hollow in his face. It bled anew. "And even though she's dead, she'll know, and that will be the worst thing of all." The cold had crept inside her coat, inside her skin. She was powerless to keep from shaking. "Why did she die?" It was the question she had wanted to ask, a truth she needed to understand, ever since the day she'd watched him drag her mother out of the basement. She'd known, even if she hadn't fully comprehended how such a thing could happen, or why, that her mother wasn't well in the mind. In the weeks, perhaps months leading up to her death, she had changed, become a frightening shadow of herself. She had faded. Yes, that was the word. As if someone or something had been slowly draining her of color. Now her father looked the same. She died because she needed to, he said.
Why did she need to?
Because she knew it was the right thing, the only thing to do if there was to be any hope of saving you. The girl was confused and frightened, and thus the tears came freely. She expected her father to take her in his arms, to hold her until the worst of the pain went away, to tell her, like he used to, that she was his special girl, that he would never let anything hurt her. But that's not what he did. Instead, he dropped to his haunches, wincing involuntarily at some unknown discomfort in his knee, and he looked squarely at her, one hand braced in the snow to steady himself, the other around the unbreeched stock of the rifle. He held the pencil out to her. Go write your name where I told you to. Again, she wanted to ask why. None of this made any sense. She desperately wanted to defy him, to turn and run, maybe keep running until she reached the school. There, perhaps she could find someone who would listen and help. Maybe they would send an ambulance out to the farm, and they could fix her father's eye and whatever else was wrong with him. Maybe the situation could still be salvaged before she lost everything. But what if they took him away, and he never came back? What then? Again, she looked up at the scarecrow. The tears in her eyes made it appear to move and rendered her mother's smiling face a gray smudge beneath a wind-blown puddle. It's what she wanted for you. As much as she loved her father, it was getting harder to meet what remained of his gaze. So she took the pencil, stepped around him, and walked the few short feet to where the easel stood waiting. Down in the lower right-hand corner of the easel, she wrote her name in cursive, the tip of her tongue protruding from the side of her mouth as a force of habit. At school, she had been working on making her letters more like her mother's, but while there was certainly a touch of floridity to it, it still lacked the elegance of her mother's signature. Once done, she stepped back from the canvas. She was chilled to the bone now, and couldn't help wondering how long she was going to be out here. There was no fire at home. If she pacified her father, would he come home and help her warm the house? Perhaps make them something to eat? That the pantry was bare of food mattered little. It was his duty to provide. But would he? And what would she do if he didn't? Take the canvas down, he instructed. She didn't ask why. It didn't matter anymore. She just had to do as she was told until she could figure out a better course of action. Fleeing was a dominant impulse, but she knew she wouldn't get far through the deep snow before he caught up to her. She reached up and grabbed the edges of the large canvas and gingerly removed it from the easel. It was heavier than she'd expected, and she almost went sprawling, but she redoubled her efforts, spreading her feet to compensate for the weight, and took a step backward. But for her signature, the canvas was blank, the unblemished white making it seem as if she had signed her name on a piece of the winter sky. "What should I do with it?" she asked. "Kneel down and hold it in front of you as if it's a mirror." "Why?" "Because it soon will be." She heard rustling behind her, and, filled with a sudden and terrifying feeling that he was about to force his request upon her, she dropped down on her knees into the snow, the canvas propped up before her. "Good girl." "What do I do now?" An eternity of cold confusion passed before he replied, long enough for her to start to worry that maybe he had just gone away and left her here alone. "You become." "Become what?" She heard a sound that was both familiar and horrible, the ratcheting click of the hammer being drawn back on the hunting rifle. Instantly she was paralyzed, her eyes widening, throat dry, the shakes intensifying. She felt her bladder let go and wet warmth spreading across her groin and down over her legs. The heat was merciful only for a moment, before it quickly began to cool. No matter her confusion and fear thus far, the only possibility she hadn't considered was that her father might want to hurt her, or worse. "Daddy?" She didn't want to turn around, but desperately needed to, if only to assure herself that her father wasn't standing there pointing the rifle at her. Unable to bear it any longer, she risked a quick glance. Her father was still kneeling in the snow, and facing away from her just like she'd left him. She couldn't see the rifle. "Look at the canvas, sweetheart," he said. "What are you doing? Why are we out here?" "Look at the canvas, honey." "Daddy, please." "Look at what's there to be seen." Terrified to the core of her being, but equally afraid to disobey him, she could only do as he'd asked. Jolted by wave after wave of tears and shivering so bad her muscles ached, she looked at the canvas held in her hands, at the endless expanse of white blending in with the field and sky behind it, and waited. Enough time had passed that she felt the wetness in her pants start to freeze. Enough time for her to run out of tears, and for darkness to begin to edge its way like spilled ink between the trees. Enough time for her to reach a place where she now just wanted to sleep. Then her father said, in little more than a whisper, "I love you, Beth," and she was instantly awake. She looked up at the precise moment he pulled the trigger. The roar of thunder was so loud it might have come from inside her. She flinched, screaming as the wet spray soaked her hair and carried on to drench the canvas before her. All except the outline of her head and shoulders, now the only negative space in a dripping crimson picture. She stared at the white portrait of herself amid the red until her muscles went numb, until sirens filled the air, until the light started to leave the sky, and strangers beseeched her to rise. Her father had told the truth. This was the start of something, at her mother's bequest. It was a gift. She could feel it, a small, cold fire in the pit of her stomach, though she didn't yet know its full nature. But she knew she would never speak again, not in words anyone would understand, the same way the sheer power of the need to create had silenced her mother. She would have to paint her story for them, and hope that made more sense. Before they forced her to stand, she secreted the pencil in her pocket, her mind already filled with images she yearned to bring to life, each and every one of them red. We hope you have enjoyed Midnight in the Graveyard, edited by Kenneth W. Kane, narrated by Gary Bennett, written by Robert McCammon, Thomas Monteleone, Elizabeth Massey, Keelan Patrick Burke, John Everson, Chad Lutzke, William Meikle, Jeremy Hepler, Jonathan Jans, and others. Compilation copyright 2019 by Silver Shamrock Publishing. Individual stories copyright 2019 to their authors. The Ring of Truth, copyright 1989 by Thomas F. Monteleone. Haunted World, copyright 1989 by Robert McCammon. Production copyright 2020 by Silver Shamrock Publishing.